The guy stood there, stunned by the strange scene unfolding before his eyes. He saw his parents, who looked very young back then. Both of them were gently soothing the baby with some cute rattle toys. What on earth was happening? His mind went completely blank. He had even thought he had entered a new cycle of reincarnation. However, when he reached out with his tiny hands to touch his mother's hand, he realized with shock that his hands were tiny and he could barely move his body. It seemed he hadn't died at all. On the contrary, he had traveled back in time to when he was just 1 year old, which shocked him so much that his eyes widened. He found this completely absurd. How on earth could a human travel back to the past? He only vaguely remembered that when he was about to draw his last breath in the dungeon, Lai Yuzhong kept crying and mentioning a miracle. Could she have pulled off that very miracle? Lai Yuzhong possessed a terrifying power on par with the 12 thrones, so it wasn't too surprising that she could do this. Still, returning to the past was mind-blowing. He stared blankly at the carefree faces of his parents. His nose tingled with tears. Never in his life had he dared to dream of reuniting with them again. In his past life, both of them had lost their lives to the claws of monsters when he was only 6 years old. From that moment on, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for monsters and became a slaughterer who hunted them down for revenge. But thank goodness fate had now given him a second chance to start over. So this time, his own hands would rewrite his life, and his childhood officially began here. Even though his mind still retained the full memories of his past life, the harsh reality was that he was currently still a breastfeeding infant. In other words, he was like a useless little lump doing nothing all day but eating, sleeping, and crying. But in any case, being reborn was already an incredibly huge gift for him, and this was a golden opportunity for him to change his life both literally and figuratively meaning avoiding the tragic end of his past life. As for the literal sense, today he had successfully learned to roll over. The historic moment when he rolled over for the first time in his life was cheered on enthusiastically by a very special loyal fan. That was his incredibly adorable older sister, who was just slightly older than him. Although his memories of his older sister were somewhat fainter than those of his parents, a very vivid image was still deeply engraved in his mind. That was the day their family was attacked by monsters. She had held him tightly in her arms, using her small body to shield him while sobbing that she would protect him. In this life, his older sister remained his loving emotional support. Seeing that he had successfully rolled over, she rushed to hug him, nuzzling his chubby cheeks and squealing with praise that he was so good. All in all, his sister was great at everything, except she was a bit hyperactive. Time drifted by, and soon he was a 9-month-old toddler sitting up firmly and starting to absorb the surrounding energy, which, though sparse, was always present in the atmosphere. Before stepping into the other world, No-One had possessed an extremely modest amount of magic, making everything immensely difficult. Therefore, if his physical condition permitted, he really wanted to start absorbing magic from early childhood. Even so, that path of training was not smooth at all. The reason was that No-One kept causing trouble whenever she saw her younger brother sitting cross-legged like a solemn little elder. She would immediately start teasing him, but through that, No-One unexpectedly realized an important issue. His older sister accumulating too much magic in her body sometimes harbored many potential risks. Anyone with an excess of energy is highly susceptible to magic stagnation, which is extremely dangerous to their health. Not wanting disaster to strike his sister, he had to find a way to help her control her energy, while his silly sister only wished to cling to her younger brother day by day. Time flew by like a flash of lightning, and before long, No-One was 4 years old and began to spend more time playing outside rather than keeping himself indoors. The reason was very simple, because wherever they went, his sister insisted on dragging him along. Not only was she cheered by all the kids, but she was also extremely popular with all the neighbors. In contrast to his enthusiastic sister, the young boy did not seem to be very popular with the kids in the neighborhood. "Hey No-One, why did you show your face here today? Honestly, you didn't even need to show up. Look, speak of the devil, there he is now. Look at that glaring attitude. It's clear he doesn't want to be here at all. It's just that he was dragged along." "Stop it, you silly Minji," No-One casually replied. "I've told you so many times not to call me that. My name is Kim Minji, not Minji Hole." The little girl yelled so loudly that it almost deafened him. As soon as she set foot in the playground, No-One immediately asserted her position as the leader, quickly gathering the children together. Everyone excitedly began preparing for a game of cops and robbers. No-One had, however, found no interest in it at all, since a 32 plus 4-year-old soul like him shouldn't be playing such childish games. However, the moment he caught his sister's radiant smile, No-One suddenly thought that this experience could be quite fun sometimes. So he decided to play along and act like a child for a bit for her sake. They all playfully and innocently frolicked together until late afternoon. By the time they returned home, every single one of them was covered in mud and dirt. Despite that, No-One seemed to be extremely excited. Everything still went on very peacefully and gently, until they walked through a small alley and were startled to hear a growling sound coming from a stray dog. The animal's eyes were bloodshot, looking incredibly ferocious and terrifying. Then, No-One, who was only half a head taller than her younger brother, bravely rushed out to shield him without showing any fear. "Calm down, everything is going to be fine." Hearing his sister's voice at this moment, she was indeed trembling with fear. Then Na-eun-ha suddenly realized this scene was exactly as familiar as in his past life. It seemed that no matter how many times he was reborn, his beloved older sister would still brave danger to protect him like this. He still etched every word of those words into his heart, along with the warm and tight hug from his older sister. However, in this lifetime, the situation has completely turned around. Na-eun-ha summoned his courage and took a step forward, confronting the monstrous dog head-on. "This time I will be the one to protect you, sister." As soon as he finished speaking, the mana energy inside his body exploded. Na-eun-ha glared intensely, staring straight at the beast in front of him, and shouted loudly, demanding it to get lost immediately. What terrified that creature was not his childish face or voice, but rather the power of the towering flow of mana radiating from him. Without needing Na-eun-ha to repeat it a second time, the ferocious dog tucked its tail and ran away, disappearing from sight. As for his sister, she stood there with her mouth agape in utter astonishment. Only after a long moment did she snap out of it and rush straight to hug her younger brother with extreme excitement. "Yunha, what just happened? I saw mana, right? I want to be able to do that too. Teach me." His sister seemed a bit too excited, but her personality had always been a little quirky like that. Finally, Na-eun-ha nodded in agreement to his sister's pleading. After all, ever since he was only 9 months old, he had harbored the intention of passing his skills to her. His sister was visibly overjoyed and grinned from ear to ear, then tightly held her younger brother's hand, eagerly pulling him home. Na-eun-ha had always cherished the wish to preserve his sister's innocent smile, and to fulfill that wish, he had to prevent the family tragedy, the horrific event that would take everything away when he was 6 years old. In order to write a brighter future instead of that bitter ending, Na-eun-ha swore a solemn vow that he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Right after stepping foot back into his home, he began playing the role of a private tutor for his sister, guiding her step by step on how to control the energy in her body. This process turned out to be so grueling for her. The sight of his sister constantly stumbling made him feel that heaven was indeed fair. His sister was born with a golden spoon of mana in her mouth, yet she was completely hopeless at controlling it. On the contrary, although his innate amount of mana was not very abundant, he was a genius at manipulating it. Fortunately, his sister had been famously resilient since childhood, so despite failing hundreds of times, she never faltered. "Just wait and witness my skills. Persistence is a plus while hastiness is a massive minus." The test that Na-eun-ha assigned to his sister was to use mana to keep a spinning top balanced. But due to her impatient nature, she pumped too much mana into it, causing the toy to spin wildly out of control. During that time, their family was still living through very peaceful days. One evening, the whole family gathered together to watch TV. Na-eun-ha's mother casually mentioned that he would turn 6 years old the following year, and so it was time for him to go to kindergarten and play with friends. "I don't like that at all," Na-eun-ha pouted and protested. "No way, you already nodded and promised me, didn't you?" The truth was Na-eun-ha had begged his mother tirelessly to let him skip kindergarten, but the catch was that he had promised to go to school obediently once he turned 6. Na-eun-ha really could not swallow the fact that he, possessing the soul of a man in his late 30s, was about to be stuck among a bunch of toddlers who did nothing but cry and cause trouble. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Coincidentally, today happened to be New Year's Eve. The TV screen was live broadcasting the countdown program for the new year. According to the commentator, this moment of transition was also when the land of the morning calm would write a glorious page of history for humanity. The camera then panned to a female reporter hovering in a helicopter, excitedly announcing that they were flying over the sacred Jongmyo shrine where the kings of the Joseon dynasty rest, declaring that a glorious era was about to begin. Hearing this, Na-eun-ha's head throbbed because of the hostess' tone, opening a new page of history. Indeed, perhaps they were just being overly delusional about their own power. Ever since humanity fully understood how to harness mana, everyone had plunged headfirst into the race to master this power. Because they were so absorbed in that vortex, they were completely oblivious to the fact that monsters were beginning to breed from the mana stagnating in one place. On the threshold of the 21st century, precisely in the fateful year of 1999, that horrific disaster struck, and forever after, people would call it by the tragic name of an era. The escaped monsters surged everywhere to carry out bloody massacres, resulting in South Korea losing 30% of its population. Only then did humanity truly feel the absolute terror. They began living in constant fear of bloodthirsty creatures pouncing at any moment, and in the blink of an eye, the law and the government instantly lost their inherent authority because only violence could subdue the monsters. In other words, only mana had the power to reshape the world order, and the supreme power in South Korea subsequently fell entirely into the hands of the ultra-wealthy chaebols. Along with the wealthy mana wielders, Na-eun-ha being a powerhouse in his own right, the rise of this new force kicked the incumbent government off the chessboard of power. Even so, before things could settle down, countless lives had been lost, people were lost and separated from each other, leaving folks in remote areas with no choice but to sit idly by, waiting for death to claim them. However, while the land of ginseng was sinking into that utter despair, a final ray of hope suddenly shone brightly. It was none other than the goddess Lim Gyul. At this time, Lim Gyul's gorgeous beauty had filled every television screen. Originally a beloved screen star adored by millions, She now stepped into the ranks of the first gods to shoulder the burden of the entire Korean nation. The reason Lim Gyul was revered as a goddess was thanks to her natural talent for suppressing and breaking those terrifying mana explosions. That miraculous gift was respectfully called the Silver Grace. Meanwhile, all the players guarding the temple would play the role of the treasured sword protecting the nation under the name of the 12 Thrones. On paper, these players were under the coordination of the Mana Management Agency, but in reality, the top experts all formed their own guilds to do as they pleased, holding a priceless treasure capable of suffocating the beasts. Along with the power to manipulate public opinion in the land of Kimchi, Lim Gyul naturally became the pioneer to claim the title of the 12 Thrones. Soon the remaining high-profile names also revealed themselves to the public one by one. The players who held both the prestigious title of the 12 Thrones and the position of Guild Master began to squeeze every privilege from the management agency and their own underground forces to consolidate power. In this way, they ascended to the throne, ruling over the entire player world. At this moment, the elegant figure of Lim Gyul in a traditional hanbok appeared incredibly vivid. Her carefully made-up face stood solemnly in front of the magic orb placed at the main temple. "O gods of the heavens and the underworld, please have mercy and grant us the power to protect this nation." As soon as her prayer finished, a dazzling blue aura burst forth from that gem. That energy quickly spread in all directions, engulfing the bustling metropolis and then gradually enveloping the entire national territory. The camera immediately switched to the beautiful female Mansi in the helicopter. Thanks to the high-angle shot, that magical layer of light became grander than ever as a protective shield was erected before our eyes, with a giant dome sheltering the sky of Sil. The boy Noanha was extremely excited, running as fast as he could out to the balcony to look around. Noanha also scrambled to follow in his older sister's footsteps. The scene unfolding before their eyes was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Even though night had fallen long ago, the dome of the sky glowed with a magical layer of deep blue light that far surpassed any ordinary city lights. Both Noanha's father and mother stared blankly up at the sky far above. Then they both clasped their hands together, devoutly praying for peace and prosperity for the nation. "Thanks to this we can now settle down and live in peace. Thank you for the goddess grace." Everywhere out there, tens of thousands of families were also choked up with that same emotion. Right at the altar, Noanha also mimicked the actions of her parent. The girl clasped her hands in prayer, while also forcing her younger brother to do the same. However, the boy knew all too well that these prayers were a waste of effort. Because in this world, no god existed, and his memories of his past life were still fully intact. At the time when the world completely collapsed, all the deities had already kicked the bucket a long time ago. The layer of green light in the sky gradually faded and then disappeared. Meanwhile, Noanha, sitting next to him, still had her eyes tightly shut and was praying rapidly, wishing for the goddess's blessing so that her little family would be warm and happy for the rest of their lives. Noanha silently watched his devoted older sister. Then, a slight smile played on his lips, and so, he obediently clasped his hands as well, praying to the goddess of time for a peaceful and happy life in this lifetime. In the blink of an eye, another spring passed, and now Noanha was 6 years old, with the incident that would take away his family drawing near. In the end, he could not escape the obligation of going to kindergarten. On his very first day at school, he was welcomed by his teacher, Tazo, with a bright smile. And the usual opening procedure was still the icebreaker introductions. Noanha stood on the podium with a raised chin, looking down at the kids below with a cold attitude. "Hello everyone, my name is Noanha and I am 6 years old. I hope you will take good care of me." He blurted out an introduction as short as possible. Teacher Tazo thought his student hadn't finished yet, so he stood waiting for a long time, but didn't hear him say another word. The teacher then gently advised, "That's a bit brief, do you want to add anything? I believe your friends are very curious about you." But Noanha didn't want to get involved with these kids at all, so he flatly refused to say more. Then another amusing drama unfolded. For some unknown twist of fate, he ended up in the same class as Kim Min-ji. The girl whom he often called Min-ji the whole screamed out as soon as they met, asking why on earth he had ended up in this class. "Oh, so it's Min-ji the whole, you go to this school too?" Noanha replied calmly. Intentionally teasing her to make her mad, Kim Min-ji was like an overloaded microwave, bursting into a fiery rage every time they crossed paths. Seeing the two young children glaring at each other like enemies from a past life, Teacher Tazo had to act as a peace messenger to intervene. After going through that incredibly awkward and suffocating introduction, the children were given some free time to run around before lunchtime. At first, Teacher Tazo was worried that Noanha would be isolated, but to his surprise, the other kids were extremely excited about the new student, crowding around him and competing to ask questions about where he lived, how many family members he had, and his personal hobbies, giving Noanha a massive headache, which explained why he always held a grudge against children. After a hard struggle to slip away, Noanha wandered through every corner of the preschool and happened to find the children's reading corner. At least this place had some peace and quiet to breathe. He then grabbed a few silly comic books to pass the time. In the corner over there, another pretty young lady appeared, engrossed in reading her book. However, Noanha initially didn't even bother to pay attention to the girl, until a group of other kids suddenly came over. They disrupted the quiet space that no one had struggled so hard to find. The trio was led by their boss Choi Eun-hook, closely followed by his two sidekicks Ma Bang-jin and Yeon Song-jin, who began to tease her as soon as they arrived, asking why she was always reading books. "What's so great about reading books, Jung Ha-jang? Don't you have any friends? Is that why you read always all alone?" Choi Eun-hook asked condescendingly. The girl named Jung Ha-jang turned pale with fear as soon as she faced this group, having probably been a victim of bullying many times before. As for Choi Eun-hook, showing his usual domineering attitude as a kindergarten boss, he immediately rushed over as soon as he appeared, snatched the ribbon from Jung Ha-jang's hair, and mockingly asked what that ugly accessory was. Little Jung Ha-jang scrambled to her feet in panic to reclaim her precious item, as it was a ribbon given to her by her father himself. But the kindergarten bullies would not let their victim go that easily. As a result, Jung Ha-jang had to plead tearfully with tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Choi Eun-hook and his two sidekicks laughed triumphantly. How childish! No Eun-ha, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up out of the blue. With the massive ego of a 6-year-old, Choi Eun-hook was immediately infuriated. Look, the kid's face turned red with anger, and he glared at No Eun-ha, shouting, "What did you just say?" However, even in his dreams, he probably never expected that his target was an experienced soul in a child's body. If he knew the truth, he would have probably fainted from fear. No Eun-ha calmly stood up, walked over to Choi Eun-hook, and replied, "I said you are childish. Do you really find doing that fun?" Choi Eun-hook was boiling with rage, clenching his tiny hands into fists and throwing a punch at his opponent. No Eun-ha didn't even bother to counterattack right away, simply tilting his head slightly to dodge it. Choi Eun-hook's punch looked extremely practiced. It seemed that his habit of bullying others had been in his blood for a long time. Such an insolent kid needed to be taught a lesson he would never forget. So No Eun-ha threw a straight kick, sending the kid flying backward to land hard on his back on the ground. Immediately after, he picked up the red ribbon and handed it over to the owner, saying, "Here you go, remember to keep it safe next time so it won't get stolen again." Helped up by his two little sidekicks, Choi Eun-hook was surely very resentful from the pain in his buttocks, grimacing and threatening, "I won't let this go." But on second thought, No Eun-ha found it quite amusing to hear those words from the mouth of a 6-year-old kid. He turned his head and gave the other a razor-sharp glare. Immediately, Choi Eun-hook was so terrified that his legs turned to jelly. He scrambled and fled as fast as his legs could carry him along with his two sidekicks. As soon as the other kids disappeared from sight, Jung Ha-gang shyly and gently tugged on No Eun-ha's sleeve. Turning around, he caught her in a moment where she was both sobbing and smiling. "Thank you for getting justice for my toy," she said. Although they looked fragile on the outside, both Kim Min-ji and that kid Choi Eun-hook from earlier possessed an outstanding amount of mana. Almost every child in this place carried a similar source of energy within them. This made No Eun-ha curious about how much mana Jung Ha-gang had accumulated in her body. And reality proved once again that he had such a golden touch that he always ended up picking the most extraordinary ones. After a thorough check, he was shocked to realize that this little girl's mana reserves were even more abundant than her older sister's. Furthermore, Jung Ha-gang's ability to control energy was far superior, causing her mana source to continuously surge and increase over the years. Such a potential seed would undoubtedly become one of the top 12 strongest people in the future, or at least the trump card of some faction. However, the problem was that in his past life, No Eun had never heard of this name before, which he found strange. With such a terrifying amount of mana, she should have been incredibly famous even if she did not become a player. Restless, No Eun had decided to take the initiative and get to know the girl at all costs. Living in an era where mana energy was revered as the ultimate measure of strength, befriending such a high-potential child would only bring benefits without any losses. As for the girl, she had no reason to reject the benefactor who had just come to her rescue. Just like that, he secured his very first friend during his kindergarten days. Seeing her obedient son who never caused any trouble or mischief at school, No Eun-ha's mother seemed to be secretly rejoicing inside. As soon as she returned home, she eagerly searched through her son's backpack, only to discover a handmade paper carnation bouquet. No Eun-ha's mother shyly pinned to her chest the bouquet hand-folded by her son, alongside a pretty carnation made by her daughter. But the issue was, his older sister was incredibly clumsy beyond words. "You cut 3 flowers, didn't you? One for dad, one for mom, and one for yourself, Eun-ha, right?" the mother suddenly asked, causing No Eun-ha's eyes to gleam with eager expectation. Only after a long while did No Eun-ha hesitantly mumble that the 3rd flower was actually for his grandmother. In his past life, on every Parents' Appreciation Day, the elementary school also had students fold carnations for their parents, but back then, he had already been orphaned of both father and mother. Even so, he still had to bow his head to finish it and casually stuff that ugly flower into his backpack, only for his grandmother, who organized his school books every day, to quietly retrieve it and cherish it, displaying it right at the entrance. In the years that followed, No Eun had diligently folded carnations every year but never gave them to his grandmother, fearing that his longing for his family and the fire of hatred for monsters in his heart would cool down because of it. He absolutely refused to allow himself to be weak, wanting only to transform into an emotionless beast to avenge himself on the world. and thus his deep affection for his grandmother was hidden away until the day she passed away forever, which was why in this life expressing his love to her directly was something no one had told himself he must do at all costs. That fateful time was drawing near. In April of that year, the government opened the lockdown areas so that citizens would have the opportunity to visit their relatives during Family Month. To guard against the dangers lurking on the streets, they had to recruit numerous powerful player alliances. But no one expected that the monster Kraken, with its destructive power, would suddenly emerge, causing heavy losses that far exceeded all initial projections. Manhwa's family had once been caught up in this tragedy when visiting their grandmother, and in this life history seemed to be repeating itself exactly. At that time, Manhwa's father had just come home from work and suggested that the family arrange to visit grandmother in the countryside tomorrow. However, Manhwa was determined to prevent that from happening at all costs. There could be no other way. The specific person mentioned here was Manhwa's beloved maternal grandmother. Since his father was an orphan, his only emotional support could only be his maternal family. In his previous life, he grew up with his grandmother after his family suffered an accident. When his heart was hardened and he lived like a castaway, she was the one who shielded him until the end of her life. Manhwa's father seemed extremely excited, because it had been a long time since they last visited their hometown due to the rugged suburban terrain, and now that the government had repaired the roads and guaranteed safety, everyone felt completely at ease. Only he knew for sure the disaster that was about to strike, so he hesitantly spoke up to ask to postpone the trip to another time. Hearing this, his parents were beyond surprised, because before that, Manhwa had personally cut a carnation to save for his grandmother. He quickly explained that he really wanted to see his grandmother, just not tomorrow. He stammered, asking to reschedule to another day, a task that was much more difficult than he had imagined. After all, he was still just a child, so his words carried no weight, and he had to act as naturally as possible so his parents wouldn't suspect a thing. If he adamantly refused, he feared it would make them suspicious. Cornered, Manhwa had to resort to throwing a childish tantrum. Since Children's Day was coming up, he expressed his desire to go to the amusement park to ride the pirate ship, as he heard that place was close to home. Immediately this idea received enthusiastic support from the other child in the house, Manhwa. It was a rare occasion for the parents to see both of their children so excited, as they used to be afraid of the monsters on the streets and had no interest in amusement parks. With no other option, the parents finally had to put aside their original plan. Instead of visiting grandmother, the whole family would visit the park tomorrow. Mother took the opportunity to prepare a packed lunch and asked what everyone would like to eat. Overjoyed, Manhwa jumped up and down because she was about to enjoy sandwiches and crispy fried chicken. As for Manhwa, he breathed a sigh of relief because the plan had succeeded. Even if he couldn't eliminate that Kraken monster, at least he could avoid the fateful encounter. This was seen as the perfect start to turn the future around, except for the fact that he forgot about the butterfly effect. These minor changes could create unforeseeable consequences. Sure enough, not long after, Manhwa's mother's phone suddenly rang urgently. It was unclear what information was being conveyed from the other end of the line. All they could see was their mother's face turning pale, so worried she was on the verge of tears. Just as the call ended, Manhwa's mother immediately announced the shocking news that grandmother had suddenly collapsed. This news sounded completely absurd because in his previous life, her health had still been extremely robust. Nonetheless, this unexpected incident completely overturned Manhwa's calculations. Once grandmother had fallen ill, mother had 1,000 good reasons to rush back immediately. In addition, father was also determined to arrange his work to take his wife and children to the countryside to visit her. Seeing her son's face darken, Manhwa's mother thought he was upset because the plan to go to the park had fallen through. The elderly woman knelt on one knee to his eye level, then gently coaxed him, saying she was feeling unwell and hoped the boy would understand and postpone the park trip to another occasion. The boy, Manhwa, was in extreme turmoil because he had just tried every possible way to save his grandmother from the past accident, but feared that interfering too deeply would cause even worse consequences. Was he to just stand by and do nothing, unable to find even a single way out to protect his family from that terrifying Kraken? If so, then what was the point of the miracle of his reincarnation? Manhwa had gasped for breath under the heavy pressure until he suddenly realized that the only variable in this lifetime was himself. The young boy was now very different from before, specifically having been fascinated by the mysterious energy since he was only 9 months old. Furthermore, he already possessed a treasure trove of rich combat experience carried over from his past life. Therefore, once it became unavoidable to prevent the fateful encounter between his family and the deep-sea monster, there was only one single path of survival left before him. That was to personally step forward and confront the giant beast himself. The Energy Management Agency had classified all monster species into groups based on their level of destruction. Ranked at Class 9 were creatures that specialized in polluting the environment or spreading infectious pathogens. At Class 8 were monsters that caused direct physical hazards threatening daily life. In Class 7 were monsters that committed mid-level crimes such as robbery or murder. At Class 6 were those capable of paralyzing the entire administrative machinery within the inner city, whether they acted alone or gathered in groups. Monsters that dared to invade human territory or possessed equivalent destructive power were classified as Class 5. In Class 4 were monsters capable of manipulating aggressive hordes, slaughtering humans, or destabilizing the global economy. At Class 3 were independent entities powerful enough to paralyze national governments and cause damage on par with an apocalyptic disaster. Even beyond that level, Class 2 referred to monsters that could collapse central headquarters and possessed catastrophic levels of destructive power. Standing at the peak of danger was Class 1, entities capable of completely wiping out the existence of humanity. The Kraken was originally a formidable monster, but in his past life, by the time he graduated from the academy, it had been demoted to Class 4 thanks to the increasingly powerful force of players. However, at the present time, the players in the area who could encounter this monster were, at best, only between E rank and C rank at most. Therefore, that disorganized mob stood absolutely no chance of taking down the deep sea beast. Of course, with his current weak strength, he himself couldn't do anything to it either. Weighing all options, there was only one narrow sliver of hope to survive. He had to find a way to buy time until the Council of 12 Seats arrived to destroy the monster. Ironically, the only weapons a 6-year-old kid like him could reach at the moment were just craft scissors and a utility knife. No one had, of course, really wanted to bring something more formidable, like a kitchen knife, but his parents would discover it immediately. On the bright side, if he channeled energy into those fragile school supplies, he could still inflict some significant damage on the enemy. And are you ready yet? Our family will depart on that very day. Mother suddenly poked her head into the room. I'm coming out right now, everything is ready. The young boy replied, but that readiness was actually mental preparation to fight the Kraken. Today happened to be when the road had just finished being repaired. In addition, since it was a family reunion holiday, traffic was so congested that vehicles could not move. Yen He's parents sitting in the front were restlessly anxious. Yet, the youngest son did not show any fatigue or irritation. It turned out he had been sleeping so deeply that he was drooling. In reality, Yen's mood at this moment was not relaxed at all. The further they got from the city center, the higher the tension rose in his heart, based on memories from his past life. He remembered that the Kraken would attack when his family passed through the middle of the Songsen Bridge. Yet, even though they had already crossed more than half of the bridge now, there was still no sign of the monster. Could the future's trajectory have changed once again? Please heaven, let it go. I pray that you let my family cross this bridge in peace. He secretly prayed in vain. But it seemed the monster was mocking that desperate wish, as if to say he could never escape his tragic fate. Because right after the moment Unha finished his prayer, the notorious high-level disaster monster officially appeared. Its long-reaching tentacles destroyed everything that came into sight. All nearby vehicles and roads were smashed to pieces. A giant boulder fell on the car, crushing and completely ruining it. Innocent citizens fled in panic in all directions in absolute terror. From afar, a group of people dressed in black rushed over, shouting, "What are the players doing? They are coming." The blonde young man leading them screamed, demanding to protect everyone, and charged straight ahead. He suddenly froze and raised his eyes to look straight at the sky above. A giant tentacle dealt a powerful, direct blow to the blonde young man. His body was covered in blood, and he struggled to raise his trembling hand into the air. Witnessing that horrific scene, his subordinates fled in panic, and one angrily screamed, "You damn gamers, if you run away, what are we supposed to do?" The scene shifted toward Unha's family, who were taking cover inside the car. Unha's father's voice trembled as he said, "We must get out of the car too. It's chaotic out there, so we must be extremely careful when we move. Don't worry, just trust in Dad. If we move slowly, our family will escape safely." The two siblings huddled together and hugged each other tightly out of sheer terror. Unha's mother turned around to comfort them. "You heard what your dad just said. Just calmly get out of the car. The gamer heroes will protect us, so don't be afraid." And so, the family of four slowly clambered out of the completely crumpled car. As soon as she stepped outside, Ina's face turned white as a sheet. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, causing her younger brother to cry out in panic. Sister Anna's legs trembled so violently that she couldn't lift them. "You have to get up right away. You must force yourself to stand up and walk." Ina's father glanced at his daughter with anxious and worried eyes. He immediately approached and said, "Let Dad carry you." Ina's father turned to ask next, "Inha, are you all right?" To which she replied, "Yes, I can walk on my own." Suddenly, a player raised their hand and shouted, "This way, everyone. Please follow me to take shelter." As Unha ran, she thought to herself, even though the terrifying third-tier Kraken monster had just appeared and the gamers were all in a frenzy. Thanks to their extensive battle experience, they quickly assessed the situation to prioritize evacuating the citizens elsewhere. However, the Kraken is not the biggest problem yet. We must head straight off this bridge before their swarm arrives. Suddenly, a sharp spear flew through the air and pierced straight into the guide. Before the poor guy could even realize what was happening, he was pinned down and killed on the spot. Anha's entire family was scared out of their wits. A hand with emerging sharp claws gripped the edge of the bridge and climbed up. The young boy thought to himself, "Those demons have finally shown their faces." The level 7 deep sea monsters appeared. One of them stepped forward and pulled the spear out of the victim's body. Its bloodshot eyes and a jaw full of jagged, sharp teeth stared intently at its prey. One of them lunged forward, sinking its teeth deep into the shoulder of a woman standing nearby. The group of players was immediately put in a difficult position as soon as the vicious beasts landed. A guy who was helping an injured girl called out for backup. "Is there anyone here who knows healing magic?" Hearing this, a woman rushed over immediately. To her surprise, after taking just a few steps, a spear pierced right through her chest. Things did not stop there, as countless deep-sea monsters rushed over to tear the two of them apart mercilessly. Enha's entire family stood frozen, witnessing the horrific scene unfold right before their eyes. The father shouted at the top of his voice, "Do you kids trust me? No matter what happens, I will protect you to the very end. So just run straight ahead with all your might, and absolutely do not look back." All of them used every ounce of their strength to flee as fast as possible. A giant tentacle coiled the cars together into a pile. Then it lifted the entire pile of scrap metal high into the air. The tentacle violently swung the cars toward the crowd of people fleeing in panic. Enha quickly looked up, staring in horror as the objects flew right over his head. In a panic, he screamed, "Dad, it's so dangerous." Several cars rained down, crashing directly onto the people standing nearby. A flying car crashed headfirst and was completely smashed onto the oil tanker. The violent collision caused the vehicle to burst into flames and collapse. The fire erupted fiercely, forming a wall of flames that blocked all paths ahead. The face of Noah's father was now filled with utter despair. Someone shouted, "When are the reinforcements arriving?" And the person opposite replied, "The road is blocked by fire, and we've only been waiting for a few minutes. We must grit our teeth and hold out until rescue arrives," he muttered to himself, wondering who would come to save them. Recalling his past life, the support force wouldn't appear until 30 minutes after the monster did. He wondered if the players could protect anyone now that the retreat path was sealed. Even if they caused some damage to those fish, if no one could handle the boss monster, we would all lose our lives. Anna took a deep breath and slowly exhaled with relief. He took off his heavy backpack, telling himself that he had long mentally prepared for this situation, even if it meant sacrificing his life. He was still determined to protect his small family to the very end. Noah's mother watched in confusion as her son pulled out a small knife. He looked directly at his parents and advised them to stay put and wait for rescue. His father, with a trembling voice, asked repeatedly, "What on earth are you doing, Enha?" His eyes shone with unwavering determination. The players would block the monsters, but if something bad were to happen, then he himself would step up to keep his parents safe. He thought to himself that he was the only one here who knew how to use this energy, then suddenly smiled to reassure her, "I can do it, right, sis?" She was so panicked that she could only call out his name in vain. Watching his back fade away, she screamed and called after him. With a murderous smirk, he brandished his knife and rushed forward. He dashed forward with unbelievable speed. As he sprinted, he put all his strength into his legs to accelerate. Yinha channeled all his strength into his legs to leap high into the air. He flew swiftly over the tops of the cars, looking just like an airborne martial artist. Suddenly, a numbing jolt of electricity surged through Yunha's entire body. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the bone-deep pain. This flying technique was familiar from his past life, but using it in a child's body was truly an overload. Even so, if he risked his life to use it, he would surely catch the kraken in no time. Ignoring the pain gnawing at his flesh, Yinha remained determined to maintain the technique. He stepped heavily on the roof of a car and lunged forward, leaving a nearby couple gaping in shock. Is that kid crazy, or why on earth is he rushing to his death like that? No sooner had the shout died down than it immediately drew the attention of two lurking fish. As soon as the monsters saw Enha, they rushed forward to block his path. He gripped the hilt of the dagger tightly in his palm, then exploded with violent mana. A terrifying surge of power began to envelop the hand holding the weapon. He slightly tilted his head, cleanly dodging the monster's fatal claw. Seizing the golden opportunity, Inna swung his dagger, decapitating it in the blink of an eye. The first one had barely fallen, and before he could catch his breath, the others aggressively rushed in. He gracefully leaped up to dodge the enemy's tricky attack. The moment he touched the ground, Inha thrust his dagger straight into its throat without a moment's hesitation. Another lurking fish charged in, determined to pounce on him. Swift as lightning, Inna slipped past its side and casually sliced off its head. Just as he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, he was startled to realize that the school of fish was still numerous. A devastating strike from the lurking fish sent him flying several meters away. Inna slammed onto a car by the roadside, but he quickly struggled back up. His whole body was exhausted and worn out, but he still resiliently raised his dagger in a defensive stance. This time, 4 monsters charged at him simultaneously, clawing at him frantically. Yinha drew his dagger back to build momentum, then gathered all his strength to deliver a fatal blow. A sharp horizontal slash cleanly severed one of its arms. He dashed forward right in front of the lurking fish at a dizzying speed. With a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes, he turned his head and stared intently. Yinha swung his dagger backward, slicing right through the enemy's arm. The arm of the fish monster was completely severed. He thought to himself, having regained his composure, that the feeling of personally destroying the demons before his reincarnation was truly refreshing. Yunha gritted his teeth, his murderous intent surging, thinking, right here and now I will reaffirm my status as the strong one. He puffed out his chest with towering spirit and let out a resounding roar. A barrage of rapid slashes was unleashed, causing all the monsters to collapse on the spot. Just as he touched the ground, another monster hiding under the car opened its wide mouth. Yuna quickly leaped to evade its vicious snap. He landed, stabbing straight into its head, while another one was trudging forward. It threw its spear, but Inha spotted it and immediately lunged forward. With just one tempestuous swing, the deformed fish was sliced into 2 pieces. However, the handheld utility knife also shattered to pieces because of it. It seemed to have reached its limit. Throwing away the fragments, Yunha immediately pulled out a spare pair of scissors, telling himself it was fine. He broke the tool in half to craft a handy pair of daggers. Yuna reactivated his sprint skill and dashed forward like an arrow. As he neared his destination, he suddenly stopped on the roof of a parked car. Catching Yuna's eye was a giant monster bristling with tentacles. He got into a fighting stance, ready, muttering, "I will handle it with this." A giant tentacle reached straight up into the gray sky. It furiously swung cars to use as weapons to attack. Yunha instantly used his acceleration technique, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He stretched forward and stomped hard right onto that hideous tentacle. Following the body of the tentacle, Yuna sprinted straight upward. Getting close to the target, he summoned all his strength and leaped high into the air. High above, the terrifying face of the beast was clearly revealed. Yuna threw the 2 scissor blades, driving them deep into its flesh. He slid all the way down, leaving a deep and long gash. Yunha quickly ripped one of the scissor blades out. Then, continuing to use all his strength, he delivered a fatal stab to it. From afar, another tentacle was hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. He quickly let go, letting himself fall to evade the attack. Fortunately, Inha landed safely without a single scratch. Looking at the deformed scissor blade, he thought to himself how unlucky he was. Without a moment's hesitation, Inha threw it away immediately. He focused all his energy on the remaining scissor piece, wondering why there was so little left. Inha rushed in another direction to dodge the descending tentacle. He stepped hard on the tentacle and leaped forward. Inha ducked close to the ground to dodge another tricky tentacle strike. He jumped down from above and held the scissor blade high, ready to strike. Yin had gathered all his inner strength and let out a resounding shout. To his surprise, another tentacle had already closed in on him. Before Unha could regain his composure, his eyes drifted to the side. He took a direct hit, sending his body flying down to the ground. The moment he touched the ground, Unha quickly retreated backward. He gripped his weapon tightly, telling himself that he was about to run out of energy. The monster suddenly changed direction and struck directly at the bridge's pier. The tentacle struck hard, shattering the bridge column into pieces. As a result, the ground Unha was standing on also broke into 100 pieces. Panicked, he cursed to himself about what a stubborn trouble it was. Yuna scrambled over the cluttered rubble and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Just a moment later, a large section of the bridge collapsed completely. Yun had run for his life and reached a section of the foundation that was still intact. Without giving him a moment to catch his breath, the monster attacked with a truck in its grasp. The poor vehicle was squeezed so tightly that it began to crack open. The monster swung its arm and threw the truck with immense force. By this time, Enha's stamina was almost completely depleted to the last drop. He shouted at the top of his lungs, telling the bastard to take this blow. Yuna swung the scissor blade upward, unleashing a terrifying force. At that moment, the truck was suddenly sliced clean in half, and the one who achieved that miracle was none other than Unha. Just as the car sped past his back, it exploded violently. He stood there dazed, panting heavily in rapid succession. He looked down at his hands, which were covered in wounds. Yuna was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. His head slammed hard against the solid stone ground. Yunha lay motionless without moving at all. He struggled to get up, silently cursing his bad luck as his limbs were paralyzed from energy depletion, telling himself that if he fainted now, all his efforts would go down the drain. Yunha's vision gradually blurred and half-closed before sinking into darkness. Suddenly, he struck a powerful punch down onto the ground. Unha mustered his remaining strength to force himself to stay awake, but it was still to no avail. Could his life really end so tragically like this? He yearned to live peaceful and happy days with his loved ones. A tentacle swung high to build momentum, then rushed swiftly toward him. Yuna struggled to stand up, determined not to die in vain in this place. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind to embrace him. She hugged him tightly, screaming and demanding that they let her younger brother go. A massive source of power suddenly radiated from her body. That surge of energy erected a wall to block the Kraken's attack. A few monsters lingering nearby began to notice the commotion. They were immediately vaporized by Yunha's brilliant light. A brilliant flash of light exploded and shot straight up into the clouds. Yuna gasped in surprise, wondering if this was a miracle. A miraculous power capable of resetting the entire world by changing the laws of nature. Before reincarnating, he had heard of 4 individuals who possessed this gift, and the only person trustworthy enough to entrust with all his burdens was his colleague, Liu Zheng. Feeling the massive source of mana burning, he thought to himself that perhaps she was the one who held the miracle. Yunha hugged him tightly, soothing and reassuring him that everything was all right. He realized in astonishment that the wounds on his body had completely healed. Not only that, but this protective aura also shielded the 2 of them from the monster. In return for that immense power, there was an extremely high price for anyone who dared to rewrite the laws of the universe. Yunha asked in a panic, "Sister, are you okay? Do you feel hurt anywhere?" She smiled faintly. "Yeah, I am fine, but..." She suddenly fainted. "I am too sleepy, I can hold it anymore." With those words, she collapsed into Yunha's arms. Right in front of Yunha's chest, a flash of light suddenly gleamed. He looked at her with a painful smile. "She only has a tiny bit of energy left to stay alive. Is her energy really such a high price to pay?" Yuna quickly laid her down on the hard ground. He whispered, "Sleep well, leave everything to me." Yunha's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. He braced himself and released all of his internal energy. The wicked tentacles surged forward to attack once again. The Kraken's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He sneered, "So you finally woke up? How dare you target her as your prey?" It frantically swung its tentacle and lunged, but after a thunderous impact, fluid splattered everywhere. The tentacle was severely injured. "You are not worthy. Don't even dream of touching a single hair on her head." This time Yunha did not flinch and rushed in for a direct confrontation. He swung his sword horizontally, severing two tentacles as blood gushed out. "Having only recovered a little after absorbing energy, I cannot defeat this Kraken right now. But the future has changed and my beloved family is still alive and safe. There is nothing left to fear, I just need to hold out until the 12 stars arrive." Just as the Kraken emerged, he was on Wonyo Bridge not far away. A man with an annoyed expression grumbled, "This is really troublesome." He was Hun Qian and his car was stuck fast, unable to budge at all. "Are you sure you're redriving?" "Don't fall asleep under the guise of being a driver," he said. The young driver stammered an excuse. "The roads are so crowded, everywhere in Seoul is congested at this hour." He scowled in frustration. "Are they trying to force me to show up with the 12 stars? Having to work like this on a rare day off. I only joined the ranks to compete with the strong. No way would I ever go around saving useless civilians." Suddenly, both of them sensed something unusual at the same time. The young driver stammered, "What on earth is this? The energy being released is terrifying." Hun Qian raised his hand to signal him to stop. "I know, no need to say more." Right at that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hun Qian picked up the phone and asked right away, "You must find it strange too, right?" The person on the other end didn't even bother to deny it and replied curtly, "Exactly." He curiously asked about the identity, and the other side immediately replied, "According to intelligence, it's a Tier 3 Kraken." Kang Hun Qian widened his eyes and repeated, "Tier 3. He smirked excitedly. "Which corner is it ruling over?" The driver trembled and thought, "That monster is so huge, yet he's smiling so brightly. Seeing this expression will probably give me depression." The voice on the phone calmly explained, "It's definitely at Seonsan Bridge. Let's go over and handle it together. Some experts are already waiting." "I'm not sure about the damage yet, but it's a chaotic scene," he indifferently replied. "Is that so?" "See you in a bit," the other side declared, then hung up with a click. Hun Qian pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. The driver shouted in panic, "Captain, what are you planning to do?" He cracked his knuckles and smirked, "Good question. Running, of course. With traffic like this, when would we ever crawl there?" With a click, the tightly locked suitcase was flipped open. Hun Qian quickly pulled out a gleaming sword from inside. The driver gaped. "Running, even by car, it takes a solid 2 hours. He smirked confidently. 30 minutes is more than enough." Hun Qian circulated the magical energy through his body. His whole body lit up, emitting an incredibly terrifying energy. Hun Qian lowered his body and braced himself, channeling all his strength into his legs. He stomped with a thunderous force, causing the road surface to crack open. Then he dashed away, vanishing at a breakneck speed. The driver stared blankly up at the gradually disappearing figure of Hun Qian. He secretly admired, as expected of my boss, extremely battle-mad and only thirsting to compete with the strong. The leader of the Swordsmanship Association, master of the fire god Kang Hun Qian. Half an hour later, a hideous giant fish aggressively rushed forward. But it was sliced apart by the swing of Hun Qian's blade. The sword slash, carrying a blazing fire, burned the creature to ashes. His gaze suddenly directed straight ahead, full of vigilance. It was a magnificent pillar of light created by divine grace, and he muttered to himself, "What the hell is that magic?" With no one at the scene, what kind of ghost could have unleashed such terrifying magic? A completely unfamiliar face insisted on protecting Anha at this moment. He swung both arms and slashed with all his might at the tentacles, and clenched his jaw, channeling all his energy into the palm of his hand. From afar, Hung Thien charged straight ahead holding a flaming sword. He swung his blade decisively, cutting off the tentacle that was about to ambush Anha. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief because reinforcements had arrived just in time. Right as the attack ended, Hung Thien landed straight on the ground. The 12th throne, none other than Hung Thien the Flame Demon. The severed pieces of tentacles that were struck were still burning fiercely with fire. The Kraken monster writhed in pain all over. It had to slink away, sinking deep into the sea to escape. The giant Kraken from earlier had now vanished without a trace. His pyrokinesis allowed him to freely control flames, no wonder people called him the Flame Demon. Hung Thien whipped his head around to survey his surroundings. Seeing Anha, his eyes widened in surprise. It turns out there are only 2 little kids like this. Look at the flow of energy surrounding that girl. The kids must have just used magic earlier. The girl probably fainted from exhaustion, while the boy tried his best to protect his sister from the Kraken. These 2 kids have potential. When they grow up to be players, there will be plenty of interesting things to watch. Hung Thean spoke in a reassuring tone, telling them not to worry as he doesn't beat up kids. At least that hasn't happened yet for now. Anna stared intently at the other with a highly defensive look. Hung Thean raised his sword high and shouted that his sole purpose here was to dissect the kraken. You kids step back because it's about to resurface. Sure enough, just as Hung Thean warned, the creature was gradually rising. Before turning away, Hung Thean sneered, saying it turned out he was the immortal one and quite famous lately. Anna glared at him with a cold stare. After a moment of silence, he asked what he wanted. Smirking, he replied that it was nothing. He just wanted to see if he was as formidable as the rumors say, and challenged him to a duel. Anna waved his hand dismissively. I am tired of this, just get lost. Hun Qian blocked the way in your dreams. If you want to go to another school, you'll have to go over my dead body first. He let out a wary sigh. Anna drew his sword from its scabbard. Don't blame me if you regret this later. Hun Qian was not to be outdone, immediately drawing his blazing sword. Both of them rushed into the duel with all their might. Returning to reality, Unhei intently stared at his back. This fire demon Hun Qian, before my reincarnation, would rush over to pick a fight whenever he saw me. I had never defeated him even once, and the more he fought, the tougher and more resilient he became. He was truly a battle-born psychopath. Hun Qian roared in frustration. Why hasn't that monster shown its face yet? Did it wimp out after tasting just a bit of fire? Not long after he spoke, a massive tentacle instantly smashed the bridge support pillar to pieces. The spot where the three stood began to shake violently, on the verge of collapsing completely. He cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. Damn it, what a pain, it's trying to level the bridge pillars. Hun Qian glanced at Unha and thought to himself, this guy can fight while covering for those kids at the same time. Just then, a staff suddenly slammed onto the ground with a loud rumble. Two magic pillars immediately appeared to support them. Arriving just in time, they made Hun Qian smirk. Perfect timing. Oh my, a helicopter was hurtling through the sky toward them. Buck Herring landed and grumbled right away. I told you not to call me that. I'm not that old to be called Holy Mother or whatever. Seriously, wouldn't it have been much easier to take the helicopter? Why on earth did you walk all the way to the bridge? He waved his hand and smiled brightly. Getting here is good enough. Buck Herring sighed. Yeah, you're always right, boss. The backup forces are about to land. Let's worry about the evacuation later. Right now, let's focus all our strength on tearing this kraken monster apart. Thanks to her ability, Hun Qian instantly received a tremendous surge of power. He grimaced and said, who asked you to buff my combat power? Buck Herring snapped, Skesk, I gave you more power and you're still complaining. Hun Qian shouted with all his might, let's do that then. I'm leaving the kids in your hands to look after. She then glanced over at Unha and Anna standing nearby. Buck Herring frowned, grumbled and nodded. Got it. The peaceful water below suddenly surged and churned violently. The giant sea monster rose above the sea surface once again. It flailed countless hideous, threatening tentacles. Hun Qian rushed straight ahead, letting out a delighted laugh. So you've finally decided to show your head. He rushed like a whirlwind to the edge of the bridge and threw himself into the air. Hun Qian crashed into the sea, creating a violent column of splashing water. A faint, hazy spot of light was beginning to glimmer deep beneath the water. That was Hun Qian's phantom flame burning brightly right in the heart of the ocean. His face gradually rose from the cold water. Hun Qian, with his whole body blazing with fire, walked majestically on the surface of the sea. Each of his steps left behind a small, brightly burning trail of fire. The kraken frantically swung its long tentacles and rushed towards him. Hun Qian looked up at the tentacles that were covering the entire sky above. Those giant arms coiled up and besieged him from multiple directions. They attacked him from 4 directions simultaneously. Hun Qian smirked. They truly were weak and useless things. He swung his sword high with authority and shouted for them to get lost. Hun Qian swung his flaming blade, delivering a sharp slash downward. The heat from the fire flared up so fiercely it was terrifying. It quickly incinerated the kraken's massive body. The monster screamed in pain as it was surrounded by the fire. Hun Qian's gaze remained icy and cold, directed toward the enemy. The bands of fire surrounding his body also slowly dissipated. Unha cheered with joy because that monster was finally finished. The helicopter landed and Park Heron rushed over to ask if everyone was alright. Don't worry, I will use healing magic on you all right away. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock at the scene before her. These children did not have a single scratch on them. Could this be a miracle that healed the children on its own? It was truly wonderful to witness such a miracle with her own eyes. Park Heron could not hide her curiosity, so she reached her hand toward the boy. Unha's voice hardened as he warned her to stop. His eyes radiated a chilling bloodlust, forbidding her from touching her. Park Heron turned pale. How could a child possess such terrifying bloodlust? She still kept wondering who he was. Just at that moment, the rescue helicopter flew right above their heads. Park Heron announced that the rescue team had arrived and they needed to take the children to the hospital urgently. He carefully picked Unha up and looked out towards the water. Around 5 o'clock this afternoon, a giant octopus suddenly emerged at Sand Bridge, causing many deaths. Rescue operations are being urgently carried out, and the authorities have also spoken out about this heartbreaking incident. Unha sat blankly on the hospital bed, watching the news reports on television. His face sank, filled with sorrow and fatigue. He looked over at the person who was still lying unconscious in bed. Anha recalled the doctor's words that she was depleted of mana, so she only needed recovery medicine to be fine, with nothing to worry about. He smiled gently in relief because everything had finally been resolved and no one had to lose their life. Finally, I have turned my destiny around. Suddenly, a call startled him and he realized it was Anha. He turned around at the call of no Anha. None other than his biological parents had just come to find him. Seeing their son, the two of them started to tear up with emotion. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, making him panic and think that he was done for this time. Anna could only bow his head, not daring to look straight at his parents. Naona's mother anxiously asked if her son had any scratches anywhere. He avoided his mother's gaze and stammered that he was fine and okay. His father asked about his sister's condition, and he pointed to his sleeping sister who lacked mana, while reassuring him that she would get her medicine soon. Hearing that, he cast off the burden in his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after that, he flew into a rage, shouting and asking why he had gone out on his own without listening. He could only shrink back and mumble an apology in fear. Anha thought to himself, why should he apologize when his whole family was safe, and this was the most beautiful ending he could have ever wished for. Feeling no regret at all, he slowly raised his face to look at them. Anha suddenly froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Before him was a gaze filled with panic out of the fear of losing their only son. His mother was no different, her eyes were already red and brimming with tears. Anha frowned in thought, unable to understand what on earth was happening before his eyes. They didn't care about what the outcome would be, they only wondered what reason made him rush into that dangerous giant octopus. I understand how terrible the pain of losing a loved one is, but it was really awful of me to just act as I pleased and disregard their feelings. He stammered, trying to squeeze out each word of apology and confessing that he was wrong. I promise I won't repeat this mistake, Anha sobbed, sniffing as he spoke. A gentle hand with soft warmth reached out. Yana's mother smiled gently and said softly, come here to me. He rushed into her arms and hugged her tightly. Anha's father hugged them both from behind and said, don't ever do that again. You have no idea how panicked and worried we were. His tears kept flowing endlessly. Yes, I don't need to fight monsters anymore. Now I can live the life of a normal child. Perhaps that is what my parents have always wanted from me. The next morning, at the hospital where the family was staying, Yanha's father kindly said, Anha, your mother and I have to go handle the discharge papers for Anna, so please be good and sit here to wait. He cheerfully replied, yes, no matter what happens, I will still sit here and wait for you. Yanha thought to himself, after what just happened, my parents' trust in me must have hit rock bottom. Am I just going to sit here quietly and wait like this? Anna was still fast asleep in her hospital bed and showed no signs of waking up yet. He patiently sat keeping watch right by his sister's hospital bed. Anna put a snack into his mouth to munch on. He blushed with happiness and praised, this is so delicious. Yana turned to look and was stunned, is it all gone? I must have exhausted all my energy, which is why I crave sweets so much. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand offered a cookie. Eat this, kid. He happily accepted and thanked them profusely. Seeing Han Qian standing right in front of him, Anha froze. His face suddenly showed an indescribable look of shock. He leisurely unwrapped a cookie and teased, what's the matter, kid? Don't you like chocolate cookies? Han Qian took the cookie and held it right to his mouth. Yana took the cookie in his mouth and thought to himself, is he about to be finished? He doesn't look like he is about to go at all. He should have gone crazy, right? No, maybe he has been crazy for a long time. Han Qian gave a faint smile and asked, how old are you, kid? He casually replied, I am 6 years old this year. He crossed his arms inquisitively, you're so small. What about your sister? Yunhe replied, she is 10. Han Qian continued to ask for her name. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, why are you asking for her name? He pointed his finger and replied, I'm not asking about her, I'm asking you. What is your name? Yana showed a bit of caution but still answered honestly, no Anha. Han Qian extended an invitation, hey kid, do you want to join the academy? I will sponsor you. The boy pondered, wondering what this guy was planning, whether he intended to push him into the school and train him to be a combat pawn when he grew up. Or perhaps he felt he had no opponents, so he was raising an enemy just for amusement. Han Qian brushed off his hands and stood up, you have plenty of time to think, so take your time. Remember this, no Anha, I'll be waiting for your answer. Just as he stepped outside, Park Hai-rin was already waiting there. She questioned him right away, are you planning to just slip away like that? That was magic, an ability thought to have been extinct in Korea for a long time. While picking his ear, Han Qian said nonchalantly, I don't have time to care about origins. Whether it is strong or weak is the only truth. Park Hai-rin was furious at this crazy guy who only knew how to fight. He corrected his attitude, I am older than you know. As one of the 10 thrones, you should watch your mouth. Moreover, if that kind of ability is so rare, the moment we speak out, the child will become the focus of the entire world. If that comes to pass, the child's future will be completely ruined, with no chance of living a normal life anymore. You don't want that to happen either, do you? The girl hesitated, unable to say anything in response. Han Qian pointed ahead, if you understand, then don't interfere. Go find somewhere that sells sweets to enjoy yourself. Just hearing about the rich, sweet pastries made Park Hai-rin's face turn pale with fear. This crazy guy frowned again, I told you to watch your words when you call my name. I was just craving some sweets because I just spent energy using my ability. A day after the giant octopus evaporated, we arrived at Grandma's house. Just as they got out of the car, Noah's parents said in a panic, "Mom, why did you come all the way out here? You haven't recovered your health yet." Noah's grandmother wore a gentle smile. "I missed everyone so much that I came out to welcome you, and besides, I was eager to see my grandson." Looking inside the car, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, it looks like the children are exhausted. My poor grandchild is sleeping so sound." As night fell, Anna woke up in a daze. He still felt exhausted, and it turned out his older sister Anna was resting her head right on him. Anna sighed warily, not understanding why his sister had such a bizarre sleeping habit. Turning to look, he saw his mother was also fast asleep in the exact same position. Yuna grimaced and wondered, so it turns out this sleeping habit is inherited from Mom. He carefully covered Anna with the blanket again so she could sleep better. Anna tiptoed outside so as not to wake anyone up. He sat quietly alone at the stone table in the garden. Anha looked down at his hands and told himself that the amount of mana inside was more abundant than before. His gaze suddenly fell as he thought about this strange power. The skill he brought with him from his past life was called Frenzy. With that bizarre ability, the more mana he consumed, the more powerfully both his physical strength and magic power would explode. However, just as its name suggested, the more he used it, the more his reason would vanish, making it easy to go mad. Inna thoughtfully sank into a deep sea of thoughts. But the twist was that he still remained completely conscious at that time. It was indeed an incredibly overpowered ability, if only it didn't come with the heavy price of madness. Could it be that he still hadn't fully understood the very root of this frenzy? Suddenly, Inha's grandmother walked up to him and asked why he hadn't gone to sleep yet. Startled, he wondered when she had appeared without him noticing at all. Yenhe embarrassedly scratched his head and said he had slept enough on the bus, to which his grandmother gently smiled and said, "Oh, is that so?" His grandmother draped a warm shawl over his shoulders and reminded him that if he wanted to grow up quickly, he had to get plenty of sleep and rest. Yanha thought to himself that his grandmother was always so wonderful, always protecting him even when he was lost. She was always ready to listen to everything, not bothering whether it was a big trouble or just some random small talk. Thinking this, he looked up and asked why she wasn't resting yet. She smiled gently and replied, "Because my sweetheart here won't go to sleep either." Inna blushed, turned away, and thought to himself. It turned out that this was the peaceful feeling he had always yearned for. Just standing next to his grandmother, he automatically turned into a big kid again. His grandmother kindly asked if he wanted a glass of warm milk to help him sleep, but he quickly waved his hands to decline. Unexpectedly, Inna's mother suddenly appeared out of nowhere holding 3 glasses of hot milk. He was so startled his heart almost skipped a beat, not understanding when she had shown up. Pointing to the glasses of milk, the mother smiled and asked, "Then who is going to tackle all of this?" He had no choice but to obediently take the glass of milk from his mother's hand and drink it in one gulp to warm his stomach. His mother started nagging about how the phone call earlier had given her a heart attack, but his grandmother defended herself, saying her health had already recovered and besides, the neighbors were just being busybodies. His mother was still deeply worried and complained, even so, who could bear the news of their mother fainting? He silently reflected on how she had only slipped and fallen, and had luckily woken up with only a light scratch. She began to retell the moment she suddenly lost consciousness, leaving his mother beside her looking bewildered and skeptical. She roughly explained that the condition was like sleepwalking. While she was slowly walking up the stairs, she suddenly saw his grandfather's silhouette. "You and your son should just calmly listen to me finish first. Why are you so tense, my dear?" He kept waving his arms and gesturing to tell me absolutely not to come up here. Come to think of it, it seems the old man was sending a message to you, not to me. The boy Yana suddenly fell into deep thought, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered. Calling it a dream sounds so bizarre. If anything happens, our whole family might as well follow Grandpa's footsteps. How could you hide such a shocking thing from us for so long? Ian's grandmother excitedly continued, "Isn't it miraculous? Your mother just dreamed about it earlier. He said there was a cute little deer lost out there, but when your mother looked out, it turned out to be Unha." Yinha's mother opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Huh, a deer?" While his grandmother was taken aback. "What's the matter, dear?" She suddenly remembered, "You also dreamed of that scene in the past, while your father was left behind by a deer." Anna's grandmother gasped in surprise. "Oh my goodness." Blushing, she quickly waved her hands in denial. "Oh, it's nothing." Inha's mother turned to him and asked, "What do you want to be when you grow up, Inha?" The boy paused with the straw in his mouth, stammering, "Me." It felt as if some dark force was following right behind him. Those were vengeful spirits screaming for their lives, "Save me, save me." That sight brought Inha absolute terror. Seeing his expression change, his grandmother panicked and asked, "What's wrong, dear?" Startled, Unha instinctively whipped his head around to check behind him. He gave a forced smile and replied, "It's nothing, I am completely clueless too." His grandmother's gentle voice rang out, "It's okay if you don't, I know," making Unha turn back in surprise. "You're still so young, so just take your time and enjoy it. Experience all the ups and downs of life, make lots of friends, and then feel free to team up and fight. Just study and run wild to your heart's content, and eventually you'll realize what you truly desire." If you're still unsure, just live carefreely until you find the true passion of your life. Sweating profusely, he thought, is Grandma actually advising me to live every moment to the fullest? His mother and grandmother rushed to hug him tightly. Grandma is absolutely right. This world belongs to Yunha after all, so you can do whatever you like. Just be confident, sweetheart. The name Unha means originating from the vast universe, a place with infinite potential. The boy blushed shyly, so my name has such a deep meaning after all. Looking at him with affectionate eyes, his mother declared, no matter which path you choose, I will always support you to the fullest. His grandmother also chimed in right away, and Grandma will always cheer for my little darling too. Suddenly, someone's voice chimed in from inside the house. I want to drink milk too. She smiled brightly and said, Yunha, you reawake. Come here to Grandma. Do you want some of the milk Grandma just made? The little girl smiled and replied, yes, of course. And seeing that scene, Unha smiled, filled with happiness. In the middle of their lively conversation, he suddenly remembered something. Unha then held out a beautiful bouquet of flowers and said, Grandma, here is your gift. His grandmother exclaimed in surprise, oh my, thank you so much. I'll put it in a vase on the tea cabinet right away to show it off to everyone. He thought to himself that she was probably planning to show it off to the neighbors. She probably doesn't know anything about that yet, does she? Well, I don't really care whether she knows or not. Just enjoying these wonderful moments with my grandmother during this lifetime is enough. Grandma, thank you for raising me to grow up to be the person I am today. The image of his beloved grandmother appeared so clearly in his mind. Suddenly, from a corner of the small house at dusk, Inha's father's urgent call rang out. Inha, where are you, my child? Get ready, kids, you are about to have another little sibling. Hearing this, the two children looked bewildered, wide-eyed, and asked, really, Dad? Inha jumped up in joy and asked, am I really going to have another sibling? His parents smiled brightly and confirmed, that's right, our family is about to have a new member. Looking at Unha, his parents saw that his whole body was trembling. His mother anxiously placed her hand gently on him and called his name lovingly, Inha, what's wrong? He looked up, bursting into tears, and choked out, thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. This is truly the most wonderful gift of my life so far, the absolute best. His father playfully teased him, you're exaggerating so much. Anyone looking would think you're the one who is the baby's father. The whole family burst into laughter in a warm atmosphere filled with joy. The scene shifts to the bustling kindergarten. From afar, several little girls ran over in a hurry, exclaiming, here's Poochie. Do you miss your mommy? Anna, wearing puppy gloves, sighed wearily, first a legendary goddess and now a turbulent childhood. The little children gathered around, patted his head, and comforted him. Come on, Poochie, why are you crying like that? Don't cry anymore. His face turned red with anger as he thought to himself, who's crying? This is so embarrassing. Just then, Minji, standing nearby, pouted and scoffed, I don't get how you guys can find this dog cute at all. Inha gritted his teeth, secretly cursing the sharp-tongued Minji, who never missed an opportunity to mock him. She gave him a freezing glare, threatening, do you want to be punished? Or do you want me to tell the teacher? He suddenly recalled the moment he was caught dozing off by the teacher. This really drives one crazy, sleeping so soundly only to be dragged into a monster's den like this. Another kid walks in, hey kids, my darlings, daddy is home. Taking advantage of the moment when the children were distracted, the guy quickly made his escape. As soon as he stepped outside, Anha took off his gloves and let out a sigh of frustration. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure nearby. It was none other than little Jungha Jang, who was sitting all alone, reading a book. Yina hid his hands behind his back and asked, what are you devouring? The girl smiled and replied, Sherlock Holmes. I've been super addicted to this series lately. He rubbed his chin and muttered, the memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Didn't Sherlock and Professor Moriarty fall off a cliff and die? Hajang suddenly turned pale and pressed him, what did you just say? Anha was startled. Oh no, I accidentally spoiled it. She hung her head as if she was about to burst into tears. You heartless villain, I haven't even finished reading it. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, but the main character will come back to life in The Return of Sherlock Holmes. As soon as he finished his sentence, Hajang's tears were on the verge of spilling over. You jerk, Anha, he hurriedly scrambled to run away. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean to. Yenha trudged to another corner when his feet suddenly came to a stop. A sound caught his attention. It's no big deal, they got absolutely wrecked again. It's so unfair, you bastard, I will get my revenge next time. The gaze of a teenage boy suddenly turned straight toward Anha. I was just wondering who the biggest boss in the class is. You showed up at the perfect time, didn't you? The kids around them began to whisper, so Unha and Unhyu are finally facing off. I wonder who the ultimate boss is, he smirked, thinking, these kids are way too influenced by movies. The children immediately ganged up and surrounded the two main characters. Inhyu immediately made a gesture of drawing an imaginary sword. He pointed the sword's tip straight at Unha. One forest cannot hold two tigers. I will end this ill-fated relationship right here, draw your sword quickly. Inha was speechless. You're reacting way too dramatically, kid. Two boys behind cheered. Inhyu, finish him. Exactly, teach him a lesson, he smiled weakly. These kids really have too much free time. A kid standing outside craned his neck and shouted, defeat that servant Unha. The girls keep clinging to him. Enha thought to himself, is that the only thing you care about? Minji called out, go servant Unha. His face lit up with joy. That's right, at least I still have a kind neighborhood friend. The other boy flailed his arms and legs threateningly. Just you wait and see. Inha let out a deep sigh. Ah, right, that indeed is his true nature. He felt a bit downcast because no one bothered to cheer for him. Anha suddenly cast his eyes over to Hajang with a glimmer of hope. She immediately wailed and cried out, I hate you so much, you annoying servant Unha. Hearing that, the guy was startled. Inha lifted the plastic sword. Indeed, he was so lonely in this life. He flew into a rage. It's all because of you guys. Yunha fantasized that he and Unhayo were fighting in the middle of an arena. The kid rushed forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, come here and fight me. He stood there calmly letting Unhayo rush forward to attack. Anna gently deflected the kid's sword strike. With all his strength, he knocked the weapon out of Unhayo's hand. The sword spun through the air, leaving the kid staring up blankly. Taking advantage of that, Anha seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He dashed past and slashed at Unhayo's waist. At that moment, the sword spun a few times and stabbed into the ground. Yena stood proudly, not even bothering to look back at his defeated opponent. He leisurely put the sword back into its scabbard. Yunhayo clutched his stomach and read, unbelievable, I haven't lost yet. If only I could break the seal on my power. The kid coughed violently and collapsed to the ground. Inna stood tall amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. He turned and smiled. That was a refreshing match. The kids cheered excitedly. He smiled. That's classic Unha. See, he is so awesome because he works hard helping his family. Exactly, anyone who can pull out Excalibur must be Unha. He blurted out in confusion, huh? What? Right in front of his eyes was a toy sword stuck firmly into a pile of toy blocks. We've never seen anyone pull out Excalibur, but you can do it. Inna scratched his head. Well, I guess I'll give it a try. He stepped closer and grabbed the plastic hilt. Anha gently lifted it up amidst the loud cheers of the kids. Inna got the holy sword. He's the best. Let's cheer for Anha. Blushing furiously, he screamed in his heart, please spare me. The scene shifts to a quiet corner of the park. Approaching a phone broadcasting a breaking news report, just in, a level 7 goblin monster has just appeared. The Macronier Knights are already on the front lines, but it is reported that 2 goblins have escaped. According to the Mana Management Association, they are highly likely hiding in crowded areas. Please report immediately if spotted. The kids out in the yard are calling out to each other, playing the freeze game, laughing and talking boisterously. Minji has just lightly touched that lively little girl to release her from the spell. Yuna sighed warily, watching the children shouting and running around everywhere. He sat down dejectedly under the tree, silently complaining to himself about how those kids could be so energetic. Yuna sat cross-legged properly and then put his hands together. The future has shifted, so I should take advantage of every moment and place to accumulate some mana. In the future, the world will revere this energy, so it is better to gather it before everyone else rushes to search for it. Since that scandal, I definitely have to expand my mana capacity. Seeing him sitting there, the 2 kids called out, Hey Yuna, have you rested enough? Come join us quickly. Yunha inwardly cried out to heaven, the stamina of these kids is truly monstrous. Luckily, teacher Teo arrived just in time with a bag of snacks. Hey kids, come get some ice cream to cool down. Hearing the call, the whole group immediately stopped playing and rushed over to scramble for it. I love melon flavor. I want watermelon. He watched that bustling scene and laughed. Children's souls are truly so carefree. In no time, the poor teacher was messy from head to toe. Calm down, everyone who hasn't got one yet, please line up. Suddenly, 2 pairs of hands grabbed the only remaining ice cream at the same time. It turned out to be Yunha and Minji, staring at each other with sparking eyes. Take your claws off, Minji. I claimed this one first. I was clearly holding it ages ago. I touched it first, you know. What kind of boy is so narrow-minded? What does being a real man have to do with giving up food? Teo stood nearby and sighed in defeat. He snatched the ice cream from their hands and scolded, have you kids forgotten the lesson on loving friendship? Having said that, Teo decisively broke the ice cream bar into 2 equal parts. He gave half to each and smiled proudly. Is that not a perfect solution? Sharing with each other is how you behave well. Ignoring the sermon, the bickering duo immediately played rock, paper, scissors to determine the winner. Teo got angry and shouted, I told you to share, not to gamble. Both of them startled and quickly apologized. From behind, Hajang stepped forward and asked, excuse me, teacher, where has Unyeok disappeared to? Startled, he replied, Unyeok. I don't know either, he's probably hiding in the moon garden to train again. Minji casually chimed in, he's probably pulling out his sword and swinging it around in some corner, isn't he? Again, why does he always like to be all by himself in his own world? Yunha thought to himself, as expected, exclusive training always takes place in the dark. Minji frowned in confusion. What? Why bring ice cream to that guy for no reason? If he wants some, he should buy it himself. The girl shyly replied, I am just afraid he'll feel left out when everyone is having fun like this and there's one person missing. Minji pouted disapprovingly. Hey Ajang, your fatal flaw is that you are always too nice. Teo seized the opportunity and suggested, do you want to bring this portion to Unyeok, Ajang? She immediately nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to go. Minji called after her, do you need this young lady here to escort you? Hajang waved her hand to decline. No, it's fine, thank you. Teo raised his voice to remind the kids to make sure to throw their trash in the right place after eating. Watching her walk away, Yuna narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, anyone else who wants to play tag, step right up. Minji came over to invite him to play, but Inha bluntly and coldly refused, saying that he had played enough. She thought to herself that everyone would give him the cold shoulder if he kept acting like that, while he told her to mind her own business and politely dismissed her. Minji pouted in frustration and refused because Sister Yuna made her keep an eye on him. Yunha scratched his cheek, silently cursing the talkative sister, but was already grabbed by his shirt and dragged up by the girl to go immediately. The kids were huddling together, playing rock, paper, scissors very excitedly. By some bad luck, Yuna lost the game, so he had to stand there dazed as the one who was it. He gritted his teeth to hold back his anger and glared in Minji's direction. Without a second thought, he dashed off to chase his little prey. Yunha ran at full speed to close the distance with Minji ahead. Seeing this, she stopped, crossed her arms, and stood as still as a stone statue. Minji stuck her tongue out to tease him, driving him crazy with anger. Not bothering to argue, he veered off and switched to another target. Suddenly, Yuna sped past the boy next to him without paying any attention. The boy looked on in surprise, eyes wide, watching him run towards Minji. While she was distracted, she suddenly snapped her head up. Fast as the wind, Yuna had already zoomed past her. He turned his head and grinned widely, looking extremely pleased with himself. Yuna lightly tapped her on the shoulder, freezing the victim in her tracks. It took a moment for Minji to recover her senses and she stammered his name. The curly-haired boy slipped past, patting her shoulder to challenge her to chase him. Now it was Minji's turn to hunt. The boy laughed out loud to tease her. Minji glared angrily and screamed Eunha's name with resentment. She glared furiously, accusing him of cheating and not playing fair at all. Eunha tilted his head and smirked, challenging his opponent to see if she could catch him. His eyes suddenly widened in complete surprise. Utterly shocked, Yuna froze dead in his tracks. Minji rushed over, slapped him on the shoulder, and declared that he was officially caught. Observing the boy's bewildered expression, he wondered what was happening to him that made him so strangely silent. Yuna suddenly erupted with power, his murderous intent radiating intensely right in this nursery area. Suddenly, a pale green hand with sharp claws unexpectedly grabbed the railing tightly. The boy named Yen whipped his head around to assess the situation. The children around stood dazed and bewildered, not understanding what kind of bizarre creature had just appeared before their eyes. Perched on the fence was a ferocious creature, a level 7 goblin brandishing a dangerous weapon. It suddenly lunged down into the nursery courtyard. The little girl with pigtails trembled and stammered, calling for her mother in a panic. The monster bared its terrifying teeth, raising its weapon high, ready for a lethal blow. It mustered its strength to swing the heavy weapon down, while the little girl could only stand frozen, watching the blade gradually descend. At the critical moment, it swung a slash across the little girl's body. Fortunately, a hand reached out in time, shooting a strange object straight at the monster. The flying object whizzed by and collided forcefully with the enemy's hand, causing it to drop its weapon to the ground. The furious goblin gnashed its teeth, its eyes glaring intently at the one who had just intervened. None other than Yunha was the one who had just pulled off that breathtaking rescue. However, behind his back, another goblin was stealthily sneaking up. With sharp reflexes, Yuna dodged the attack extremely skillfully. He did not forget to complain about the troublesome appearance of the monsters. Clutching the popsicle in his hand, he resolved to clear them out and then quickly go call for reinforcement. Lowering his center of gravity, he gathered his strength for an explosive attack straight at the monster in front of him. From afar, the hurried footsteps of Teo resounded urgently. He used the broom handle to strike the enemy's head hard, firmly declaring that the monsters had no way out. Teo shouted loudly, startling Inna, and reminded him to stand still. With that, he swung his arm and threw the broom he was holding. The broom flew at a breakneck speed, stabbing straight into the belly of the goblin standing near Yunha. Seizing the golden opportunity, Teo rushed forward and grabbed the boy's collar. He ran as fast as he could to escape, carrying the little girl from earlier on his back. Behind them, the two monsters were chasing in a fury. He anxiously asked how he was, while the boy maintained a calm face, replying that he was fine. On the screen now, the monster had caught up close and was about to swing its axe down. Standing on Teo's shoulders, Na concentrated all of her magic power into her palm. An energy bullet quickly condensed. Don't even dream of escaping from here. Gathering all his strength, he launched it straight ahead. The energy ball hit the target straight in the stomach, sending it writhing and flying backward. The massive body of the goblin crashed straight into its comrade standing behind it. Yunha breathed a sigh of relief that everything was finally over. 3 panicked and terrified people rushed inside the house. As soon as they arrived, Teo collapsed, gasping for breath while the principal cried out in a panic, "Mr. Teo." He quickly asked about the situation. "Principal, what about the rest of the children?" She reassured him that they had been evacuated, adding, "But did goblins really appear?" Teo nodded, confirming there were 2 of them, and that they seemed to have been lurking around here for a few days, while Anna kept looking around attentively. The principal said she would report it immediately and that they had to wait for reinforcements, to which he suggested, "Then let me and the other teachers block the door." Just then, Minji's panicked voice rang out, "Teacher, I can find a Jin and Enhyok anywhere." Upon hearing this, Teo panicked and lost control. "What? I just saw them in the garden." The children gathered around and chimed in, "That's right, they said they were going to get ice cream for us." His face turned pale as a sheet as he declared he would go rescue the two children immediately. But the principal quickly stopped him, saying, "You can do that, teacher." The female teacher and the children around them were shaking like leaves, pleading, "Mr. Teo, you must stay here to protect us." As he hesitated, the young children nearby burst into tears, crying, "Teacher, but what about the two of them? Please save them." They were so busy arguing that they didn't realize someone had already slipped outside. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream echoed from the garden. At that moment, In Hyuk was grabbed tightly in the hand of a goblin. It raised its axe high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Jin cupped her hands forward, channeling her energy, and shouted loudly, "Stop right there." The little girl rushed forward and delivered a devastating blow to the goblin. The powerful strike sent it flying and rolling several times on the ground. Jin quickly helped the boy up and asked anxiously, "In Hyuk, are you hurt anywhere?" The goblin scrambled to its feet, growling in fury. Jin and Un Hyuk, trembling with fear, supported each other as they scrambled to escape. The boy gritted his teeth, his fierce expression showing his determination. Summoning all his strength, In Hyuk grabbed the girl's hand and ran for his life, shouting, "Jin, run faster." The goblin stood with its mouth agape, drooling greedily as it watched the two children. Running for their lives to the playground, Jin asked tearfully, "What do we do now?" Un Hyuk quickly reassured her, "The adults will rescue us soon. Let's just hide here and wait for them." The boy pointed his finger toward the iron climbing frame and urged his friend to quickly climb up. Enhyu hurriedly helped Ajang step up onto the iron frame, signaling for her to climb first. A growling sound coming from behind made the boy turn his head to look back. At that very moment, the goblins closed in on both children, leaving them with no way out. Yoonhyu hurriedly told Ajang to go up first, but she anxiously asked what would happen to him. The boy turned to face the monsters, asserting that he would hold them off and wait for adults to rescue them. From high above, Ajang shouted, begging him not to risk his life and to quickly climb up. Seeing Eunhyu trembling with fear, the goblin froze in confusion. The boy tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, his eyes shining with an unusually determined look. Enhyu suddenly remembered the image of the hero Jaeon who once appeared on the small screen. The boy cheered with excitement upon seeing his idol defeat the enemy. "He is so majestic, I want to become a true hero like that too." Eunhyu tightened his grip on the weapon and stopped trembling, determined to become stronger. With a pale face, the boy rushed forward while the goblins growled, mocking the weakling. The goblin's smelly jaws munched, making spine-chilling sounds. It opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying scream. The goblin lunged forward to attack, and Enhyu reassured himself to just do what he did during practice. Enhyu closed his eyes tightly and swung his sword hard forward. The boy's strike was easily knocked away by the opponent's weapon upon making light contact. Yoonhyu collapsed to the ground, his entire body frozen by overwhelming fear. Seeing an opening, the goblin seized the opportunity to raise its sharp axe high. From behind, In-ha rushed forward and grabbed the sword lying on the ground. The goblin swung the axe down with force, determined to finish off its victim. Terrified, Enhyu burst into tears, raising both hands to cover his head in despair. A moment of silence passed, and no horrific event occurred. The boy timidly opened his eyes to observe his surroundings. Ajang was still huddling on the iron frame, looking down anxiously. In had appeared just in time to block the attack aimed at Eunhyu. In-ha smiled appreciatively and praised the boy for doing a great job. He turned to look and smiled gently, calling him indeed a brave young man. In Hyuk sat dazed on the floor, wondering what on earth was going on. A goblin suddenly rushed straight toward Un-ha. The boy screamed in a panic, "Get out of the way, quick!" A skillful sword strike was swung with immense power. The razor-sharp steel blade sliced cleanly through its arm. The monstrous arm was severed from its body and flew high into the air. It stared blankly at its bleeding, severed limb, frozen in shock. Yin-ha's eyes turned cold as he raised his sword high. He used all his strength to slice the goblin's body in half. The monster's corpse instantly dissolved, leaving behind a gemstone. The magic crystal, sparkling like a diamond, clattered to the ground. Un-ha lightly flicked his sword to shake off the remaining blood splatters. He tilted his head calmly and said that everything was fine now. Yun Hyuk ran over tearfully and hugged Un-ha tightly, sobbing, "You really are my savior." He grimaced and pushed the boy away, saying, "What are you doing? Let go of me right now." Just then, Young suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly. The two kids sobbed in his arms, saying, "I was scared to death." His face turned pale as he tried to separate the kids, saying, "Come on, let go of me." Before that, he had asked the teacher how the other two friends were doing. Taking advantage of the moment while everyone was still busy, In-ha quietly sneaked out. He took a deep breath to regain his high level of focus. Un-ha's pupils dilated, then glowed with a strange light. Mana energy radiated everywhere, allowing him to sense everything around him. Young possessed an abundant source of mana, while En Hyuk's was decent as well. Both of them were retreating safely. Ina suddenly spotted another goblin, thinking, "Wait a minute. I must quickly take down the one heading toward the gymnasium." The goblin kept loitering around, making threatening growls. His resounding voice attracted it. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Standing to block the path ahead was Un-ha with a box cutter in his hand. He channeled magic power into the blade, causing it to radiate an overwhelming murderous aura. The goblin roared fiercely and charged straight forward. It unleashed a horizontal slash at his waist, but Ina skillfully lowered his body to dodge it. Utilizing the rebound force from his legs, he kicked hard off the ground and launched himself into the air. As fast as lightning, Manhwa had already moved behind the monster's back. He swung the dagger in his hand, delivering a powerful, decisive strike. Manhwa's fatal thrust pierced right through the goblin's body. Furious, it spun around, preparing to swing its axe in retaliation. He agilely leaped high into the air, escaping its attack range. Once again, Manhwa kicked off a tree trunk to gain momentum and lunged down with great force. He swung his dagger, slicing a straight line from the top of its head down to its heels. Like a broken toy, the monster's body crumbled into ashes. A magic stone dropped right at his feet. Manhwa sheathed his dagger, clicked his tongue, and muttered that it was broken and to just leave it. He threw it away with a vow that anyone who dared to approach this kindergarten would regret it. Manhwa quickly ran off, silently praying for the children's safety. He channeled mana into his eyes to scan for the locations of Hajung and Unhyuk. Returning to reality, the two children were still sobbing uncontrollably. He collapsed, sighing to himself that whatever happens, happens. Teo suddenly appeared and asked after the children, making him startle and call out, "Teacher." Manhwa looked down at the two kids who were still hugging each other and whimpering. He awkwardly replied in a tired voice, "Yes, sir." A moment later, the other players arrived at the kindergarten area. A man facing him looked at him inquisitively, asking, "Did you really defeat it?" He scratched his head and explained, "The goblins were already covered in wounds, so I just stabbed them a few more times and they dissolved." He held out the stone, saying that even a 728th rank goblin wasn't weak enough to be defeated by a 7-year-old kid. The only way to finish off these monsters is to destroy their core with a mana-infused weapon or an extremely powerful physical attack. He furrowed his brows suspiciously and asked further, "Then what about the goblin in the hallway?" Manhwa immediately made up a story that they had probably slaughtered each other, which was why they were heavily injured and easily finished off by him. The other player remained skeptical but reluctantly nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to a ceremony where the Seongbuk-gu office offered a sincere apology to Doan Kindergarten for the recent unexpected incident. "From now on, we pledge to try our best to preserve peace in the school. And to the central figure of today's ceremony, young boy, please accept our thanks. No, Manhwa, here is the brave child certificate." The teachers and all the students below applauded and cheered in unison. Thinking back to the parents scolding them, wasn't the Kraken incident tiring enough? Write an apology letter first and then we all see. Holding the certificate in his hand, Manhwa was trembling all over, so embarrassed that he wanted to sink into the ground. Someone told him to smile, so Manhwa had to squeeze out a highly distorted smile. During the Jeoan Kindergarten Festival, crowds of parents bringing their children to school made it extremely bustling. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful Snow White with skin as white as snow who was Snow White. This Snow White was extremely kind-hearted, so the dwarfs deep in the forest absolutely adored her. The kids were incredibly dedicated to their roles while teacher Teo stood beside them as the narrator. Deep in the shadows of the stage, the two boys Manhwa and Unhyuk were waiting anxiously. His face drained of color, the boy cried out, "Captain, I am doomed. The words have completely flown out of my head. I can't remember a single line of my dialogue." He frowned and asked what was wrong since he only had one line, "That's right, you shouldn't eat it." Unhyuk nodded and went, "Ah." As expected of the brilliant captain, you remember everything perfectly. Manhwa sighed wearily. This kid had changed so rapidly since that disaster. Recalling how Unhyuk had insisted on calling him warrior, he thought, "We made a deal, call me captain, not warrior." Unhyuk beat his chest and laughed confidently, "Don't worry, I'll make the captain's jaw drop." Manhwa was speechless, not knowing what else to say. Returning to the action on stage, the evil witch played by Minji stepped forward confidently and said, "Oh beautiful princess. Look at this juicy red apple, doesn't it look so attractive and delicious?" Hajiang, in the role of the princess, replied excitedly, "It looks gorgeous and must taste very delicious." The dwarfs rushed out to stop her. "Stop, princess, don't accept food from strangers." "Exactly, I bet this apple is poison." "Princess, please don't eat it." Eunuch began to put on an agonized and tormented expression. Flustered, the kid shouted at the top of his lungs, "That's right." Unhyuk pointed his finger and stammered, giving the friends standing next to him a real scare. Teacher Teo, who was passionately narrating, was also frozen by the ridiculous situation in front of him. The surrounding area suddenly fell into a long silence. Immediately after, the entire audience in the hall split their sides laughing. Standing hidden inside, Ina could only shake his head in exasperation. His acting is as stiff as a robot's. Furious, Minji threw the apple straight to the ground and snapped, "Eat it quickly and get out of my sight." The apple flew swiftly and went straight into Unhyoke's mouth. The little girl screamed, "It wasn't Timmy." A little boy standing nearby whimpered and cried out, "Unhyoke is doomed." Right then, Teo's voice rang out. The dwarf ate the poisoned apple by mistake instead of the princess. He waved his arms and legs frantically, but the queen still refused to give up. She forced the princess to eat the remaining half of the apple, while Tao hurriedly signaled. Minji's face turned pale, not knowing what to do. She quickly shoved the apple into Hajang's mouth. "You swallow it and get out of my life quickly." Hajang raised her hand, whimpering "Mommy," while Minji panicked and quickly ran off shouting, "Who is your mother?" "I'm your stepmother. I told you not to just call me that." A moment later, the little girl's chubby cheeks suddenly turned red. Hajang felt dizzy and fainted onto the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when the close friends were dragging Hyuk off the stage, Teo patted his shoulder with a hopeful look. Keep it up, Unha. With tears welling up in his eyes, he said, I can only count on you now. Now let's see which class has the best performance. He cursed silently, this damn teacher. When it was his turn, Inna slowly walked out to the center of the stage. He slowly dragged his steps toward where Hajang was lying. Suddenly, someone's voice from the audience made Enha freeze. Is that him? Looking at that kid, he seemed somewhat scary. Did he really defeat that monster? So surreal, the whole city just rewarded him. A child who dared to defeat a monster with his bare hands. That creature was ready to treat human lives like trash. Just like those immortal gamers, it's so hard to understand. Enha's mind suddenly went completely blank. Suddenly, Inna's older sister shouted his name, Hey Enha. He startled, snapping his soul back into his body. Down below, his sister was standing next to their parents, waving excitedly, almost sobbing. Yinha's parents also cheered, My darling son is so great, so handsome. Enha mom is standing here. Hearing the calls of his family, he stood dazed for a few seconds. Suddenly Yinha smiled contentedly, feeling quite embarrassed. His body relaxed and his feet began to walk. Inha stood tall in front of where Hajang was lying with half-closed eyes on the carpet of flowers. Inha took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He squatted down, gently touching her forehead. How can someone this beautiful exist in this world? Onha leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Hajang's crown. The young girl's cheeks suddenly flushed bright, and she slowly opened her eyes. He held Hajang's small hand tightly and gently helped the little girl stand up. Below the stands, thunderous applause rang out continuously for his performance. Unha and Hajang bowed together politely to greet the audience. Unhyu and his friends rushed out, shouting loudly, That was awesome, Unha. Come over here quickly. His friends cheered and tossed Unha high into the air with excited faces. He was terrified, his face turning pale. You guys, this kind of prank is too dangerous. He almost fell flat on his face, but luckily, a pair of strong hands caught him just in time. The person who appeared was Unha's father. You did a great job today, my beloved son. He was immediately carried on his father's shoulders, of course. Whose son could be so amazing? His father laughed heartily. Ona's mother walked over holding his newborn youngest sibling. Ona stood bewildered, not understanding anything. She smiled gently and asked softly, Have you found your dream in life yet, my child? Unha fell into deep thought. It seemed around this time last year, his mother had asked the exact same question. What he wanted to be when he truly grew up. Unha's eyes suddenly dimmed. I have no idea either. I'm still very confused, Mom. Watching the warm scene unfold before his eyes, yet deep down in his heart, he only wished to keep this peace forever, absolutely refusing to let anyone interfere and ruin it. At this thought, Unha burst into a radiant smile and spoke up clearly. He reached up to ruffle his father's hair, laughing sheepishly. I think I want to be a brave warrior. Okay, Dad, put me down, and Ha's father teased right away, Commander Warrior. His mother's face grew incredibly gentle as she looked at her son with a satisfied gaze. That's right, my sweet baby, just feel free to do whatever you have always dreamed of. Mom will always stand behind you as a solid support, cheering on her beloved son. Time flew by silently, and Unha officially started the new school year. The school would like to send our warmest congratulations to the new primary school students. According to the goddess's calendar in the third year, Unha had just turned 8 years old at this time. Minji stood close behind, glaring, Why are you doing such embarrassing things? The principal is speaking. He was dumbfounded. What is there to be so wound up about? Hajang stepped up next to them, nudging them with her elbow. Hey, you two, the teachers are telling everyone to keep quiet. Unhyu excitedly bragged, Boss, some tough little kids are coming to school soon. When are we going to rule the world? Una said with a serious face, I don't have time to go along with your childish games. The kid got quite excited as expected of a big boss, worrying that I might get hurt while he was just left speechless, or rather, by this whole situation. The teachers hoped they would have wonderful experiences, but Hyu's nuisance kept exhausting him. Already he was feeling worn out. A room located at the end of the hallway was their classroom. Minji stood up proudly to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Kim Minji from Hiwa District. I chose to study at Doan Kindergarten like many other kids, hoping to play and make friends everywhere, and I like watching movies and listening to music. On second thought, why am I babbling on like this? The teacher forced a smile and froze for a few seconds. Minji, we don't have much time, so let us save the rest of your story for next time. The homeroom teacher for their first 4 years was Georgina. The little girl sighed and slumped down under the curious gazes of everyone around. Yes, ma'am, I just spoke without thinking. Georgina continued to call out names. Next is No Unha, please introduce yourself. He immediately stood up and replied, Yes, ma'am. My name is No Unha and I've just joined Doan Kindergarten. I hope we can all get along and help each other. The teacher smiled and asked, Ina, is that all for your introduction? He obediently nodded and replied, Yes. Georgina continued scanning the attendance sheet. The next person is Jong Hajang. Hajang, please stand up confidently and introduce yourself. The somewhat shy and timid girl slowly stood up from her chair. Hajang closed her eyes tightly and tried her best to squeeze out a polite yes. Her mind was completely blank at that moment. She could only remember that her name was Jong Hajang. Unha, sitting right next to her, looked over with a very thoughtful expression. Suddenly, he recalled a moment from before at Hajang's house. Seo-kun warmly greeted them. I am so glad to meet you all. I'm Hajang's dad. Yin had brought the kids from the kindergarten over to play, and they greeted him in unison. Hello, mister. He smiled gently and asked, was it hard for you kids to find your way here? I'll show off my cooking skills and make a feast for lunch. He looked at Seo-kun with a highly skeptical and confused gaze, wondering if this was really Hajang's dad. He felt like he had met this person somewhere before, while the other kids excitedly gathered around him eagerly. I want mango juice. I want mango juice too, mister. I prefer yogurt, daddy. I want yogurt too. He turned to look at him and asked, how about you, Unha? And he immediately pointed to his chest and replied, me. I'd like a strong cup of coffee. Actually, no, banana juice for me, please. A feast overflowing with food and drinks was laid out beautifully. Unable to control himself, one boy immediately grabbed a piece of food and stuffed it into his mouth. This is absolutely delicious. Is this bacon? This dish is so amazing too. Minji put on a smug face and said, are you guys impressed now? Hajang's dad is an amazing cook. Hugh asked in confusion, then why are you the one bragging? And she snorted, well, because Hajang is my best friend. The other couple started bickering again. You dummy, I told you not to call me that. All right, let's talk about Minji. Yinha glanced over at the young couple who were bickering endlessly. He took a sip and thought to himself, what kind of drink makes the kids so excited? Right after gulping down a sip, his eyes widened in sheer surprise. What on earth is this? What did I just drink? It felt like the magical energy inside him was exploding. It was hard to believe, but this was a bottle of magic potion. These were elixirs used to restore stamina and internal energy. Warriors hunting monsters always carry these on their belts, as they are a matter of life and death. Seeing his strange expression, Hajang anxiously asked if it was that bad, while Unha just smiled gently and said, it's actually really delicious. Hey Hajang, what is your dad's name? The little girl startled and replied, my dad. He is standing in the kitchen brewing drinks. That master's name is Xiao-kun. As soon as he heard that familiar name, Unha startled in realization. His eyes suddenly lit up. Hajang, let's be best friends. He chuckled inwardly. It was indeed the wandering maid Xiao-kun, the man who revolutionized the pharmaceutical industry. Thanks to his superb refining skills, he always selected the best ingredients to extract magical power. In the future, this tycoon would dominate the pharmaceutical market of the Alice Corporation, one of the big three conglomerates in South Korea. But come to think of it, I don't recall him ever having a daughter. Then he suddenly remembered that he was the one who had saved this girl's life. Yunha gently placed his hands on her small shoulders. Hajang, if anyone dares to bully you at school, just tell me. I'll take care of them all for you. Hearing those words, the little girl's cheeks flushed red with shyness. Thank you so much. Returning to reality, Hajang was flustered, not knowing how to introduce herself. She took a deep breath and said, I like Unha and Minji and went to the same kindergarten as Nkama. My hobbies are reading books and drinking tea. Although I am extremely shy when meeting strangers, I hope we can all get along. Yuna gave a thumbs up. Awesome, as expected of my best friend. Gina smiled brightly and praised her. Great job, Hajang. Now it's Jinsina's turn. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze toward her. Even Una's jaw dropped in utter shock. On top of Jinsina's head, a pair of extremely cute cat ears had suddenly appeared. Behind that little girl's back was a tail that kept wagging incessantly. Is that stuff real? She must be a monster, a half-human, half-beast. Demi-human is the term used for children who have mutated due to an uneven distribution of mana in their bodies. Those who have had family members die at the hands of monsters usually detest demi-humans because they look exactly like monsters. She spoke up shyly. I am Jinsiana. Have you never been to kindergarten? Nice to meet you. Whispers started to spread around. My mom told me not to go near her. Why is that? She just said we were not allowed to play with her. He thought to himself, it seems people have too much prejudice against demi-humans. As Gina was about to continue reading, it's your turn. Before she could finish, In-hyuk sprang up to a full stand. Hello everyone, I'm Choi Un-hyuk. I like using swords and I'm currently learning how to control mana from my boss. A curious boy asked, who is your boss? The kid acted mysteriously. You guys don't know who the boss is. Un-hyuk immediately pointed his finger at Unha over there. The guy sitting right there is the boss. The toughest guy in this class is the boss, so don't even think about talking back. The boss is incredibly strong. Hurrah for the boss. The boss is number one. The teacher quickly intervened. Un-hyuk, could you please sit down quietly? Gina's face suddenly turned murderous. That's not all. Unha, stay after class and bring your parents to see me too. He sat there sniffling, thinking, oh my god, what did I even do? Unha sat in the corner sighing deeply. What a run of bad luck. Yunak's voice kept echoing in his ears. The boss is number one, the boss is number one, which made Gina furious. Shut it and drag yourself to the teacher's office. He cursed silently. Choi Un-hyuk, from now on, prepare to get your butt kicked. In the bustling cafeteria, Unha warned, this is your third serving. If the cafeteria lady remembers your face, you're done for. Un-hyuk gasped, how did you know? She's already memorized my full name. Minji stood up abruptly and said confidently, Inha, do you need more of anything? I'm about to go get some more too. Enna smirked, giving a devious smile. Sure, drag your feet and get some more food, you greedy pig. Hearing that, she was fuming. I am not a greedy pig. It's just that I'm eating a bit less than usual today. Hajung quickly came to the rescue. That's right, Enha. This time you're wronging her. He smirked. Yeah, I get it. As the two of them were arguing passionately, they suddenly stopped. Look at that, is that her? How strange, that girl actually has a tail, guys. How did a freak like that get into our school? Hey, be careful, don't be foolish enough to cross paths with her. Jin Seona carried her food tray, her eyes scanning the room for an empty table. She suddenly spotted a seat that was still empty. At that table sat three haughty girls who were eating. Jin Seona stammered and hesitated. Can I sit here for a bit? Jin Seona sneered. No way, Dante even think about sitting here. Yuna sighed warily. Out of all people, why did she have to go and ask Jin Seona? She replied disdainfully, are you crazy? Is something wrong with your head? Jin Seona, pausing her aggressive behavior, added, what? Who do you think you are to dare ask to sit with us? The two sitting at the same table also chimed in with mockery. Where do you think you are barging in? Take a look at your own status, and look at those clothes. What kind of outfit is this? Did you pick it up from a trash dump? You'd better go back to your miserable corner. The young girl shuddered in fear and mumbled, I'm really sorry, guys. Minji was fuming with rage. Jin Seona, don't think you can just act high and mighty, you've gone too far. Hajang whimpered, she is as mean as can be. Seeing Eunha's sad expression, Yunyuk spoke up anxiously, boss. The surrounding students started laughing out loud. Look, that girl is about to cry again. Suddenly remembering his past life, not every demi-human was a good person. You kept assuming that the more destitute and abandoned people are, the holier their souls would be. Yuna asked back, and then what? Jin Parang, sitting opposite, analyzed, you are dead wrong. Of course there are still some kind-hearted people, still some decent kids, but in reality, the wicked ones make up the majority. He pressed him again, and then what? Leaving the other flustered, why do you keep asking, and then what? Like that? I mean, don't favor them too much just because they read demi-humans. It seems like you've been taking too much care of them lately because of me? Inha interrupted, cut it out, Jin Parang. Why on earth do you think I'm a kind person? He replied, I didn't mean it that way. Yunha drew his sword, startling Jin Parang, then what is this? You think I'm a weakling who can distinguish right from wrong, dawn to you. He panicked and fell backward, I didn't mean that, why are you so tense? Inha growled, because you sneaked into my tent in the middle of the night and disturbed my sleep with those nonsense stories. Get out there and stand guard right now if you don't want to get beaten. His hair stood on end, alright, I'm going right now. In the Abyss dungeon, Jin Parang had just finished off a monster. These monsters were indeed very tough, they were truly worthy of being creatures that emerged from the abyss. His gaze sharpened and he began to warily scan his surroundings. Suddenly Jin Parang was attacked head-on by something. Because he couldn't dodge in time, his abdomen was severely injured. The thing that had just ambushed Jin Parang was a thorny, sharp leg. In front of him now was a massive monster shaped like a giant scorpion. Seeing that its prey was still alive, it aggressively rushed forward, intending to finish him off. From afar, a figure was rushing over at a terrifying speed. It was Yunha. He swung his sword in a decisive strike, severing the monster's leg. Yunha's eyes glowed red as a surging murderous intent radiated all around him. Having its leg chopped off by a slash, the monster retreated in pain. It flew into a rage, roared, and then charged forward to attack. Yuna struggled immensely but still managed to dodge by straining his body. His hands tensed as he tightly gripped the sword he was holding. Numerous deep slashes appeared all over the monster's body. Yanha leaped past it and followed up with a barrage of attacks. At that very moment, the monster's entire body shattered into 1,000 pieces. In a panic, he rushed frantically over to Jin Parang and screamed. Anna hastily lifted up the other man's exhausted body. Jin Parang urged him, leave here quickly, Enha, you've come this far and the worm is waiting ahead. From afar, Zhou ran over frantically, while Enha's voice suddenly turned cold. Zhou, heal him quickly. He is barely holding on, shut up and do it. Enha, have you forgotten I'm the one who knows the injuries on my own body best? The reason I fell, and the reason we all fight, is to destroy the worm in this place, for a peaceful future for our homeland. So why are you still standing there hesitating like that? Enha gritted his teeth, alright, do you have any last words? He smiled and said, that's more like you. Do you remember what I told you before? Not all mixed bloods are good people. What I wanted to remind you is, don't treat them too favorably just because they are mixed bloods. He nodded and replied, I remember. Jin Parang drew his last breath. Because by nature, I'm no different from them. Actually, I am just a terrible person, and with those words, his body stopped moving completely. Anna stared blankly at the bloodstains left on his hands. Jin Parang brought his consciousness back to the present and clenched his hand. Why did I suddenly reminisce about the past like this? Yunha suddenly stood up and spoke, Minji, startling the girl. Huh, what? He turned and walked away. I'm sorry in advance, I'll be right back. The girl held her forehead and sighed, I knew you were going to act up again. En Hyok immediately called out after him, boss, do you need us to come along? Inna said casually, just sit there and keep eating. What is he up to? What on earth is he trying to do? He really has too much time on his hands. While Jin Seona was walking dejectedly with her head bowed, his hand suddenly reached out. He grabbed her food tray and led her by the hand. There are still empty seats over there, let's go. Jin Seona was so stunned that she was completely speechless. She cautiously clung to Unhe's sleeve. Hey, this seems a bit. Jin Seona startled in panic, I'm sorry, but then he turned around and smiled gently. It's fine, let's go. My friends have already saved a spot for you. The little girl mumbled an apology, saying that if he helped, It would only make things more complicated. Anna coldly replied bluntly, I don't care in the slightest. Someone curiously asked about the children's kindergarten background. The two girls quickly replied do in school, and then wondered if they should inquire further at other schools. Jin Sena smirked, waved her hand, and said there was no need to do that, because judging by that rude behavior, they are just poor commoners. Minji cheerfully pointed to welcome them, explaining that her servant Unha was a bit stubborn, so please excuse him, making him blush and mutter, this annoying kid. And Hyuk chewed while excitedly praising today's food as delicious, and Jin Sena also responded gently. A glass of water was brought over with an invitation, here is some cool barley tea. Hajiang invited her to be friends. The girl took the glass of tea and whispered her thanks. The four of them looked at Jin Sena and thoughtfully reminded her, it's very delicious but it's still hot, so drink slowly. The little girl cradled the glass of water with both hands very carefully. Jin Sena downed it in one gulp, making everyone widen their eyes and ask, did you drink it all already? The little girl kept scooping food to stuff her mouth. Anna told her to eat slowly. Seeing Jin Sena make a face as if about to cry, Hyuk quickly comforted her, don't worry, we won't fight you for food. Minji and Ajang also hurriedly comforted her, don't cry, you're such a crybaby, here is a tissue, wipe your tears. Shifting to the playground, Iana solemnly declared that he would be the one to seek first. From now on, everyone must find a way to seal their personal energy to hide. Or you can use that power to increase your physical strength, making me chase after you in exhaustion before you can hope to escape. Jin Sena raised her hand to confess that she didn't know how to control her energy yet. He reassured her, but you know how to hide, right? That's enough to play. Beside her, Minji raised her thumb in encouragement to take him down. She could only force a smile due to the high difficulty, while Enha thought to himself that the girl still didn't know how to use her unique telepathic skill, so he would teach her later. He added a reminder, and absolutely do not hide inside the house. You are only allowed to play within this area. Enha leaned his face against the lamppost and shouted loudly, I'll start counting to 100. 98, 97, 96, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the last count finished, Yinha slowly opened his eyes to search. He cracked his knuckles and intentionally yelled loudly, I am coming to find you. Ina quickly caught 3 of them, found you, caught you, gotcha. He rubbed his chin and calculated, now there's only Hajiang and Siona left, but why can't I feel any energy from Hajiang at all? Hajiang is really good at hiding her energy, so I'll go search for Siona first. Sensing the target, Inha dashed off as fast as lightning, found you. The young man rushed over to hide behind a bush and then saw. As soon as she caught a glimpse of him, Jin Siona ran away as fast as her legs could carry her. Seeing this, Inha chased after her at full speed, shouting for Jin Siona to stop. He reached out his hand as if he were about to touch the hem of her clothes. Just then, Jin Siona suddenly sprang up and leaped onto a high wooden platform. The little girl landed neatly on a roof and shouted that it wasn't over yet. I dare anyone to catch me, I definitely won't give up this easily. The kids who had been caught stood staring wide-eyed at the chasing duo and silently lamented that they were truly speechless. Hyuk smirked and said that their location had only just been discovered, they had been caught yet. Minji angrily slapped her hand on the ground, how dare they trick me, I'm so mad, let's get out of here quickly. Unha also enthusiastically responded, let's do it, what's there to fear, in a bit I will boost my inner energy to run as fast as possible. Seeing his friends simultaneously turn and run away, Inha's jaw dropped in astonishment. He held his head and screamed miserably, what on earth is going on, how did it come to this? Unha channeled all his inner energy to stay close behind Hyuk, declaring he would capture all of them no matter what. Watching the chaotic scene before her from a distance, Jin Siona smiled with immense satisfaction. A few minutes earlier, a pair of tiny feet had tiptoed inside the house. That person was none other than Hajiang. The little girl muttered that she didn't know which corner to hide in while Anha's loud voice echoed, declaring he was coming to find them. The little girl then channeled a bit of her inner energy, telling herself that she must gather her energy first. All the air current around her body was suddenly gathered by Hajiang into the palm of her hand. Hiding in here is not a good idea at all, it's best to head back outside. Suddenly, the towering pile of books and notebooks at the top of the stairs caught her full attention. Hajiang stared blankly in awe and then fascinatedly walked upstairs. Catching her eye at that moment was a room filled with all kinds of books and notebooks. Hajiang walked slowly deeper inside, her eyes glancing left and right with curiosity. Joyfully picking up a book, the little girl gasped in admiration, this is truly paradise, what a massive treasure trove of books. Suddenly realizing something was unusual, Hajiang wondered, where is this place? I must go back outside right away. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to a red-covered book that looked extremely cute and lovely. As she muttered, wondering how to read the book's title, a voice suddenly spoke up in reply, that's the story of Alice in Wonderland, isn't it? Out of nowhere, an old man had appeared and was standing right behind Hajiang. The old man cast a sharp, probing gaze toward the little girl. Hajiang looked up and felt instantly intimidated. A moment later, Yunha's family rushed over to Ina's place to check on things, and Alice immediately turned around to chase the rabbit. He angrily raised his voice right in Hajiang's face. The child, who was sitting comfortably on the old man's lap reading a book, suddenly startled. Yuna stepped forward and greeted politely, hello sir, This little girl got lost while playing with us, so I came to take her back. Hajang jumped down and complained, if you were going somewhere, you should let me know first. I totally forgot. The kids behind mumbled, our little brother is so cool, he's angry now. Captain, please calm down. Hearing that, Yuna got even more furious, forgot. Little Jun whimpered, I'm sorry. He raised his hand and gave Hajang a painful flick on her forehead. Next time you go anywhere, remember to ask for permission, got it? The girl's eyes welled up with tears, ready to cry. Yes, I know I was wrong. Inha thought to himself, if I scold this girl anymore, she'll probably start crying for real. He turned to Jonsik and apologized for the trouble. The old man smiled and waved it off. It's nothing. Having this little kid here makes me feel much less lonely. Come over and play whenever you are free. I really like bookworms like you guys. Hajang was overjoyed. Really, Grandpa? The old man gently patted her head. Absolutely. Hajang excitedly boasted, tomorrow I will come over again, just you see. Please finish reading this book with me tomorrow, Grandpa. Yuna quickly pulled the little girl's arm. Let's go home quickly, it's very late already. Jonsik suddenly spoke up to stop them, making Unha feel skeptical. Wait a minute. The old man pulled out his phone and suggested, let me call a car to take you kids home for convenience. Right outside, a luxury car had already been parked there. A bodyguard in a neat black suit opened the door and invited the kids into the car. Now whoever wants to go home, please get in. Inha stood open-mouthed, thinking, who on earth is this old man? Yunyok exclaimed, this car is so fancy, it feels so soft to sit on. Inha panicked, hey, do you know this car is ridiculously expensive? As soon as they were settled in the car, Jonsik ordered the driver to start driving immediately. Yunha and Ah and Minji stood there in a daze, watching the car disappear into the distance. He muttered, even I have never ridden in such a fancy car before. Yuna silently screamed inside, crazy with jealousy. Outside the school gate, it kept raining heavily without stopping. Yuna sat blankly watching the rain fall through the glass window. Suddenly, the teacher's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. All right, then I will put Inha's name on the list of candidates. On the blackboard, the words Red Star Class 4 Monitor Election were written clearly. What caught his eye was Yuna's own name, written ironically, causing him to gasp and fall backward in shock. Unha quickly raised his hand and questioned, teacher, why is my name on there? Minji, sitting next to him, chimed in, are you pulling a long prank? Didn't someone report that you desperately wanted the class monitor position? He pointed at his own nose in bewilderment. Who on earth was it? The girl immediately pointed her finger at Yunyaok. Who else could it be but him? Seeing the kid's adoring expression, his face suddenly hardened and darkened. The young boy Yunhaok smiled broadly, waved, and called out loudly, hey boss. Inha thought to himself that hanging out with this guy would definitely cost him his life, and he replied, being class president is much cooler, boss. But at that very moment, Inha raised his hand and said, teacher, I don't want to take this job. The teacher advised, your classmate nominated you, so don't let down their kindness, to which he replied, I can handle this responsibility, teacher. The teacher frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? You were clearly more than capable of handling the class duties. Inha turned to glare at Minji, you dummy. Why didn't you let me know? She giggled and looked away. I did warn you, but you were the one who started panicking. The teacher quickly diffused the situation. Come on, currently the only candidate is Unha. Does anyone else want to run? Jinsena immediately raised her hand to speak, saying, teacher. Unha instinctively had to look over at the girl. Jinsena turned her head with a smug smile and said, I would like to nominate myself. Seeing her like that, he scowled in annoyance. The next day, giant boxes of snacks and sweets were carried into the classroom. Jinsena said excitedly, these are gifts from my dad, everyone please help yourselves. Hearing this, the kids rushed over and cheered, awesome. Jinsena is the best. Look, hamburgers, we have hamburgers for lunch today. Her two best friends quickly handed out the food, saying, Jinsena promised that if she is elected class president, she'll treat us to hamburgers once a month, so make sure to vote for her. Anna's group of friends stood in a corner, watching the scene coldly. A delicious-looking burger was held out in front of him. Here, take it. Iana shoved his hands into his pockets and glared at Jinsena without saying a single word. She pouted and teased, make sure to vote for me. He snapped back in an irritated tone, I don't want to eat it. With that, Inha turned his back without the slightest hesitation and walked straight away. Jinsena's voice rang out again, everyone, if I become class president. He sighed, so young and she already knows how to use these tricks. Right then, a familiar sound suddenly caught Anha's attention. It turned out to be Yunhuk holding the burger in his hand with shining eyes. The kid tried to resist the temptation and pushed it back, eat it yourself. Minji and Hajang both refused it. I'm not a beggar, so why would I ask? I don't even want to eat it. Standing on the side, he watched the conversation and exclaimed, you guys really are something. Anha's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he muttered to himself, fine, let's see how you fare against me. The scene shifted to a wild, natural landscape with majestic mountains and lush green vegetation. It was the spring picnic for the students of Duan Elementary School. Teacher Georgina raised her voice loudly, everyone get ready for roll call. When your name is called, raise your hand. She glanced over at Inha and Jinsena, class president, vice president, remember to give me a hand. Having been the class president for 4 consecutive years was Jinsena. The little girl smirked triumphantly, that's so great. Having been the vice president and an errand boy for 4 years was Yuna, he gnashed his teeth in anger. How bitter. After bustling about for a while, Georgina finally finished taking attendance for everyone. She strode ahead, leading the small group as they huddled together to climb up to the high area. The whole group stopped right at an ancient temple to sightsee and enjoy the scenery. Only after their legs were sore from walking did everyone spread out a cloth to sit down and leisurely eat lunch. Yunha opened his lunchbox and saw that the food had been shaken up a bit from all the traveling. A female student exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yunha's lunch, "It looks so delicious." He blushed, thinking to himself that he didn't understand why Yunha had prepared this dish. Minji swooped in to tease him immediately. "You must care about me a lot, huh, you silly Yunha." He blushed furiously and shouted, "Shut up, where is your portion then?" When the lid was open, countless dishes characteristic of the land of cherry blossoms caught the eye. Someone suddenly noticed, "Hajang, your lunch looks so incredibly pretty." It was a highly nutritious lunchbox that was also decorated in an extremely eye-catching way. Yunha rested his chin on his hand and agreed, "That's indeed Hajang's style." Suddenly An Hyuk shouted out, "Going on a picnic, you've got to eat cup noodles for it to be done right." The two of them turned to look at the boy with puzzled eyes. "Cup noodles? So you didn't bring any homemade food?" The kid pulled out a cup of instant noodles and nodded. "That's right, my mom said eating cup noodles is the absolute best." Both of them looked at An Hyuk with eyes full of pity and compassion. "It's just that your mom was too lazy to cook for you." He patted the boy's shoulder in consolation. "Well, what you say does make sense," Yunha thought to himself. "This time I probably have to reduce my training intensity." The scene shifted to a hidden corner deep in the forest, where the figure of a young man dressed in black was fleeing. While running headlong, he cursed in frustration, "What the hell is this? I don't even know." While running at breakneck speed, he tripped over a dry branch. Why on earth would monsters appear in this godforsaken place? The young man in black tumbled to the ground, looking extremely disheveled and miserable. Clutching his painful wound, he tried to drag himself somewhere else. Just then, a foot appeared in front of him, extinguishing his hope. It turned out to be 2 level 7 hound monsters. The young man's face turned pale with fear as he drew back and screamed, "Help me." Suddenly, right behind his back, a level 6 hellhound monster loomed large. In despair, he could only watch helplessly as the pack of aggressive beasts charged straight at him. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, echoing throughout the ancient forest. The hounds frantically rushed in, mercilessly tearing apart the young man's helpless body. Suddenly, one of them raised its head, growling to signal a stop. As soon as the words were spoken, a current of electricity flashed through their bodies, making the 2 hounds writhe. Terrified, they tucked their tails and fled to the rear. The monster hound ordered them to advance again, and they all complied. It bared its foul, razor-sharp jaws and ordered an attack. The hellhound threw back its head and let out a long howl toward the south. At that moment, Ian Hess' class was still playing carefree, completely unaware. An Hyuk excitedly told everyone to get ready to open them on the count of 3, 1, 2, while An Hess silently thought to himself that it was a relief he had brought a change of clothes. Just as An Hyuk finished counting, everyone raised their papers at once. Yoon Hyuk looked at the result and sighed in disappointment. "We failed." Jin Seona, standing next to him, sadly confessed, "Me too." And seeing this, An Hao advised them to just give up. Hearing this, Ian Hyuk cried out, "No way, boss. I have to find the treasure." And An Hao replied, "Do you think you're a pirate or something?" Turning to Min Ji, she gripped her paper, her eyes burning with determination as she said, "This one to do. Let's go a bit deeper." In Hyuk's spirits were lifted upon hearing this, and he agreed to go, while En Hao watched them and muttered, "Are you under this spell too? What an idiot." Hearing the 4 of them talking, Jung Ha-gang chimed in and said, "I'm coming too." Jin Seona nodded indifferently, "Whatever," while En Hao turned around and walked away bluntly, "Not me. It was nice knowing you guys." Seeing him trying to slip away, Minji quickly held him back and asked where he was going, making An Hao swear under his breath. Soon, the group of 5 was wading deeper into the mountain, with An Hao complaining in his head as he walked, "I want to go home. How is this a picnic? This is clearly a grueling hike. Why do we have to drag ourselves all the way to Mount Bukhansan when Bukhansan's peak is so much closer? Besides, crossing this mountain puts us right in the territory of Yuzhongbu district." While they were wading through, a sudden, blood-curdling scream echoed from behind, making the whole group freeze. Jin Seona asked with an anxious look, "What's going on?" And Jung Ha-gang chimed in with the same question. With an extremely tense expression, An Hao raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. A massive shadow was rushing toward them from a distance. It parted the bushes and leapt out right in front of them. Min Ji pointed a trembling hand at the creature and stammered, "What is that?" Her terrified, shaking hand pointed straight at the frightening hound. The figure of a giant hound slowly and clearly appeared before their eyes. Ian had gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, is it today?" The Bukhansan flower viewing disaster should have had extremely tight security, but for some reason, the monsters from Ijongbu district broke through the defense lines and flooded south, causing a horrific incident with countless casualties. The hound scanned them, staring greedily at its prey. Catching that bloodshot, bloodthirsty gaze, Minji instinctively backed away in fear. Seizing the golden opportunity, it immediately lunged straight at her. The monster rushed forward with the intention of pouncing on Minji. Panicking, the girl kept backing up to dodge it. For some reason, Minji suddenly lost her footing and fell backward. The aggressive hound lunged forward, baring its fangs and claws, intending to bite her. Minji screamed in panic, and just at that moment, a figure rushed out from behind. Yunha delivered a straight kick to the beast's flank, sending it flying several yards away. The fierce creature was thrown back and slammed hard onto the ground. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Yunha rushed forward and pinned it down, a murderous look on his face as he brandished a fork. He channeled vital energy into the weapon, aimed right at the animal's head, and stabbed it with a fatal blow. A horrifying scene unfolded as Yunha repeatedly plunged the fork deep into the hound's body. The violent sight left the other 4 children frozen in terror. Having dealt with the target, he tossed away the bent fork and snapped his fingers to ignite a fire that burned the corpse to ashes. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yunha turned around to check on her. "Are you okay?" Still shaken from the recent shock, Minji stammered, "Yeah, I'm fine." Yunyuk stared and said, "Boss, we are the ones who should be asking that," to which Yunha replied, "What?" And Yunyuk continued, "Well, I don't know how to put it. It's just that you looked like an evil god just now, which felt strange to me." Wiping the blood off his cheek, Yunha replied, "I am fine, just overreacted a bit," while thinking to himself, the kid is spot on. Back when he was grinding to exterminate monsters, he was like a bloodthirsty killing machine, hunting them down frantically. Looking at his blood-stained hands, he thought to himself, maybe I accidentally showed my cold-blooded side just now. The chaotic screams echoing from all directions brought him back to reality. Yunyuk turned and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Minji chimed in, "What a silly question. If we don't run fast, are we waiting to become prey?" Yunha calculated to himself, indeed, running away is the best option. He thought to himself, these hounds always attack in packs, and they are swarming down from the peak. Protecting everyone is impossible, so this is the only way. He turned to the children with a serious look and said, "Everyone, listen." With an extremely tense expression, he instructed, "Focus and listen carefully to what I am about to say." The scene shifts to a quiet, secluded spot halfway up the mountain. A hand gently spread a cloth over a flat rock as someone muttered, "I'll stop here to rest a bit." Jin Senna pulled out her phone to scroll and told her group of friends, "You guys go ahead and hunt for treasure," and the other 3 yelled in unison, "Us." The chubby girl refused in embarrassment, "No, doing this feels so awkward," while the boy with glasses scratched his head and added, "Or should we stay and rest together too?" Catching Sina's sharp, glaring gaze, the whole group startled. Terrified, the 3 of them hurriedly turned around to look for the treasure, the green-haired girl stammering, "It's nothing, we were heading off first," and the round girl hastily chiming in, "You just sit and rest, Sina." Seeing that they had diligently dispersed to search, Jin Senna buried her face in her phone again. Right then, the screams of the 3 echoed, making her frown in annoyance and glance in the direction of the sound. Jin Senna was stunned to see 3 people running for their lives down the mountain while screaming in panic. She furrowed her brows in annoyance and stared at them, not understanding what on earth had happened. She soon understood when she saw the hounds rushing toward them like crazy, thinking to herself that she was doomed, wondering if they were monsters. Before she could gather her senses, those 3 rushed past her, leaving her behind in a critical situation. Seeing her frozen in place, a hound pounced, intending to tear her to pieces. Terrified, she could only scream at the top of her lungs, hoping someone would save her. Jin Senna's eyes filled with desperate tears as she repeatedly cried out for help in vain. She shut her eyes tight, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, a bang rang out and a bullet lodged straight into the stomach of the raging monster. Taking the full force of the bullet, the hound collapsed to the ground, its entire body twitching repeatedly. A voice called out in surprise, "Oh, is that you?" Hearing a human voice, Jin Senna quickly looked up toward the source of the sound. In front of her was Yunha holding a sword and a gun. Seeing her dazed, he coldly said, "If you don't want to lose your life, get down the mountain right now." Before Jin Senna could recover her senses, Yuna calmly ordered her to leave, saying he would stay to handle this mess. There were still 2 hounds growling threateningly right in front of them. When Yunha was about to leave, Jin Senna grabbed the hem of his shirt and pleaded, "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to protect me?" Noticing his indifferent attitude, she put on a pitiful look, hoping to gain his sympathy. Yunha glared at her with a cold look and replied, "Don't get in my way, get out of my sight." His face darkened as he spoke in a firm voice, "From now on, every single move must be made according to my words. All of you, run down to the foot of the mountain and get the adults to send help." And hearing this, Yunyuk asked curiously, "Boss, aren't you coming with us?" Yunha replied without hesitation that he would stay to find the rest, and the boy quickly demanded to follow since he had trained his mana, but before he could finish his sentence, Yuna yelled to cut him off. His gaze became sharp and domineering. "Stop fooling around, and just worry about keeping yourself alive." Yunyuk's face suddenly froze and he mumbled an apology in fear. Not bothering with the boy, he pointed towards them and instructed, "The 4 of you must keep this firmly in mind. The hounds have an extremely sharp sense of smell, so you must hide your mana well. Can you do it? Run quickly before it's too late." Yunha rushed deep into the forest alone, waving food items infused with the Jang's father's mana to lure them. These hounds are particularly sensitive to the emitted source of mana. "I'll use this bait to distract them." He muttered softly, "Now is the time to use mana to locate these beasts precisely." Instantly, a brilliant blue aura radiated from his body and spread rapidly in all directions. Manhwa partially closed his eyes. The halo above his head immediately outlined everyone's positions, and he told himself that he would try to buy time for the children to escape. In the blink of an eye, he darted from this corner to the opposite side with incredible agility and speed. Looking up at the sky, a billowing surge of dark energy was approaching, leaving him stunned as he silently realized that this massive crowd was truly not to be underestimated. Suddenly noticing the water bottle attached to the side of his backpack, an idea flashed in his mind. His current energy was halved, but this precious tea flask should be saved for another time. Right then, a deafening roar echoed from the black mist, giving Manhwa a sudden fright. The monsters were devouring the cold corpses, crowding together amid greedy sounds and desperate cries for help. The man, tears streaming down his face, looked at the oncoming sharp teeth and screamed in panic, begging for his life. Immediately after, the victim writhed and groaned in pain as his body repeatedly endured brutal attacks. The monster leisurely licked its blood-smeared snout with satisfaction. Not stopping there, they continued to furiously tear apart the remaining body parts with extreme ferocity. Suddenly, one of the monsters paused as if detecting something unusual. Without hesitating for another second, Ina swung his weapon and charged straight into the crowd with decisive slashes. Instantly, a monster collapsed to the ground, causing its companions to retreat in panic and take a defensive stance. He whipped his head toward the man who had just cried out for help, making the nearby wild beasts flinch and hesitate. Observing the victim in front of him, Manhwa noticed a small, glittering sword tucked at the man's waist, thinking to himself that, as expected, every player carried a weapon for self-defense. Without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, telling himself that long sabers were too heavy, so this compact weapon was more than enough for now. While twirling the sword in his hand, he evaluated it closely and realized that the weapon's blade was brimming with internal energy, which could help him fight without exerting any effort at all. He still had more than enough strength to send all these bastards to their graves. Immediately, he pointed the tip of his sword straight at the pack of beasts, beckoning with his finger in defiance with a smirk. At the arrogance of their prey, the monsters could not contain their fury and roared violently. The largest beast immediately lunged toward Manhwa like the wind, brimming with murderous intent. His eyes were now cold and sharp, fixed on the vulnerable spot on its underbelly. Gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, Manhwa launched a preemptive strike aimed straight at that fatal weakness. A sharp clang echoed as the sword blade stabbed right into the monster's belly with perfect precision. It did not end there, as the other monsters continued to charge in to claw and tear with extreme brutality. Manhwa's eyes suddenly became chillingly terrifying as they swept across the pack of beasts. Seizing the opportunity, he glided like the wind, swinging his sword and slashing through each beast, causing them to shriek in pain. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed out from a dark corner, launching a surprise attack from behind him. Fortunately, his sharp reflexes allowed him to duck low, dodging just in the nick of time as the attack struck empty air. Not missing the moment, Manhwa spun around and delivered a powerful thrust to finish off the enemy. Without waiting another second, he hastily pulled out the weapon, worsening the wound. Not stopping there, the other hounds looked at him greedily and then aggressively rushed forward. Suddenly, a blinding stream of light radiated from Manhwa's hand that was touching the ground. Immediately, a powerful repulsive force made his entire body feel as if it were soaring high into the air. Without any fear, Manhwa cast his gaze down at the hounds that were blankly watching him from midair. At that moment, he placed his hand on the blade, and a terrible stream of power began to spread. In the blink of an eye, he directed that energy straight down to the ground where the monsters were closely surrounding. The sound of tearing wind shrieked as the stream of power shot out countless rays of light, like falling stars rushing straight toward the target. It didn't take long for the hounds to begin howling in pain as they suffered that intense attack. Their fierce faces instantly twisted in agonizing pain, and the crisscrossing wounds made them howl even more miserably. Only then did Manhwa slowly land back down on the hard ground. The battle was not over yet. He quickly glided past the chaotic pack of hounds. A brilliant flash of light flared up, making them cower in fear. That light even transformed, creating a mystical fold in space. A star-shaped magic circle suddenly appeared, surrounding the pack of beasts, while Manhwa immediately escaped to a distance. In just an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted, blowing the hounds away in all directions. The surrounding scenery fell into an unusual silence, as if everything had just been cleansed. Manhwa stood frozen at the sight of the incinerated beasts, her heart unable to stop trembling. Her face clearly showed terror when suddenly a strange, startled voice echoed from afar, asking if it was him. Manhwa strolled over, still holding his gun and sword, and coldly replied that if she wanted to survive, she should run down the mountain immediately. Manhwa sat trembling on a rock, looking at him, but Manhwa turned his back to the horizon and said that his part of the job was done, and she would have to manage the rest on her own. In the distance, the hound still refused to give up, silently observing every single move of the two. Manhwa coldly turned on his heel to walk away, causing Senna to panic, grab his arm, and scream that he had to stay and protect her. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears, her facial expression as if she were trying to order the person in front of her. However, he didn't care in the slightest. His eyes grew dark, and he coldly told her to get lost and stop bothering him. Sina's hand let go in fear, and he added a threatening remark that those monsters were about to find their way there. The uncle traveling with her was currently in critical condition, so she should take the opportunity to treat him. With that, Yunha left his final words, saying he had to go, before quickly blending into the darkness. Suddenly, Sena mumbled to herself about what she was longing for. Her eyes darkened as Yunha's receding back appeared in her mind, and she secretly wished to accompany him. Over here, Inhao is still taking long, highly energetic strides forward. A freezing aura of murderous intent emanates from his entire body as he fixes his gaze into the pitch-black night. He rushes forward but is suddenly blocked by a plume of jet-black smoke. Unfazed, Ina smirks arrogantly, thinking that he has finally found it. Right then, the ground below is heavily surrounded by hunting hounds led by a massive, hideous Tier 6 hell beast. Upon confrontation, the demonic dog immediately bares its fangs and roars fiercely, wrapped in bands of gloomy dark energy. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying energy spreads and completely envelops him. Suddenly, a flash of light gleams within the dark energy, accompanied by Inha's voice speaking out, regardless of whether he is marked or not. As he finishes speaking, his gaze becomes terrifyingly sharp, casually provoking, "You finished, you stupid dog." Instantly, a barrage of dazzling lightning bolts strikes the ground repeatedly. Sensing the imminent danger, the hellhound flinches and quickly retreats. Immediately, the light attack strikes the pack of hunting hounds directly, making them writhe and howl in pain. As Unha lands on the ground, a sinister smile curls on his lips as he glances up at the hovering monster. He stands up proudly, intently observing the giant beast reigning on the hill. Instantly, it raises its head and roars in absolute fury. Moments later, the surviving hunting hounds rush forward, surrounding him from behind. Swiftly, Enna dodges the vicious pounce of the demonic dogs. Without hesitation, he swings his sword and thrusts it forcefully into the enemy. Inhe yanks out the blood-drenched blade while his other hand raises the gun, aiming it straight ahead. He repeatedly fires a barrage of bullets into the snout of the monster hovering right in front of his face. Clicking his tongue, Inna spins around to the back. The hunting hounds surge forward again, trying to tear their prey apart to vent their anger. Inhe's eyes flash with a cold gleam as he grits his teeth, swinging his sword to confront them. He moves like lightning, effortlessly tearing through the enemy formation and leaving the hounds howling miserably from the painful blows. Just then, a violent flame erupts, burning all of them to ashes. Seeing this, Enna halts his steps. He looks up at the alpha beast above, surrounded by the countless fierce eyes of the lurking pack. Yenha calmly raises his gun, muttering to himself, "This is troublesome." Meanwhile, the four children are running for their lives down the mountain in a frantic rush. Suddenly, they recall Inhe's instructions to understand their duty and stay alert to the hunting hound's terrifying magical power to overcome this. At the same time, everyone's voices rose in immediate agreement. Suddenly, everyone stopped and then hesitated to move forward. Right before their eyes, forks in the road suddenly appeared, making everyone hesitate. Yuha gently called out to Jiang, asking where they should go now. Hearing that, before Jiang could answer, the panting girl told herself that she was too tired but still had to keep going. Anna's words echoed in Hajang's head again, saying that he and Siona would lead while Hajang, being more perceptive, should be the main navigator, with Siona assisting from behind. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Hajang's eyes as she encouraged herself to try her best to overcome this. In the blink of an eye, black smoke billowed from a corner. Hajang immediately warned that something seemed wrong on the left, and then Siona suddenly recalled the advice about her ability to sense monsters. Understanding, Siona nodded in agreement, saying the sound on the other side was very strange. And as soon as she finished speaking, Minji beside them urged that no matter how tired they were, they had to run fast. With those words finished, all four of them continued to turn in another direction, with a fleeting question in their minds. Unhaye's face looked exhausted now, wondering why there was no sign of any other players around here. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, making the young boy startle and whip his head back toward where the sound had come from. Quick as a flash, another small hand grabbed Unhai's hand decisively. Minji shouted loudly at the young boy, telling him not to turn his head back but to run for his life. At this moment, Minji recalled their earlier conversation when she had warned everyone not to act recklessly, and then she asked if they were done. Anha immediately reached out to pat the girl's head and teased her for being a fool, making Minji angrily scold him a few times before nodding to confirm that everything was finished. Back in the present, Minji was still running headlong with a very frustrated expression, clicking her tongue. Right in front of them, something emitting a bizarre black aura suddenly loomed. Hajang hastily shouted for everyone to stop because there was something unusual ahead. The group came to a halt in front of the dark, murderous aura that was emitting terrifying growls. Suddenly, a hairy foot stepped out from the shadows. On the creature's back, numerous huge horns grew densely. Minji stared wide-eyed at the beast, nearly fainting, and let out a startled cry. In the blink of an eye, a giant hound materialized, baring its sharp teeth and roaring to the heavens. The hound threw its head back and howled continuously, as if signaling for its pack. Seeing that strange action, Ellie asked in surprise what it was up to, while Minji beside him trembled and told him to look over there. Immediately, from a distance, a horde of other hounds was swarming to surround them. The situation on their side was no better, as the roaring hounds had blocked all the exits around them. They steadily moved closer to the group of young children. Elhai's anxious face scanned in all directions in hopes of finding a way to escape. Suddenly, the young boy recalled Enhe's advice that Unhyok was their ray of hope for survival and the main damage dealer of the entire team. He was forced to confront the monsters blocking his path. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hyuk high-fived Unha and resolutely replied, "Let's do it." Right now, the young man was gripping the greatsword in his hands tightly, wondering to himself if he could actually pull this off. Immediately, a memory rushed back into his mind, the image of Unha standing with hands on her hips, supervising his every move, shouting for him not to close his eyes and to speed up, while Unhyuk tiredly counted 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 8. Putting all memories aside, what lay before Unhyuk now was a pack of hounds lunging at him with bared fangs and claws. Without a single thought, he swung his sword and rushed straight ahead to counterattack. With just one swing, the wild beast shrieked in pain. Before long, it staggered and collapsed to the ground. Seeing his first achievement, Hyuk rejoiced inwardly that he had actually made it, prompting Minji, who was standing behind him, to scream, asking what on earth he was murmuring to himself, "You idiot." But his joy was short-lived as the pack of hounds began to growl fiercely again. Quick as lightning, they leaped forward to surround Hyuk's position. The boy did not hold back either. With sword in hand, he was determined to teach them a lesson. In the blink of an eye, several of them were hit and rolled on the ground, whimpering miserably. Unfortunately, a vicious claw from behind tore open Hyuk's back, causing him to cry out in panic. Instantly, the wild beast lunged in even more frantically, closing the distance. They leaped over the boy and seized the opportunity to snatch the sword from his hands. Not only that, but they also used their sharp claws to scratch all over the poor boy's body. The other three stood watching the painful scene with utmost anxiety, and Minji cried out Hyuk's name in panic. Siana, with a face pale from fear, silently reasoned in her mind that those monsters were trying to tear Hyuk to pieces. However, the boy stubbornly looked up at the wild beasts and declared, "I will absolutely never give up." Before the words fully left his mouth, the hounds lunged to attack. Hyuk quickly swung his fist, which was glowing with energy, gritting his teeth as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Just then, a panting hound rushed right up to him. The boy immediately blurted out the rest of the sentence stuck in his throat, "I am the main damage dealer," before landing a devastating punch right to his opponent's face. The powerful blow sent the monster flying backward with countless broken teeth falling out, looking utterly pathetic. Hyuk froze and stared blankly at his own hand, wondering to himself how on earth he had managed to do that. As quick as a flash, another hound pounced while he was still blankly reminiscing about the familiar feeling, identical to what his leader did before. It launched a decisive preemptive strike, leaving him no time to defend as he was sent flying. Seeing this, the other three panicked and screamed Hyuk's name as they saw his body flying backward through the air. At this moment, Hyuk clutched his wound with a contorted face, struggling to stand up. However, the hound had already closed in, arrogantly planting its paw on the boy's chest. Its appearance was extremely fierce, its snout baring its teeth as if it were about to swallow the poor victim alive. Witnessing that heart-stopping scene, the trio of young girls screamed out in panic from fear. Siana's tears flowed, her throat choking as she screamed until her voice was hoarse. Memories of past laughter suddenly rushed back, making their hearts ache as they begged for forgiveness. "Someone please save our lives. Please have mercy and help us this time." In that critical moment, the wild beast opened its sharp-toothed jaws wide and lunged forward. As quick as lightning, Hyuk raised his arm to shield himself, only for his arm to fall straight into its mouth. Right at that moment, the children gathered their magic to counterattack the fierce monsters. Each strand of Siana's hair suddenly glowed with a strange, brilliant light. She clasped her hands in front of her chest as if she were earnestly chanting a spell. In her heart, the child continuously called out for help, hoping for a miracle to appear. How dazzling it was! A fierce burst of light swept through every corner of the surroundings. In an instant, a cool breeze began to spread throughout the space. It slowly approached, making the pack of hounds stop in surprise. Immediately after, the breeze turned into a powerful whirlwind that blew the evil beasts far away. In the blink of an eye, a protective barrier enveloped the four children, repelling the danger. Finding it strange, Siona exclaimed in surprise that it seemed this whirlwind had no intention of harming them. Suddenly, Hatrang seemed to realize something and shouted out loudly. She frantically ran toward Hyuk, who was gasping for breath, calling her friend's name in panic. As they all gathered to help Hyuk stand up, a warm voice suddenly echoed from afar. Following that call, a pair of shoes appeared, floating leisurely in midair. It turned out to be a woman hovering in the sky, leaving both the children and the hounds dazed. She leisurely walked on the clouds, gently approaching the children. Her brilliant red hair caught their attention, making the four children's jaws drop. Without any hesitation, the woman spoke in a sweet voice, telling the children to close their eyes and then chanting a magic spell. Siro looked at the wild beasts, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling as she promised to act on behalf of heaven to punish them. In another development, Hyuk had cleared out the hounds in a sea of fire, then reached for his water bottle and tossed his backpack aside. Yana quickly opened the flask, thinking to himself that having climbed a high mountain, a few sips of rice wine were indispensable. As soon as he opened the cap, he downed several sips, his mind still spinning with thoughts. That thing hadn't appeared yet. leaving him helpless. After taking a few delicious sips, Yunhe tossed the flask behind him and leisurely walked on. Weapon in hand, he flashed a defiant smile and declared that today the whole pack would meet the king of hell. As his words ended, the empty flask hit the ground with a loud crash. Without a second's hesitation, Yunhe immediately charged straight toward the ferocious demon hound. In the blink of an eye, the beast took a critical blow and was knocked far away. Right behind him, the aggressive pack of hounds also began to lurk, waiting for the opportunity to jump in and tear him to pieces. As quick as lightning, Yunhe kicked to break their formation, sneering and telling them to stop hiding. Agilely, he gracefully dodged and continuously counterattacked, giving the pack of monsters no room to breathe. As a monster was about to pounce, Yunhe haughtily raised his gun barrel, telling it to lie down and wait for death. With a loud bang, he finished it off without hesitation, then spun around to face the oncoming beasts. His eyes gleamed with coldness, and his glowing blade mixed with the dark blood of the monsters. In less than a few seconds, the wild beasts were sliced into 100 pieces by the sharp sword strokes. Their dismembered corpses lay scattered on the ground, with fresh blood splattering everywhere. Once again, he glided like the wind to finish each one off, his face filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his sweat-stained face straining to breathe heavily to regain his strength. Pointing his fiery sword straight at the ferocious alpha, Yunhe coldly said it was now its turn. His pupils suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp light. Like lightning, he closed in on the demon, his mouth softly murmuring a mysterious celestial movement technique. Suddenly, a powerful surge of electricity ran through his entire body, forcing him to halt and readjust. His face began to distort in pain, wondering to himself if he was exhausted. Even so, his feet pushed hard against the empty air to gain momentum and leap up, telling himself that indeed it was so. At that moment, the monster on the ground also used the power of its 4 legs to spring upward. Without any hesitation, Yunhe immediately charged straight into a head-on confrontation, wondering how it would block this move. Unexpectedly, the sharp blade in his hand was clamped shut by the monster's razor-sharp teeth. Seizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Yunhe quickly drew his gun and fired several consecutive shots at his opponent. 2 bullets tore through the night sky, hurtling into the empty space ahead. Suddenly sensing something unusual, the demon glared at him with furious eyes. At that very moment, he also froze up, not forgetting to mutter a curse to himself. Instantly, the hellhound opened its mouth wide to its ears. Surging from its throat was a blazing rain of fire aimed straight at Yunhe. Soon the volley of bullets lodged straight into its flesh, making the mad dog yelp in pain repeatedly. Just then, Yunhe landed smoothly and immediately tossed aside his empty gun. He glanced at the creature before him. Thus, man and dog glared at each other, ready to enter a life or death struggle. Yunhe gripped the hilt of his sword, telling himself that if the gun was out of bullets, he would use muscle power. Though his internal energy was depleted, he could still fight well. Meanwhile, the hellhound's fiery eyes still glared intently at Yunhe with murderous intent. Suddenly, the currents of energy swirling around its body vanished completely. But then, it was surrounded by dark, shadowy spheres as a chilling voice rang out, "Arrogant humans." Hearing this, Yunhe was dazed for a few seconds. He shuddered and thought, has this guy not run out of strength yet? Sweat poured down as it turned out the creature still had a final trump card up its sleeve. Are those streaks sword slashes? No, it's something bizarre. It must be planning to spit poison to crush me. You mangy dog, today I will send you to your grave. Losing his composure, he charged forward fiercely, regardless of what obstacles lay ahead. This blade will chop everything to pieces. He swung his blade with powerful strokes that tore through the wind. Suddenly, the space before him grew dark with a pitch-black mass. Yunhe startled and muttered, I never expected this monster to play such a dirty trick. If that's the case, I'll just blow it to pieces. He poured his strength into swinging his blade hard at the hellhound. What a troublesome, devilish trick. He boldly rushed straight at the mad dog without the slightest hesitation. The blade in Yunhe's hand now began to tremble violently. He realized with anxiety that he had completely run out of mana. Blinding beams of golden aura began to flare up brilliantly. The fiery clash between the blade and the hellhound blew Yunhe far away. He braced himself, struggling to get back on his feet bit by bit. Yunhe panted heavily. Despite exhausting his remaining defensive energy, his entire body was still aching. Yunhe leaned his forehead against the blade of his sword to keep his balance. Someone's word suddenly echoed in his memory that Yunhe guy seems to be completely exhausted. Jin Parang threw cold water on the idea, leave him be. Do you think they call him a madman for no reason? The true nature of a madman only erupts when. Suddenly, strange blue beams of light flared up around Yunhe. Only when hanging by a thread does one's hidden potential burst forth. He braced himself and stood up, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack and tremble. The hellhound cowered in terror. Yunhe roared and dashed off like a fierce whirlwind. He lunged at the monster, thinking, your time is up today. Yunhe charged forward fiercely with a face full of murderous intent. The creature from hell began to sense that something was wrong. A critical slash from him severed one of the enemy's legs. The hellhound fell in a panic and looked at him trembling. Yunhe built up momentum, preparing to unleash the decisive attack. The beast used all its strength to defend itself. Its strength was gradually depleting. He suddenly understood the issue. Suddenly, it fired a pitch-black orb, blasting him far away. That ghostly orb kept continuously expanding. Yuna watched with disdain, saying, "You call this hide-and-seek trick stealth? If it's only this tough, I have more than enough power to smash it. That's why I told you from the very beginning that. I don't know if you still remember, or if you've already forgotten, you blockhead." He swung his sharp blade, ripping open the shell of the black orb. The figure of the hellhound began to appear inside. Yuna glared intently inside. He shattered the orb and said, "Didn't I warn you that your time was up?" Yuna brandished his sword, executing a finishing blow right in front of the hellhound. He swung his hand, cleanly slashing through its neck. The beast's head rolled across the cold ground. Yuna slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. He raised his gaze to the high sky. Yuna uttered a cry of satisfaction. "Everything stops here? Kids, quickly duck down." The surrounding scenery suddenly shattered, turned to ash, and vanished. Seoljan smiled gently and told them to close their eyes so she could handle those people. Seoljan turned her head away and gave a subtle smile. She tightly closed the fan in her hand. Seoljan grumpily scolded the kids, saying that if they could take care of themselves, they couldn't achieve anything. The woman slowly spread her fan. Seoljan began to unleash her move, creating fierce whirlwinds. She casually asked why there was still no announcement by now. Seoljan stretched her hand forward. She smiled triumphantly because the others must have been blown away. The two air vortexes grew more and more fierce by the moment. Suddenly, a purple beam of light shot straight into the center of the two tornadoes. That thing kept being tossed back and forth inside the terrifying vortex. The color of the whirlwind gradually turned into a mysterious deep purple. Seoljan looked straight at it with a self-satisfied gaze. She snapped the fan shut. Seoljan followed it with her eyes. The children were still hiding behind her. She gently waved her fan with a bashful look. The tornadoes vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Seoljan flusteredly comforted the children, telling them not to cry because she was also very scared. "No need to worry, thanks to Unhyuk's praise I looked super cool." Hajung excitedly praised her for being so awesome, while Suna shyly thanked her. Hanyuk curiously asked who she was, while Minji hastily told him to thank her first. Hyuk was thrilled to witness one of the most outstanding figures with his own eyes. Minji reminded him not to be rude, making Seoljan secretly smile to see the kids were doing fine after the close call. Perhaps the children had lost their composure a little because they were so terrified. Seoljan commented that the kids seemed to be in very low spirits. "We must check carefully to see if there is any ruptured gallbladder or internal injury." Seeing Hajang suddenly radiating a brilliant aura, Seoljan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hajang slowly glanced over at Seoljan. She rushed over and hugged Hajang tightly, causing the little kid to freeze for a few seconds. Seoljan coaxed and asked the puppy if he wanted to be a player. The little kid blankly asked back, "A player," and she nodded firmly, saying that's right. Unhyuk immediately interrupted, saying he was the one chosen to be the player. Seoljan squinted to examine the boy. "He looks quite sharp too." Suddenly, Seoljan squeezed both of them into her arms, praising them for being incredibly cute. "You two sent a telepathic signal to sisterhood, didn't you? Awesome, thanks to that, I managed to find my way all the way here." Minji was overjoyed. He thought he was useless, but unexpectedly he had achieved a great feat. The little kid excitedly rushed straight into Seoljan's arms. Seoljan urged the two of them to quickly head down the mountain because the rescue team had arrived, and Minji asked in a panic if she wasn't retreating with them. She smiled and said there were many other lives to save, but she would definitely not leave the two of them alone. Seoljan looked back. Indeed, speak of the devil and he appears. A cool, dark figure loomed and emerged from the cliff. Kang Qian aggressively and proudly stepped closer. He roared, asking why she could bear to abandon him all alone. "Do you know I had to struggle and get scraped and bruised just to get here?" Enyok resolutely reported that the boss still hadn't returned. Both Seoljan and Kang Qian stared in surprise and asked back which boss. Meanwhile, Enha was lying unconscious on the ground. He suddenly recalled the reproachful words, "When will you ever learn to take care of yourself? Yunha, if I hadn't carried you so hard, do you know how many times you would have met your ancestors already?" Zojung roared that the wounds left by the monster were extremely severe and asked if he had cut himself because he was afraid of going crazy, to which he sighed wearily and said, "If my body is ruined, why are you going crazy?" Furious, she gnashed her teeth and scolded the insolent brat. "So after all, who is the one cleaning up your mess and treating you, huh?" "It's me, Li Zojung. Once this body is under my care, it belongs to me." Enna grumbled and asked, "Why on earth are you acting crazy?" "I apologize, okay?" Zojung glared at him and said, "Just a hollow apology. If you know you were wrong, make some time for me this weekend." Inha curiously asked what for, and she casually replied that he just needed to be obedient and listen. "Or do you want a beating?" Suddenly intimidated, he nodded in agreement immediately. Waking up at this moment, his body felt completely exhausted. The first place he saw was a stark white hospital room. Unha leaned down, examining his wrist with curiosity. There were no injuries at all when suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Xiaojun entered the room and greeted him. Unha turned his head to look, then greeted her back. Xiaojun smiled and asked if he was awake and if he was in pain anywhere. Dazed, he replied that he was fine, then wondered if she was the one who saved him, questioning how much that committee member already knew. Xiaojun sat down, saying she had brought him to the hospital as soon as she saw him, and asked if his name was No Unha. He nodded happily, thinking to himself that she probably didn't he know he was a monster hunter. With confidence, she told him to just call her sister, while Unha chuckled, reminding himself to be careful with every word he said. Suddenly, he realized something was unusual. Ina seriously asked how long he had been lying there and how his friends were doing. Xiao Jun calmly replied that it had been about 6 hours and that his friends were all safe and sound. Sona and Hejung were worried sick, so she had notified his family, and they were probably on their way. He was awkwardly relieved that everyone was safe, but worried about how to explain it to his family. Xiao Jun casually told Unha that he needed to cooperate with the investigation and asked if he would tell the truth. Unha resolutely agreed. Resting her chin in her hand, she immediately fired the first question: why was he at that place? And additionally, who had cleared out the monsters in that area? Yina kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. He gave a forced smile and said he didn't remember anything because he had panicked at the time and just ran straight up. Furthermore, right before he passed out, it seemed like some savior had appeared. Xiao Jun looked suspicious and asked, "Is that really true? But we both know there were tons of dangerous monsters there." Xiao Jun then placed both her hands directly on the hospital mattress. Her eyes narrowed as she said she suspected he was the one who defeated them, staring intently at Unha and asking how he planned to talk his way out of this. He quickly waved his hands in denial, arguing how he could possibly defeat monsters when he hadn't even finished his childhood yet. Xiao Jun reasoned that she had firm belief because when she searched the name Unha online, she saw he had won a bravery award last year. He quickly dodged it, saying it was just a coincidence. She teased him further, asking if this case was also a coincidence where he happened to knock down a pack of hounds. Unha groaned inwardly because this woman was sticking to him like a leech. He stammered, arguing that no matter what, it definitely wasn't him. Xiao Jun cut him off, asking how he could still deny it so stubbornly when they had found his fingerprints on the knife. Utterly flustered and out of excuses, it was indeed an awkward situation. Convinced that she had caught him red-handed, he had no choice but to give up. He took a breath and proposed, "Let's make a deal." Xian triumphantly said she had nothing to lose, so there was no need for a deal, but he slowly revealed some highly earth-shattering news, making her hesitate and ask in surprise, "Is that true?" "What's the news?" Unha looked, "You stammered and remained silent. We have a deal after all." Xian guessed blindly. It seems that guy is no longer denying wiping out the pack of hunting dogs. "What news is this kid planning to leak?" She spoke up, "What do you want after all?" He shook his head repeatedly, "I don't desire anything at all." Xian's jaw dropped, "You don't want anything?" Unha waved his hand warily, "I only hope to live peacefully day by day like this." Night fell. Xian started to head back. The driver and his subordinates were waiting anxiously in the car. She quietly got in, dig up all the information on the heir of the Dangwon family. Xian thought idly, especially the granddaughters who are the successors. Anna put on a serious look, along with the connections between them and the leader of your association. Ocean Association sniffed. Her gaze was sharp. "I am not in the mood for joking. Can you handle this burden?" He replied calmly, "If all goes smoothly, I will join your association as well." Xian curled her lip disdainfully. "Do you think the Ocean Association is a market that you can just enter as you please?" Yunha argued stubbornly, "Don't you believe that I have already cleared out the hunting dogs?" She gave a cold snort, "But didn't you make a fortune either way?" He cast a side glance. "This is an opportunity for you to test your husband's heart and gain an excellent henchman." Xian sat warily in the car. She stared blankly out at the street. "Look up those young ladies of the Dangwon group for me." The driver was surprised, the descendants of the Dangwon family. Xian nodded, "Dig up all of my husband's connections, and also compile a report on the hierarchy of the monsters in the Gangnam region." She suddenly remembered Unha's words, "And another thing, you're also involved in keeping order in Gangnam, aren't you?" She raised an eyebrow. "So what?" He smiled faintly. "Be careful of those unfamiliar monsters. If you keep looking down on the low-level ones, you'll suffer a painful fall one day." Xian's eyes widened. "How do you know so well?" Unha interrupted, "Almost forgot. Remember to spread the word that you are taking full responsibility for this." She gave a firm order. "From now on, I will take over all the hunting dogs at Bakansan Peak." The driver gasped, "Oh my god, but that place." The driver stole a glance to his side. Anna smiled slyly. "This doesn't do you any harm anyway, right? Besides, from now on, I will still play the role of an innocent elementary school kid." Xian praised him continuously. "That snobbish kid is actually quite fun after all." While sitting dazed on the hospital bed, Ian was suddenly visited by her group of friends. At exactly 2 o'clock this afternoon on Buchan Peak, a whole pack of ferocious hunting dogs suddenly appeared. Master Song Rayong of the 12 Thrones has just subdued the leading beast and is currently actively scarring the entire area of Buchan Peak. To date, among the 34 identified unfortunate victims, there are several elementary school children who were on a picnic at Buchan. Chairman Jun of the Ocean Association had to offer his deepest apologies. The press is heavily reporting on the dispersal of the crowd of outraged victims' families protesting at the funeral, while controversies are also flaring up regarding Chief Jun stepping down. A suicide note was discovered in the vice chairman's office, a decision that is far too painful. After a few months, the sky shone brightly again. The whole group cheered in unison, "Happy birthday, Siona." The young girl excitedly thanked them profusely, then curiously asked how they all knew the date, to which Minji proudly retorted, How could she ever forget her best friend's special day? In had teased Minji to stop bluffing because she had been tailing the homeroom teacher to extract the information, making her friend so embarrassed that she got angry and yelled at her to shut up immediately. Hajang chuckled and offered his birthday wishes along with a box of handmade chocolates, making Siana blush and whisper her thanks. Unhyuk suddenly and stealthily started plotting something. He sat up and proudly bragged that the whole group had agreed to throw her birthday party at the Happy Restaurant. Yuna held him back and asked if he had asked Hajang for permission, to which Unhyuk boastfully replied that everything was set, boss, while Minji felt her heart skip a beat with worry for entrusting this task to that clumsy guy. Siana curiously asked where they were going, causing Enha to freeze for a few seconds before stuttering an excuse. The whole group quickly rushed off, leaving a message that she did not need to worry. Minji quickly stepped back, telling Hajang to get ready because the morning class was about to start. Siana was completely clueless, looking up to complain to the heavens. "I'm coming." The whole family started singing happy birthday together, making the little girl blush and exclaim, again. Unhyuk cheered surprise, while Anna smiled warmly and wished her a happy birthday. Siana's eyes welled up with tears because it turned out everyone had secretly prepared a surprise for her, and she thanked them profusely. Minji smirked, telling her to go ahead and cry. The group had even gone to great lengths to prepare a birthday cake, and now they were just waiting for the main character to blow out the candles and cut it. Anna immediately set the pace, saying to blow them out on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Happy 8th birthday to Siana. And Hyuk anxiously asked if she would still be alright after all. Minji recounted how Jin Seuna bragged about her dad being an office worker, and even threatened and forced others to attend her birthday party. Ina hesitated. Well, about that. The prestigious conglomerate, ranked 7th in South Korea in the financial sector, has its core operations divided into 3 areas: electronics, construction, and advertising. The pharmaceutical sector is not that important to the group, and moreover, Jung Seo-hoon can completely acquire pharmaceutical companies to manipulate this market. Inha lightly tapped Minji's forehead and told her to stop daydreaming. He casually said that if you want to be the successor to the encouragement group, you must first have the surname Kim. Do you hear me? However, the Jin surname proves he is not of the legitimate lineage. Stop thinking too much and eat, chubby Minji, she embarrassedly said. I'm only worried about you. The girl silently ran away. Well, just sit there and enjoy the meal by yourself. Yuna thought deeply. It seemed things were getting more and more complicated, but it didn't matter. Whether it's a pharmaceutical company or the encouragement group, if they cause trouble for my family, then don't blame me for not showing them any mercy. Hyuk enthusiastically bragged to the boss that he would show off the results of his training today, while Unha sighed and said it wasn't necessary, only hoping he wouldn't trip and fall. He ran away, promising everything would be fine, while she watched him go, shaking her head in dismay, not understanding why the kid was so confident. Suddenly a strange feeling rushed in. He anxiously asked what was going on. Minji angrily questioned Jo Jin-ah to explain, saying the teacher had promised to treat the whole class to fried chicken and pizza if they won. She miserably lamented that everything would be fine, but in reality it wasn't fine at all. Ina looked at Jin-ah with sympathy, fully understanding the struggle of having to look after these mischievous students. The referee loudly announced that everyone was ready. Hyuk quickly warmed up and told himself he would dazzle everyone. The starting gun went off, signaling the start of the official race. Hyuk rushed forward as fast as an arrow. The whole class cheered enthusiastically in unison. Yuna could only shake her head, predicting that this kid Choi Hyuk was acting up again. And Hyuk confidently shouted that he would cross the finish line first, asking the boss if she could see it. Suddenly he felt a strange sensation coming over him. Why had his body suddenly become so heavy? Just as Hyuk reached the finish line, he collapsed onto the ground. He and Minji hurriedly ran over to check on the situation. Jin-ah rushed to support Hyuk, encouraging him to keep trying, saying that Mother Earth would protect and let all things flourish. Ina sighed in disappointment. As expected, he didn't know how to pace himself, and she would probably have to teach him a lesson about knowing his limits. She rushed over to embrace him and cried out, "Nha." She happily bragged that she had just won first place in the 100-meter dash, and he exclaimed in surprise, "My sister is number 1. So you beat the entire 5th grade. That's amazing." Yunha smiled brightly and said she had to go compete in another event, wishing him well and telling him to be careful. "If you're happy, I am glad too." Minji teased, "Don't get too closed off, this guy is really clinging to you too much." Siana trembled all over because Yoa's speed was lightning fast. "Are you happier for your sister than for the team?" Ina flatly denied, "No way, I'm just busy thinking about what to eat for lunch." Minji interrupted, "That's not it, he's just excited because of his sister." Both of them staring made Yunha embarrassedly change the subject. "By the way, I wonder how Hajang has been doing lately." Siana pointed her finger and said, "She is standing right over there." Hajang excitedly rushed over, "I finally found the two of you." Julieta and Bruno happily welcomed her. Hajang hesitantly asked, "Sister, could you help me with something?" Hajang quickly pulled Julieta's hand. "Hurry up, sister." The other was bewildered. "Oh, what's the rush?" Julieta stopped to exchange a few words with the referee. The two sisters were chatting and laughing together. Hajang let out a sigh of relief. Lana asked curiously, what did you just ask Sister Julieta to do? Hajang held a water bottle from an American. He was stunned. Wait, isn't she Italian? Julieta smiled. Since I spoke in English, she replied in English. Una was surprised. Ah, is that so? Hajang explained that the first person she thought of was Sister Julieta. He was worried. Is she planning to trick them? It's unbelievable. This kid Hajang is really amazing. Remembering the first day we met, the little girl did nothing but cry all day. Now she can confidently solve any trouble. She grew up so fast. But on the other hand, Unha completely collapsed from exhaustion. Yoonhee sat there blankly. Is this what it feels like after using recovery medicine? Yoonhee tried to be at least half as hardworking as Hajang. Everyone, let's gather after lunch. He approached and everyone greeted him in unison, and Inha waved back. He sat down and said, my mom sent this to you guys. Hajang took it and thanked Inha. He whispered softly, Hajang, who is that person over there? She said that it was Sister Sujin, and she has been coming by our place a lot lately. Yana scratched his head. She looked so familiar. But I just can't remember where I've met her. Senna gasped in surprise. She greeted him confidently. If you're hungry, would you like to have some food with me? Yona walked away, thinking about what to eat for lunch. Sina quickly chased after him. Wait a minute. Sina pointed at him and said, Dad, this is the friend I told you about. John was surprised. So you are Anha? He asked in a stern voice, are you the one who bullied Arsina? What does your father do for a living? He sighed softly in frustration, wondering if she had just run off to tattle to her father. His face showed indifference. The apple truly doesn't fall far from the tree. He only ran a small pharmaceutical company, so why was he so arrogant? Jonal reached out to grab him, cursing him as an insolent brat. The opponent had closed in right in front of him, but Enna still stood completely still. Jonal was suddenly startled, his face turning pale. It was hard to believe that a mere kid possessed such impressive strength. The aura radiating from him was just like that of the chairman. Enha brushed his hand aside, asking if he was scared yet. Jonal was startled. He swung his fist angrily, cursing the insolent brat. Yena swiftly and cleanly dodged the blow. He took a few steps back. Yuna sensed a sudden movement rushing toward them. His father immediately rushed forward, throwing a straight punch at John L. He confidently knocked John L down with just a single punch. Anha's father brushed off his hands, scolding the man for daring to touch his son. He anxiously asked if his son was hurt anywhere. The boy reassured his father that he was fine and worried that he might cause trouble for him. John L struggled to get up, angrily cursing the cowards who dared to hit him. Get rid of that guy quickly. Yinha was fuming with anger, thinking to himself that he must clean up this troublesome bunch. If the man dared to touch his father, he would deal with him immediately, but Anha's father just smiled gently, telling him to rest assured since he was there. He stood courageously in front of him, declaring that he would protect his son. John L groaned in pain, yelling resentfully about how a lowly person dared to strike him. He shouted loudly, ordering them to arrest the man. Yen has secretly planned to eliminate the old man if he dared touch his father, but his father patted his shoulder and told him to rest assured. I can handle this myself. John L shrieked, asking who he was and if he knew who John L was, to which he calmly replied that he knew him very well. John L widened his eyes in surprise, and Anha's father calmly identified him as Jin John L, the president of Koyan Kitch Pharmaceuticals. Now that I have said this much, do you recognize me? John Wool trembled. Please. Could it be that you are a high-ranking executive at the Sirius Corporation? Anxious, John Wool couldn't understand why the powerful department head of Sirius was here. So this was the reason why that boy was so cheerful. Yuna was shocked. My dad is a big boss at Sirius. His dad was surprised. Why are you so astounded? Sirius, the illustrious conglomerate, ranked second in all of South Korea. Mainly, they specialize in manufacturing equipment for gamers. Yuna's father said softly, now do you remember who I am? John Wool hurriedly pointed his finger. Why are you here? He looked ready to cry. How could this be? John Wool immediately cowered. I'm sorry, I am truly sorry. May I ask what brings the director of strategy here today? Yuna was bewildered. So that's the department in charge of Sirius S equipment. The boy's father looked at John Wool. I came here to cheer for my child in the sports competition, but it seems you don't like my son very much. He stammered. Ah, so this is the precious son of the illustrious director. Furthermore, that boy is a key figure in the equipment department of Sirius Group. John Wool hung his head low. I am terribly sorry. Please find it in your heart to forgive this old fool. He thought to himself, I must absolutely not make him angry, lest he becomes the heir to the entire conglomerate. He pointed next to him. My Senna also wants to apologize. The little girl mumbled yes. He firmly commanded Jin Senna, apologize quickly, my child. Senna was still dazed. Then she turned her head. Whispers erupted everywhere. Did those two just have a scuffle? Jin Senna and Yuna fought, but it seems Senna gave up. Serves her right. That will teach her to stop bullying her classmates. Hey Don, stare at her. Watch out or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Senna startled and jumped up. I am truly sorry. Then she quickly ran away. He sighed wearily. Good grief. Anna's father said calmly, in that case, we shall take our leave. Let's consider us even after that punch, okay? John Wool turned pale. What punch? I wasn't punched at all. He bowed very low. Have a safe trip, esteemed director. Yoonha looked gloomy and worried. I'm doomed. Dad is definitely gonna scold me. His father gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Inna looked up. Why yes. With a look of concern, he instructed, if anything similar happens again, you must absolutely not handle it yourself, but instead let me know right away. That person is really strict, Inha. You are so naive, always needing your dad. What is wrong with relying on your family a little? The wind blew and clouds drifted lazily high above. Yuna pondered, suddenly feeling a slight sense of unease. Thanks to his father's sweet words, he cheerfully replied, thank you, Dad, silently swearing to keep this warmth in his heart forever. The dawn gradually began to break. The man in the suit was blowing out cigarette smoke. He spun around and said, did I have to go to all the trouble of coming all the way here just to recruit you? He wants to achieve great things, but a few guys are standing in his way, so he needs your help. The hooded man asked bluntly, and what about the pay? The man in the suit gestured as he replied. He said calmly, I'll pay a deposit of $1.5 million first, and once the job is done, I'll hand over the rest in the same amount. The hooded man turned his face away. He held out his hand under the blue light and exclaimed, I get it. Suddenly, the suitcase full of money shook violently. He quickly jerked the suitcase back toward himself. The man in the suit sighed in exasperation, oh my goodness. Then he threw his head back and laughed heartily with delight. Cigarette ash scattered onto the ground. The entire bustling shopping mall welcomed them. Yunha excitedly started running and skipping along. Inha hesitantly stopped to look back. He muttered anxiously, it's been so long since I last visited this place, but why am I so exhausted? Julieta encouraged him, Inha, you're not allowed to be tired yet, we've only just arrived. Bruno chuckled and apologized while Unha sighed and said, find something delicious for me to eat, and Bruno immediately nodded in agreement. He glanced over and thought to himself, I get goosebumps every time I stand next to this guy. How could a measly office worker hide such supreme magical power? I must observe him very closely. Bruno asked Enha, what's wrong with you? He turned around and asked, where is she, and where is Julieta? This guy is clearly not simple at all. Bruno pointed and said they went up to the 5th floor. Enha sighed, this is going to be a lot of trouble to find them. Yenna said excitedly, from now on you can hide your energy too. Bruno waved his hand, don't worry, we have this. Enha looked confused, a phone. That's right. It is tracking their location. He said anxiously, does Julieta know anything? Bruno quickly put it away, this is a secret. Yunha cast a suspicious glance, this guy is acting kind of shady. Bruno cleared his throat and coughed, let's go quickly. Both of them tiptoed forward. They had just walked past a suspicious hooded guy. He sneered with a bizarre smile, let the fun begin. The two of them were already quite a distance away. Sensing something was wrong, Enha turned his head to look. A guy emitting a chilling green energy appeared. It was him. He suddenly remembered the scene of the ruined city. The image of himself holding a sword and rushing into battle. Enha was facing off directly with the hooded guy. On his wrist there was the exact same tattoo. This guy is just like that person, he is definitely the Nameless One. Startled, Enha whipped his head around. The Nameless One was unleashing an incredibly terrifying energy. Enha recalled that tattoo, it was definitely him without a doubt. He was the Nameless One who reigned in his memories. He smiled cunningly, an arrogant nameless guy. Yenha panicked, how did he manage to find his way here? Bruno spoke up, what's wrong, ha? He urged, don't you see anything unusual? Bruno looked blank, huh? Bruno looked around a few times. Enha said anxiously, it's really strange, you know. Bruno slowly explained, there are 3 people carrying a strange scent. The bald man, a person whose identity no one knew. Enha waved his hand and 3 eerie embers appeared. He controlled them to fly off. The fireballs rushed straight at the trio of opponents immediately. Enha found it strange because that guy just stood there frozen like a statue. He focused on observing and realized they were indeed players. And a well-trained group at that. Enha glanced at Bruno, then wondered about the remaining person. He is watching us from that hidden corner. These 2 players stood a moderate distance apart. They winked to signal each other and then dispersed in 2 different directions. Enha followed them with a doubtful gaze. He was determined to tail the bald man. He reached his hand into the leather pouch to see what was inside. The bald guy accidentally dropped a green stone on the ground. Anna was stunned, wondering if this was a magic stone. Don, tell me these bastards are plotting something. A green light covered the entire supermarket. Everyone around was terrified by the bizarre sight. The green light spread more and more powerfully and intensely. It formed a black hole, making many wonder if this was a mana leak. Bruno whipped around with an anxious expression. Out of nowhere, a pack of hounds rushed in to attack the citizens. They pinned the victims down as if wanting to devour them instantly. Monsters arrived in droves, growing increasingly numerous. An emergency alarm sounded from the loudspeaker, warning of monsters in the grocery store and urging everyone to evacuate, while the unknown man smiled because everything was going exactly as he wished. Eliminate anyone who gets in the way, showing no mercy. Manhwa shuddered because this horrific event had never occurred before his reincarnation. However, from that moment on, destiny had changed, and Manhwa recalled the vision of the ruined city. Ina rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Everything exploded and then gradually faded into nothingness. The hound pounced aggressively. It rushed straight towards Manhwa in the blink of an eye. He turned his head to look back and suddenly remembered something. Bruno rushed forward to confront the hound. He placed his hand on Manhwa's shoulder and told him to calm down. We need to find Julieta and Anna, so do you feel okay to continue? He calmed down and admitted that saving people was the most important task right now. Enha pressed for their location, and Bruno revealed that they were still trapped on the dangerous 5th floor. A voice echoed from above, saying it turned out he was the one who had just unleashed that mana strike. The nameless man wore a mocking smile. He looked down from above and mocked them for running away in a panic. Anna silently guessed his rank while his heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly Bruno dashed forward. He threw a devastating punch at the nameless man, a powerful blow like thunder. The nameless man tumbled to the ground in excruciating pain. Anna silently admired Bruno's formidable strength, even though he didn't need any help. He quickly spoke up to stop him. "We can finish off someone like him that easily." The nameless man's face began to swell and turn black and blue. Inha stepped on him and grumbled about how troublesome it was to deal with these guys. "In my past life, I was scolded a lot for not checking his identity thoroughly before he collapsed." Yuna blankly asked what Bruno was doing standing there, making him startled as he replied. He anxiously thought that kids nowadays were too scary, since he had only intended to knock him unconscious. A short while earlier, there had been an emergency announcement about the appearance of monsters in the grocery store, forcing everyone to evacuate immediately. Julieta asked in astonishment what was happening, while Enha was shocked to learn that monsters had escaped from the portal. She reassured everyone that they must stay calm to observe the situation and see how many monsters were appearing. Anha opened his eyes wide in astonishment at the scene. She observed that there were 3 of them on the left. On the opposite side to the right were 2 of them, and 1 in the middle. Luckily, our side is unharmed. In total there are 6 of them. I just need to choose an escape route carefully to avoid getting caught. Inha turned and said, "Don't worry, big sister, I will protect you." "So?" Julieta shrieked. "Inha, watch out in front of you." A hound was scrambling and pouncing forward. Julieta quickly pulled her back and unleashed a move. Anha whimpered on the verge of tears. "Sister Julieta?" Julieta brushed her hand aside and stood ready in a defensive stance. She conveniently grabbed a clothes hanger and struck it straight in the hound's face. It was knocked backward. Yinha gasped in surprise. That was definitely a display of superior magic power. It turned out that Julieta was a hidden master. Julieta ordered Enha, "We have to get out of here quickly. Bruno and the others must be anxiously waiting for us." Yinha replied, "Yes, Sister Julieta, you are incredibly cool." The hounds rushed forward in droves. Julieta lunged forward and hugged Enha tightly. She tugged Enha's hand and urged, "Run quickly." Julieta waved her hand, channeling her energy. She launched a critical blow behind her. "These guys are faster than I calculated. At this rate, I'll probably exhaust my internal energy. Is there anything random around here I can use as a weapon?" Anna screamed at the top of her lungs, "Sister, there's a rolled-up carpet over there." Julieta warned her, "Stop right there." Anna looked up blankly. A hound pounced toward her. "Anna, come back here quickly." Anna stood frozen like a statue. She suddenly reminisced. "Compared to back then, I don't feel any fear anymore." Wanha agilely bent her body to dodge to the side. She unleashed a kick straight into the hound's face. It gently fell to the ground just like that. The hounds looked bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Erna slowly landed safely. She breathed a sigh of relief. But then unfortunately she dislocated her ankle. Erna grimaced, hugging and leaning on Julieta. Frantically asking if she was all right to the point of almost fainting, Julieta heard Erna smile weakly and say, "I am fine." The hounds surrounded them on all sides. They howled, making the whole area echo. Julieta whipped around to look toward the stairs. She asked if Erna could run to where the puppy in front of them was, and Erna stammered, "Yes." Julieta sighed and said, "Then let's run," and with that, the 2 sisters dashed straight for the stairs. The 2 of them leaped, ignoring the pursuing hounds. The 2 sisters almost reached the stairs under the watchful eyes of the hounds. In the blink of an eye, they set foot there. Julieta urged, "Hurry down, Erna," and the girl nodded yes. The hounds signaled to each other and then turned and left. Julieta worried that without any tools it would be hard to defeat them easily, or at least they had to grab something to throw. Suddenly, a hound leapt down from the stairs. Julieta quickly grabbed the model stick she had ready. Putting all her strength into it, she swung the stick straight at the hound's face. It frantically dodged the fatal blow. The animal was quickly knocked down to the steps. Julieta used the momentum to launch a series of attacks on the rest. They lost their footing and tumbled down. Just as the other group was defeated, Erna said in admiration, "You are so cool, sister." And Julieta laughed, "Of course I am." Things were scattered in a mess everywhere. Erna reached out and picked up an object. She got into position, ready to throw it. The man with his hair tied up was immediately stopped by that object. He dodged the blow extremely skillfully and then quickly rushed towards Unha. He intended to duck down to sweep the ponytail guy's legs. The guy with his hair tied back stumbled, lost his balance, and fell over. Yena seized the opportunity to land a devastating punch on his face. The face of the man with his hair tied back was now swollen and bruised. He calmly asked, "I am fine, but how about you?" Bruno cracked his knuckles and said, "I am done too, let's go upstairs together." Yuna suddenly remembered, "Wait, from this angle, we can see them, brother." He gasped in astonishment. A wolf fell from high above to the ground and died instantly. Following that, a few more fell down one after another. Yunha and Bruno looked up toward the upper floor. Bruno noted that it seemed they were both fine, and he agreed. Inha looked at those lying collapsed and said, We should pick up something for self-defense and go upstairs, while Bruno asked if he needed a weapon. He drew his sword and said, "This is more than enough, brother." Manhwa calmly said, "I am done dealing with them. Look over there, they are right there." Bruno called out loudly and he quickly turned his head to look over. That nameless guy was still breaking a cold sweat. He stood up to observe and asked if he was the leader, to which Bruno calmly replied, "That's right, I'm leaving this responsibility to you." Anna shuddered and immediately refused. "I must personally destroy the person behind all of this." The guy who was smoking said gleefully, "Well, they really are foreigners." The guy in the tie smirked, "This is interesting. Haven't they caused enough trouble? Why turn down an easy opportunity?" Julieta calmly called out, "Come here to me, Manhwa." The guy in the tie said they should make a quiet exit now, while the smoking guy leaned down and instructed him to hide immediately before those creatures arrived. But wait, or should we enjoy ourselves a little bit first? Julieta gritted her teeth in anger. What absolute bastards. The guy in the tie asked if they should withdraw gradually, and the smoking guy replied that they needed to slip away quickly before those bastards arrived, but first, we should still entertain ourselves for a bit, shouldn't we? Julieta scolded in disgust. You people are absolutely repulsive. She ordered Unha to find a place to hide. I will come back to find you soon, while Unha hesitantly called out, "Sister. No, I want to be by your side. I can fight too, sis. Don't worry," Julieta shouted. "No, it's too dangerous." The smoking guy spoke up. "Hey, who said we were going to let her go?" The necktie guy standing behind agreed. "That's right, who said that?" Julieta quickly grabbed the model. She was about to strike. A gunshot went off, blowing up Julieta's weapon. The necktie guy picked his ear. He teased. "Oh, you shouldn't do that." The smoking guy said cheekily, "You should play with me. How dare you get distracted like that?" The necktie guy said sinisterly, "Let's fight one-on-one before the creatures arrive, then get out of here." In a scream, get lost right now." He stepped closer to corner her. "Don't be so scared, I'm not a bad guy." Ina quickly dodged. She ran away immediately. The necktie guy reached his hand out. He summoned mana, then grabbed Ina's hand. Ina screamed, "No!" She quickly summoned her skill and pushed the necktie guy away. Two white protective shields clashed against each other. He hesitated. "Oh, what's this? Just a kid, but she already possesses this much mana. He deactivated his protective shield and lunged forward. "If I sell this kid, could I make a fortune?" The dagger hit the shield and bounced off. The necktie guy was startled. "Why is it so hard?" Anna thought to herself, "I can stop him. Anna taught me I can do it." The necktie guy got frustrated. "At this rate, even I won't be able to do anything." She rejoiced. "Did I really do it?" Suddenly, a hand broke through. "Of course, I can break it." He grabbed Anna's hand. The man in the tie shouted gleefully, "I've got you now." At this moment, the panicked soldiers rushed, putting aside all tribal dignity to focus on saving people first. They all whipped around. "Whoa, what on earth is this? The slimy monster is escaping. Which squad is it under? Quick, call the marksman." The bald guy rushed up and shouted, "Captain, no need to make it so complicated." The other man barked, "Stop right now. All monsters are the same, just rush in and slash them to pieces to get it over with." The slimy monster immediately grabbed the weapon. It yanked the bald guy violently into its embrace. The bizarre creature leisurely swallowed his spear. A voice blared from the speaker, "Everyone fall back, melee attacks are useless against it. Report on the situation in the shopping area, wait for the mages to arrive, and then we'll decide." Puffing on his cigarette, the guy sneered, "Perfect, with this many, there's finally something to play with. In that case, let's bring this drama to a quick end." Julieta whipped around to look at him. He asked in surprise, "But how?" The man in the tie smirked, "If I can break that thing, I wouldn't dare call myself a master anymore." Suddenly, a bright flame flared up right next to them. They rushed forward in waves to attack him. It turned out to be Julieta's flame. She urgently shouted, "Run, quick." Wincing, the man in the tie groaned, "Damn it." A slow clattering sound of clapping echoed. The smoker praised her, "So you can use these moves too, huh?" Julieta quickly backed away, getting into a defensive stance. She pointed her spark-covered finger straight ahead. The other guy mocked, "That toy is useless. Give up, beautiful. Or how about coming over here and having some fun with me?" Julieta bit her lip in frustration. She quickly kicked off her shoes. Julieta casually ripped half of her skirt. "Don't you dare call me a doll." The smoker said indifferently, "Going back to those old habits again, are we? Those items make things difficult for us. Using power in such a cute way is a bit bizarre." He stared intently with a glare. Suddenly, a brilliant red light pierced through the shield. The man holding the cigarette stepped back. What on earth is going on? Did her power suddenly explode? This makes absolutely no sense. Could that be some kind of innate enhancement skill? The man wearing the tie hurriedly chased her into the toy store. He broke into a sweat, thinking she must be exhausted by now, right? Anna turned her head as the man wearing the tie roared, "Don't even think about running away anymore. Just be a good girl and play with me, sweetie." Anna concentrated all her mana into her legs. She lightly propelled herself up onto the display shelf. Anna grabbed a storage box next to her. She was aiming to throw it down. The man wearing the tie raised his shield to block it. "How stubborn. Let's see how long you can persist." Just then Anna slipped and tumbled down. The man wearing the tie gloated, "Got you. I'll break those legs of yours to teach you a lesson." He suddenly turned pale with fright. Anna seized the opportunity to activate her mana and counterattack. He struggled to defend himself. You think you can push me around just because I was being easy on you, brat. Ina calmly counted. She continued to count too, while launching a relentless attack. The man wearing the tie almost collapsed under the terrifying power from Ina. She agilely stepped on the shield and leaped far away. Anna launched herself high into the air. The man wearing the tie roared, "You annoying brat. This time don't even hope to escape from my hands." Ina suddenly recalled that moment. Could it be this exact same feeling, the sensation of mana surging through her veins? Mana burst. Ina unleashed a giant magic sphere. Cravat shuddered. What is this gruesome thing? A loud explosion rang out. Everything around seemed to shatter. The smoker startled and turned his head to look. The scene was truly desolate. From within, appeared along with Sister Julieta. The smoker was astonished, unable to believe it. Could that fool have been defeated by a little girl? I've wasted too much time, and now I'm out of bullets too. This situation is difficult to manage for both. Since it's too urgent, let us temporarily retreat for now. Julieta cried out, Ina, don't come closer, get away quickly. The little girl looked down, feeling the surge of power. Julieta panicked. What is this? The smoker sneered. You look quite frightened, Don Tiu. He tightened his grip on Julieta's neck. The smoker threatened. You didn't expect this, did you? Ina screamed. Sister Julieta, he ordered. Don T, move. If you dare to move, I will slash your sister's beautiful face. The girl was terrified. Sister. Suddenly a hand reached out. Cravat quickly slammed Anna's head onto the ground. The little girl was stunned. How is that possible? Cravat smirked. What did you think I had given up? There's no way a player like me would lose to a brat like you. Anna said to herself, I cannot just collapse like this. Suddenly Ina channeled her mana, forcing Cravat to step back. He worriedly gasped, what? Such an immense amount of mana. This strike is going to explode. Ina cried out, Sister Julieta. She squirmed. Anna, how troublesome. The smoker stabbed Julieta in the stomach. Ina cried out in pain, Sister Julieta. The smoker said to Cravat, do you want us all to go down? Anna whispered, I will save you, sister. Cravat launched a blow that sent Anna sprawling. She slowly blinked her eyes open and woke up. Forget the smoker, slip away quickly from the tie-wearing guy. It's a crying shame, but his energy is both abundant and enchanting. If only this girl were a bit tougher. Anna woke up in the middle of a dream and asked who it was. Do you want to have power? Anna stared in surprise. Power? Will you really grant it to me? Suddenly, Anha's scream rang out, warning her not to listen, making her turn around with a start. He shouted that it was dangerous. This time they escaped, but who knows what will happen next time. I am willing to do anything you want, so you must live a peaceful life. If that voice speaks up again, absolutely do not listen, promise me. Anna silently looked over. She raised her hand to pinky swear and smiled, yes, I promise you. Anna sat up and whispered, Anha, I'm sorry. I myself also have things I need to protect. Images of everyone gathering happily together suddenly rushed into her mind. Using these hands, Anha stood straight up. Because I want to save my sister, I really need power. The tie-wearing guy smirked mockingly. Oh, you can still crawl. He swung his fist to deliver a blow. Take this punch and die. Anha pleaded softly, please give it to me. With eyes shining brightly, grant me power. The tie-wearing guy roared, stay down and don't move. Anha spoke, please Lord, grant me that source of power. In a flash, Anha delivered a devastating punch to the tie-wearing guy's face. He was instantly sent flying backward. The smoker screamed in panic, you bastard. Anha looked up, look, it's brother Bruno. He gently draped a warm coat over her head. Bruno smiled and praised, you did an extremely good job, Anha. From this moment on, just leave everything to me. The smoker pouted and muttered, this guy is built like a bear. Bruno rushed forward in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the drug addict's hair and shoved him down. Bruno slammed him violently to the ground. Bruno cried out in panic, Julieta. The man wearing a tie was about to grab the sharp knife. He picked it up dejectedly with a wary face. Bruno squeezed Julieta's hand anxiously. Suddenly, the other guy rushed forward. Bruno quickly spun around and kicked him away. He approached, for all the crimes you've committed against Julieta and Anna. The villain trembled, begging for his life. Bruno raised his fist high and slammed it straight into the man's face. You must pay for your crimes with this dog life of yours. A few days before the supermarket bombing, Ki-woon screamed, I listened to your every word, why are you still pushing me? He trembled, clearly showing his terror. Ki-woon was about to draw his weapon to fight. He rushed forward shouting, I will send you and Jo Seong-jun to the underworld, but the stab missed. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead. Suddenly, a sword blade pierced through his chest from behind, a weapon that struck terror into enemies. He turned his head back with a look of utter surprise. The anonymous man calmly replied, you were overdoing it. Ki-woon was tied up securely. The anonymous man smirked and threatened, this is a message from my boss. Rest assured that I will take good care of your wife and children. Ki-woon struggled frantically. Then he gradually lost consciousness and faded away. The anonymous man smiled, thank you for giving your all, farewell. The news reported that the suicide note of Vice President Kim Ki-woon had been found, and the police concluded it was a suicide. At the supermarket logistics warehouse, the anonymous man curled his lip in disapproval. Is everyone here just a bunch of useless people? Silly May replied immediately, the Sin Ho Association has arrived, but we couldn't contact the others. The anonymous man frowned and calculated, they are faster than I thought, we must get out of here quickly. The others are probably busy gossiping. Silly May nodded in agreement but hesitated. Who is that kid standing behind you? The anonymous man spun around. What kid? His eyes widened in horror as he looked at Unha. He laughed and said, is it only now that you've finally deigned to notice me? Vodan anxiously wondered what was wrong with this kid and since when he had been hiding behind his back. Mayengo hesitantly speculated whether they knew each other or if it was just a lost child, then asked why he was staring so intensely at the kid, while secretly planning to deliver a finishing blow. Mayengo smiled faintly, advising the kid that he shouldn't just mindlessly follow strangers around like that. Horrific events are highly likely to soon. He stammered out, descend upon us? Anna swung his sharp, cold sword and decapitated Mayengo. The remaining men began to panic and take a defensive stance. He scratched his head in embarrassment, telling himself that he probably shouldn't have finished him off. The remaining soldiers rushed forward together, calling him a damn brat, but Vodan quickly stopped them because he knew the opponent was no pushover. Anna sneered at the others for hesitating over the words of a brat who wasn't even a player. You all look like a bunch of flustered chickens. The soldiers rushed forward, shouting that they would soon send him on his way. Nanha flashed a subtle, triumphant smile. The scene revealed was a battlefield drenched in red blood. He held out his knife and politely said, if you can still stand there, I'll be going first. Vodan was shocked, unable to believe that a B-class player had been defeated so quickly. He absolutely could not face him head-on. Although he didn't know who was on the same level as the 12, this kid probably wouldn't realize it anyway. Anna stared intently in his direction. He spun around and slashed his knife toward Vodan. Anna raised his leg with immense power. He delivered a straight kick to Vodan. Yana casually remarked, looking at you now, there's nothing to worry about. Maybe people don't recognize you because your presence is just too faint. Furious, Vodan immediately mobilized all of his mana. He let out a loud roar and rushed straight at Anha. He agilely tilted his body to dodge the attack. Vodan was bewildered, unable to understand why things had turned out this way. He wondered how this brat could dodge so unbelievably, while Anha calmly replied, I used to see the exact same thing in the past. As he kicked Anonymous to the ground, he explained, but just as I guessed, it's really a mood killer because your little tricks are nothing compared to me. Come on, don't get so worked up. Go ahead and dance all you want. I swear I won't send you to heaven. He grabbed Anonymous tightly by the neck. Anha delivered a fatal blow. One look is enough to know they were about to lay waste to this whole area. Anha sneered. I hope the big sister can win those guys over this time as well. Seo Yun covered her mouth and laughed. You know you still owe me, right? He glanced sideways. I'll pay it back in full, I swear on my honor. She pressed him on one and he chuckled. Well, let's worry about that later. I'll leave the job of dealing with that guy to you. Seo Yun walked inside anyway. I'll let you off the hook just this once today. Inha quickly chased after her. Wait a minute. She widened her eyes in surprise. He acted curious. I've been waiting to see what his face looks like for a long time now. Anonymous turned pale and trembled. Please, I beg you, Dante, tell me it's about this. Yuna suddenly ripped off his glasses. Both covered their mouths and stood frozen in sheer shock. They dry heaved and threw up. His face was contorted like a carp, so disgusting that they couldn't keep their mouths shut. A voice called out on her. He immediately turned his head. Turned out to be Giulietta along with Anna and Bruno. He appeared, overjoyed. Inna rushed over in a panic. Sister. At exactly 3 o'clock this afternoon, September 17th, at a kangaroo convenience store, a gang of monster terrorists was wiped out by a notorious mercenary whose reputation is making waves in the news under the alias Anonymous. Coordinating with the Silo Association, the Holy Tempest Sin Sion, one of the 12 sovereigns, apprehended the attacking terrorists, leaving a total of 23 casualties. Myron's eyes lit up, with the casualty count reaching 23. The Heavenly Maiden government sent their deepest condolences to the unfortunate victims. Myron watched the news broadcast indifferently. He quickly zoomed in on the frame. Giulietta, Bruno, and Anna were there too. Myron smirked deviously. Got you guys. Outside the house was a solid barrier. An invisible barrier has been cast all around the cafe to hide our true identities from ordinary people truly worthy of the Holy Tempest Sin Sion, the greatest mage in Korea. Yunha's face hardened. This is the first time you've proactively sought me out. Sion calmly replied, I just wanted to show a little sincerity. He laughed dryly. I know very well you didn't drag me out here just to exchange these pleasantries. So has something catastrophic finally happened? Sion slammed the glass down on the table. Anonymous' gang will face the death penalty. This is an unprecedented event since the founding of the Heavenly Maiden government. Yunha replied that he understood, but who was behind hiring them was the important thing. Sion tactfully declined because she was not allowed to reveal that person's identity, so she had to keep it a secret from him, and he sighed, admitting that neither of them had any other choice. Sion asked if that was all, while Inha seriously questioned her back about the incident that had happened to the Sabayak group. Sion explained that Chairman Lee Jun-hee had made a comeback, and the successor had decided to put everything on hold to focus on social welfare. He nodded to indicate that he understood the situation. She stood up and announced that she had to go do some necessary work right now. He said goodbye and hoped to see her again on another occasion. Just as expected, the future of the Sabayak group had completely changed. Beheda asked him if he wanted to go hang out before the kids arrived, and Yuna nodded to thank his uncle. Before the time of his regression, a fierce power struggle had taken place among his 3 sons. In the end, the eldest son was the true owner of the successor's seat. His family had survived the Kraken disaster and his Nuna had shown miraculous abilities. That child did not lose her life, and at the same time the number of casualties in the Mount Buchan accident was also significantly reduced. The bombing at the shopping mall, which had occurred before the inauguration of the Sabayok Group, was now gone. The future was gradually being rewritten. If that was indeed the case, then this time. The clock hands already pointed close to 1 in the afternoon. Yuna stared intently at the glass of water with an excited look. The sky had gradually turned into the colors of dusk. Yuna hesitantly called out to his father and mother, "I want to venture into becoming a player." Yunha looked at her with a questioning gaze. He anxiously wondered if the future had truly changed. Yunha slammed his hand on the table and declared his opposition. She anxiously called Yunha's name, but he stubbornly insisted that being a player was very dangerous and did not suit his sister at all. Na argued back that one wouldn't he know without trying, reminding him that she had talent, but he maintained his stance that even though she was talented, he had never taught her how to manipulate magic power to be a player. "I only taught you how to stabilize your physical body to avoid magic deviation because I wanted you to live a healthy and peaceful life," but Enna sulkily asserted that she still wanted to be a player at all costs. Yunha slammed the table and asked why she wanted to give up a normal life when this profession was not noble at all, and she shouted that she would accept all troubles to be a player. "I yearn to become someone who can protect and save others. I hate having to stand behind everyone, watching without being able to help." Mother smiled and said it was fine, telling Enna to just do whatever made her happy. Yuna sadly called out to Mother, which made the girl burst into tears. Mother scolded Yuna for making Enna cry and comforted her, saying, "Your brother was wrong, don't be sad." He explained to his parents, "She is demanding to be a player? Are you two really okay with that?" Mother casually replied, "Of course not, because everyone understands how dangerous that job is. However, if that is her wish, I want her to do whatever she likes," and Father also smiled, encouraging his daughter that she would be able to do it. Yuna ran to hug her mother and expressed her gratitude to both of her parents. Yuna pondered deeply, wondering if her father was also involved in this. Night had gradually enveloped the entire space. "The boss is tired. Jong-hun, please quickly present the prepared facts." Jong-hun projected the image of the terror scene at the Sabayok shopping center, showing that it was not an accidental incident but a consequence of an internal factional purge. "This is the power analysis chart of the Sabayok group. As everyone knows, control is in the hands of the 3 children of Chairman Lee Jun-hee. Eliminating the youngest son with the weakest position from the diagram, the real race is just a confrontation between the eldest brother and the second child. The eldest brother, Lee Bayan, is famous for being aggressive. Many mistakenly think he cannot shoulder the Sabayok Empire, but the reality is quite the opposite. In stark contrast to his older brother, Lee Jong-in is a person of good moral character with extremely sharp management skills." Someone skeptically asked if the recent attack was orchestrated by the eldest brother. The boss sighed, confirming that the thug himself had instigated the terrorist attack on the shopping mall managed by his younger brother. Another person curiously asked if the chairman knew about this. He shrugged and replied that because of this incident, the chairman decided to cancel his retirement plan to return to power. Jong-hun pointed at the analysis chart, stating that this was not the only problem, and asked everyone to pay close attention to this detail. The force led by Lee Bayan is not merely an anonymous group of mercenaries, but in all likelihood it is the Aoxuan Guild. Everyone buzzed with discussion about whether this was too bold of a hypothesis. Jong-hun explained that although the Aoxuan Guild occupies 70% of the magic stones, a total of 92 hellhounds were found at Mount Buchan. Only 30% of those stones appeared on the market, and we have discovered evidence that magic stones were used in the recent terror attack. The boss questioned the possibility of them waiting for a high price to sell. He replied that unrefined magic stones are inherently not a very rare commodity. The boss raised a serious question as to whether there was a possibility that the Aoxuan Guild itself had used the magic stones currently in circulation on the market. Jong-hun confidently asserted that the Silla Guild had carefully investigated the origin of the goods on the market, so that possibility was almost impossible. The other guy turned to counter that it was all still just speculation lacking concrete evidence. Jong-hun admitted that it was just a prediction, but surely everyone here has heard this information before, right? The whole room fell into silence. The boss spoke up, recalling that in April this year, when Shin Seo-jun discovered Ryu Seo-hong-jun was involved with the Dangan group, she was extremely furious. Ryu Seo-hong-jun had been harboring a fairly clear plot. He wanted to sever ties with the Dangan group to focus his efforts on the Sabayok group. "That is the very reason I summoned everyone at this time." Someone questioned if it was war, while another laughed and said that war wouldn't be a bad option either. Curly Hair was concerned about the Storm Saint being in the Aoxuan Guild, while Baldy added that we also possess the powerful Thunder God Emperor. Curly Hair reservedly replied that the current Thunder God Emperor is still too young. Even if he is an outstanding genius, facing the Storm Saint is still a challenge beyond his reach. The boss stood up and announced that, unfortunately, we do not intend to wage war yet. However, we cannot continue to let the Aoxuan Guild run rampant like that. We will protect Li Ryongin of the buy and off houses and join hands to purge the Ozen Guild again. The fourth guy imitating the magic of the celestial maiden of Mount Inna sounds completely ridiculous, but it's still really terrible. He smiled wryly, wondering why he kept running into this crowd this time. To make matters worse, they ended up in the same class again. Minji excitedly said it was super interesting that they were studying together, and Siona turned her head to agree, saying she thought they would have to part ways this time. Yoonha thought to himself, but how bizarre, how did that brat manage to get into the top class? Relieved to escape that shrew snagging, he smiled and prayed that this year would pass in peace. Yoonyuk immediately called out, "Boss, oh boss. Those kids over there have been staring over here this whole time." Yoona glanced at her. Yoonyuk asked furiously, "Boss, do you need me to go over there and give them a few blows?" He waved his hand to stop him. "Calm down, Yoonyuk, don't be so hasty." Yoona quickly turned in another direction. The brats quickly turned their faces away, pretending not to see. Minji anxiously asked, "Are you really not going to resolve this misunderstanding?" Pushing Yoonyuk aside, he replied, "What misunderstanding? What is there to misunderstand?" She responded, "Don't you know anything? Rumor has it that your dad just beat up the principal of the pharmaceutical school. So now everyone in this entire school is terrified of you." Yoona widened his eyes. "Beat him up? Where on earth did you hear that? But then again, come to think of it, it's not entirely a misunderstanding, so." Siona said anxiously, "Is it really going to be all right if we do that?" Yoonha clicked his tongue and ignored it, feeling like everything was normal, except for. He looked up and observed, "What have you been eating lately to grow so big and tall?" Inyuk raised his chin proudly. "It's because I've been practicing hard as you ordered, and I also chugged Hajang's parents' juice during training." Yoona gasped in surprise, "What on earth?" "I told Minji and Siona to drink it to fully restore their mana bars though. It turns out it doesn't just restore mana but also stimulates physical growth. At this rate, I'll probably have to drink a glass every day starting tomorrow," when suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Hey guys, the teacher is coming in." Rapid, heavy footsteps headed straight toward the classroom. Yoonyuk murmured a farewell, "See ya boss, I'm heading back to my seat." Dohun declared loudly, "This year, I will concurrently serve as your homeroom teacher. My name is Dohun." He emitted an incredibly overwhelming mana energy. Inna secretly evaluated, this is not the mana flow of an ordinary person. Who on earth is this guy? Junsik leisurely put his hand on the red notebook on the table. He raised his voice to order, "Report the situation." "Yes, by your command, sir." The other reported, "The parents' request to expel Jin Siona has been rejected according to your wishes." Junsik nodded, "Well done." He looked out and said, "Even though I intentionally separated the kids related to the medicine elsewhere, I still threw those kids, including Dohun, into the same class to keep it simple." "Is that pharmaceutical corporation the place where the Kim-gun clan is currently running things?" The henchman respectfully replied, "That is correct, sir." Junsik exclaimed in astonishment, "Who has the audacity to touch the granddaughter I cherish so much? It seems this world is starting to become more chaotic. And what about Hajang's class? Have you arranged it properly?" The assistant bowed his head. Even though Hajang is a former gamer who retired due to an injury, he is still a rare talent. Junsik calmly asked further about his personal background, and the henchman replied, "He comes from the Regulus Guild." Junsik nodded, "So it's that famous rank guild. I believe that guy is also someone worthy of trust." Junsik thoughtfully recalled, "Hajang, do you want to study in the same class as your brother in the new school year?" Hajang said excitedly, "It would be great to study with my friends, but my dad said it's very difficult." Junsik smirked, "What's there to worry about? Grandpa will make your wish come true right away." The little girl turned her head and said, "I'm grown up now, Grandpa, you don't need to worry." He smiled apologetically, "I'm sorry, I kept thinking you were still so little." "Then let me try to guess something." Hajang was curious, "What are you going to guess, Grandpa?" Junsik confidently declared, "For sure, even when you go to the second grade, you will still be in the same class as your friends." The little girl skipped happily to school with her friends. Junsik gently placed his hand on the notebook. He smiled softly, "It really is an interesting thing, my love. When I have another child whom I love and cherish like my own flesh and blood." The sunset gradually faded. Inha rolled her eyes, "Look at all this dust. It would have been best if she had arrived here earlier." Anha asked cheerfully, "How do you know Anai?" He avoided the question. Well, we got to know each other when we accidentally met at Happy News." A sudden gust of wind blew hard. Inna spoke up, "Look, she has appeared. This place is indeed excessively dusty." Whirlwinds began to sweep violently across the room. Edda anxiously watched the windows. Seojun leisurely stepped inside. Holding a fan in her hand, she said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting a bit, right?" Inha looked and grumbled, "Not just a bit, it's been a very long time, sister." Seojun retorted, "Stop being so picky, plenty of people have to stand in a long line just to meet me." Yinha suddenly froze. The girl bowed her head in greeting, "Hello, sister." Seojun glanced over and replied, "Hello, kid. Don't call me by that cumbersome title, the 12th saint of the violent storm. Just call me Seojun Anai, kid." She remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, she possesses a huge amount of magical power. Controlling it this well must be because she is actively circulating it, right? As soon as this news gets out, the whole world will surely rush to recruit her, but now she belongs to our side." Enha reminded her, "Now that greetings are over, quickly give me what I need." John grinned and replied, "Of course." Look, right now it consists of a measuring device and a magic stone. He lifted it up, scrutinizing and examining it carefully. This looks decent enough, doesn't it? Nuna wondered if it was really okay and Anna nodded, saying definitely. Inha looked worried, then I won't stop you anymore. But you have to pass the test, hold this device firmly. Inha smiled brightly and replied, okay, I understand. Yana hesitated, I don't know what you mean by understanding, so I'll just have to accept it. Let's do it, he said, throwing the object hard onto the floor. The stone lit up with a beautiful, deep blue light. A pink monster suddenly appeared. Frantically drew her sword and took a stance. This creature is a level 8 Bari. Ina was stunned, staring blankly at it. Strange, does this creature really exist? Ina calmly said, yes, that's the rank 8 monster named Bori, so now. He commanded loudly, take it down, Sister Nuna. Yunha thought to herself, even though I tried my best, I still couldn't change her mind. But since it has come to this, I'll have to let her see the reality of the situation. Of how harsh the path of a player is. Bari leaped and dashed forward in a flash. Ina said with a smile, it looks so docile, it doesn't look dangerous at all. Yuna rushed over and shouted, don't be so careless and let your guard down, sister. Ina turned around in bewilderment. Bari opened its mouth about to pounce and tear into her. Anha quickly delivered a blow that knocked it away. Bari was sent flying backward. It hit the ground hard, whimpering in pain. He snapped angrily, if you keep hesitating or judging by appearances like this, you will lose your life sooner or later. Ina was startled and afraid and he yelled, do you still want to continue fighting? Yana suddenly recalled the moment Anha ran away. Julieta immediately launched a counterattack. She told herself that she didn't need any more protection. What she aimed for was to protect her loved ones with her own hands. I cannot let Anha shoulder this burden alone anymore, Ina told herself with her head held high. Alright, that is why I must pass this trial. The stone with a mysterious blue glow gradually appeared. Ina breathed a sigh of relief after the tension subsided. She cast aside her shoes and sword to free her feet. Ina slumped down and sat flat on the ground. Seojun witnessed it firsthand and secretly admired her. After 15 attempts, the kid had finally succeeded. Ina panted as exhaustion and fear enveloped her. He approached. Ina, you did so well, it was truly outstanding. Seojun thought about how hard he had struggled to reach his current position. A warrior must be resilient, but there was one catch. It was really hard to stomach that the kid dared to make his sister teleport a monster so suddenly. As expected of Anha, you really are someone who makes people's hair stand on end. A few days later in the classroom, Duhun carried in a heavy cardboard box. He announced, the class leader must come up and take all the milk to distribute to everyone. Remember to put the empty cartons in the right bin. The whole class replied in unison, yes. The class president urged everyone to line up neatly to take turns getting their shares. As lively chatter filled the room, does anyone want my milk? Drink mine too. Anna looked around and reflected on everything. A guy like him, Leon Habeck, must really hate milk too, Anna thought, when suddenly someone gently nudged his shoulder. Boss. Hayek furtively gestured, quick, take this. Anna blinked in surprise, what is this? This is a magical item that can instantly turn plain milk into chocolate milk. He turned and asked pressingly, where did you get this? In Hyuk smiled broadly and replied, you must be someone very special to be let in on the secret. I just bought it at the convenience store near the station. Yenha was worried sick, if we bring this in and get caught, it'll be huge trouble. In Hyuk shrugged, what's there to worry about? Since when did you get so scared of such trivial things, boss? He frowned slightly, thinking it actually made quite a bit of sense. Yenha held out his hand, give it here, let me warm it up. In Hyuk chuckled with delight, that's indeed the style of our boss. But come to think of it, what on earth have they been putting in milk cartons lately? Yenha stared intently at the milk carton in his hand. Has that time of the year come around again? He walked up the stairs wondering if Nuna was in the classroom of class 6, grade 4. Looking back, everything was because of her, but seeing her shed tears didn't make me feel good at all. I hope she won't be too sad. Kang Hee-wook rushed straight at him. He began to mumble all kinds of curses. He found it annoying, what a total jerk. Kang Hee-wook said provocatively, hey kid, you're only in 6th grade and you dare to come up here. Anna scratched his head and thought to himself, I've run into some weirdos again. He looked annoyed, who do you think you're messing with? You better apologize right now for bumping into him. Don't you know your place? Yuna thought to himself, but this guy looks familiar, what a bastard. Isn't he Lee Kang Hee-wook? Lee Kang Hee-wook was the boss of the back alleys in Songbuk-go. Although he didn't have any special skills, he was very good at finding people's weaknesses and manipulating his lackeys. It wasn't wrong to say that every piece of information in Songbuk-go was in the palm of his hand. Perhaps he had been fascinated by this place since childhood, and who knows if that was the reason he became a gossip monger. The lackey next to him sniffled, kids these days are way too insolent. Kang Hee-wook grabbed him tightly by the collar. His gang cheered, Kang Hee-wook, teach him a lesson. He sneered, I was just planning to give this punk a beating too. The lackeys challenged him, what are you staring at? Be careful not to run home and complain to your teacher. He wondered, should I scare these guys once and for all to teach them a lesson? Kang Hee-wook yelled, you dead meat kid. Anna was ready to strike back. Suddenly, Inar appeared at that moment. She spoke up, hey Lee Kang Hee-wook. He was shocked to hear this voice. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. Kang Hee-wook's face suddenly turned red. Anna was surprised. Is that Anna? She scolded. I told you not to bully the weak, didn't I? Kang Hee-wook trembled. It's not like that at all. Inha adjusted his clothes. Oh my god, does this punk have a crush on my sister? He hurriedly bowed his head and apologized profusely. Yinha got angry. How dare you be so bold? That's my sister. I'm gonna beat you up. The lackeys quickly made excuses. It's not like that. Since he ran into Kang Hee-wook without apologizing, we were just trying to teach him a little lesson. Inha pushed him away and snapped. Who do you think you reteaching a lesson? Did you just say you wanted to teach my younger brother a lesson? Kang Hee-wook was stunned and asked, younger brother. He kept looking around blankly and fidgeting. Seeing that the two of them didn't look alike at all, Inha was annoyed. These guys are really hopeless. Kang Hee-wook scratched his head embarrassedly. Anyway, I am sorry, we didn't mean to. I promise it won't happen again. Sorry kid, you're Yuna's brother, right? Does it hurt anywhere? He glared and snapped. Why are you being so dramatic, you weirdo? Ah pulled his hand. Let's go, Anha. Kang Hee-wook called out from behind. Hey Anha, have a good day. Kid, if anyone dares to bully you at school, just tell me, and I'll deal with them for you. Yuna turned his head back and muttered, I don't know what this crazy guy is barking about. Sis, do you have feelings for that guy? Anna corrected him immediately. What guy? He is older than you. He shrugged indifferently. That guy or him, it's all the same, so, do you like him or not? Inna fell silent and didn't say a word. She continued walking and smiled gently. Inna turned to look at him. I love Unha the most in the world. Come on, let's go, I'll walk you to your classroom. He cleared his throat and replied, alright, fine, I'll let you have your way. Suddenly, Inna rushed over and hugged him. Our Unha actually knows how to act spoiled. That's so adorable. A few days ago, the rain kept pouring down heavily. How long have those kids been here? Inha's grandmother looked at her phone screen. I and Unha have indeed grown up a lot now. She smiled happily and continued walking. Suddenly, her ears caught a faint sound coming from the narrow alley. Could my ears have misheard? She turned around and her eyes locked right onto the trash can. Unha's grandmother slowly approached. Oh my goodness. When she cracked the lid open, she saw a tiny little creature lying there. She spoke gently. It turns out this is a demi-human child. Such a tiny baby having to suffer this bitterness, she asked with heart touch. Little one, are you all right? How pitiful, your body is as cold as stone right now. Parang reminisced about the past. Look, you guys, that is indeed a demi-human, no doubt about it. Why don't we just sell it? What do you think? Someone like this, maybe even if we gave it away for free, nobody would want it. Otherwise, let's keep it as a punching bag and discard it when we read bored. Anyway. No one cares about demi-humans. Parang brushed Grandma Yunha's arm away. This kid just crawled out of the trash can, she screamed. Oh my god. Parang flailed his arms and legs. Damn it, whoever you are, get the hell out of my sight. She sighed with pity. Does this boy really have no family to protect him? The wounds are so severe, yet the rain keeps pouring down. Parang yelled, I'm warning you, don't you dare come any closer. Grandma Yuna was determined. She couldn't bear to leave the poor child lying there. Parang hastily raised his arm to block the blow. He squinted, looking through the gaps between his fingers. Grandma Yunha softened her voice. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come home with me? He ran over with Yunha and Grandma smiled in greeting. Has my dear grandchild arrived? My two grandchildren are growing up so fast. Mom complained. In front of Grandma they act like spoiled children, but with me it's completely different. I feel so sad. Grandma teased, a mother of 3 and yet you still act like a child. Mom pouted, I don't understand what you're talking about. Grandma Yunha inquired, son-in-law, it must be hard living with my daughter. He could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. She stepped closer. So you must be Yuna, right? We met last year, don't you remember, Yunha? The little girl shyly replied, hello, Grandma. Grandma Yunha asked kindly, that's right, how old are you this year, Yunha? The little girl suddenly jumped up and ran closer. Yuna deftly held up 3 fingers. Yes, Grandma. Grandma Yunha was thrilled. I see. Oh my goodness, that is just too adorable. Our family must be hungry by now, let's go inside and eat. Both of them nodded happily. The door opened, and he and Yunha were the first to step inside. Yuna suddenly felt annoyed. He sensed a strange flow of magical power. Sister, wait a minute. Could this be a monster? But why is it so unusually peaceful, not like one at all? Or is it thieves? If it's intruders, I definitely want to forgive them. Who are they to dare sneak into Grandma's house? The figure is not too large, so what could it be? Parang gently brushed his hand and turned around. Oh, the delicious prey has arrived. Yuna thought to himself, this time I can launch a direct attack. He immediately rushed in front of Parang in a flash. Outside, his father, mother, and grandmother were carrying their belongings inside. Suddenly, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. What's going on over there? What is that sound? Yuna stared in astonishment. How are you here? Parang grimaced in pain. Oh my goodness, what on earth is this? He grumbled, the prey hasn't even arrived yet, while Inha gasped in disbelief. Sorry. He shouted, you should apologize to Parang. Yunha's father realized, so that's what happened. He said embarrassedly, then you should have let us know. Mother, and Inha's mother rubbed her face. That's right, we have no reason to refuse anyway. His grandmother smiled. I was planning to surprise you all when you arrived, and both parents let out a long sigh. Yunha looked at Parang, reflecting that this was indeed his hometown. Who would have thought that the fate that brought them together as friends would start in such a bizarre way? Just how much has their future destiny twisted and turned after all? Parang glared sideways. Why do you keep staring at me like that? He growled, this is my share, so don't even dream of me sharing a single bite. Go away, to which Eunha's grandmother gasped, Parang, I told you not to use that kind of language. He grumbled resentfully, but he clearly glared at me first. She laughed it off. It's just that Eunha's eyes look a bit sharp when he's resting. Parang, are you done eating? Let me go ladle another bowl for you. And Parang muttered, this old woman is so annoying. Eunha was furious. How dare he call his grandmother an old woman? I still remember vividly that when we first met, I secretly called him a crazy guy, but even so, how dare he be so rude to my grandmother? Alright, while this puppy is still young and naive, I need to correct his manners and attitude. Eunha suggested, Grandma, Parang and I would like to go out for a walk, leaving Parang stunned. He grumbled irritably, did you take the wrong medicine? I am not crazy or bored enough to go with you. But Eunha ignored him, saying, Grandma, please let us go. She replied gently, of course, it would be wonderful if the two of you could get along and play together. Go ahead, then took a sip of water and added, but whatever you do to have fun, make sure you know when to stop. Eunha's older sister opened her mouth to say, I want to tag along too, but he dismissed her quickly. Come on, sis, just sit down and keep eating. Come on, Parang, let's head out. While Parang kept eating and grumbled, what nonsense, whoever promised to go out with you? Eunha immediately grabbed his collar and yanked him up. You better shut your mouth and drag yourself along with me. As night fell, Eunha and Parang made their way out together onto the street. You ruthlessly threw him hard onto the ground. Parang grimaced as he struggled to stand up. His face was filled with murderous intent. Parang screamed that it was his chicken. You bastard, even a dog's food isn't stolen by anyone, yet you dare snatch my portion of chicken. Eunha calmly said, people only don't steal from dogs because they're afraid of being bitten back. Padang gasped in panic, what on earth is this? Eunha calculated, if anyone hears it might be a bit troublesome. Though it's not as big as Seo Yun's, it should still be enough. He stepped forward and said, I'm not a dog. Even so, with your attitude just now, you're no different from an animal. Let me show you what it means to be human. Padang clenched his fists. Are you provoking me? I've been sick of your face for a long time. Eunha rushed forward, approaching Padang with a water bottle in hand. He took a painfully agonizing beating. He yelled, I am the one who has the right to say that, you bastard. Padang thought to himself, what on earth is he hitting me with? Is it an artillery shell? Eunha muttered while beating him, how dare you act like this to the benefactor who went to the trouble of raising you, letting you stay day by day, yet you show no gratitude. Padang collapsed, kneeling all the way to the ground. He angrily scolded, and you still dare address this old lady like that? Damn it. Do you not have a single shred of manners or decency? Padang immediately started screaming, help. Eunha smirked triumphantly, to tell you the truth, it's useless even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Your cries won't reach the outside. Padang clutched his head and grumbled, you wait until after beating me up to tell me that. He smiled, well, but if you knew how to use telepathy, who knows, you might still be able to call for help. Padang grimaced, but the trouble is I don't know that trick. I'm only 10 years old, how could I be fluent in something like telepathy? Eunha chuckled to himself. It turned out his boasting about knowing telepathy at 10 years old was a lie. Since you dared try to deceive me, there's even more reason for you to keep getting beaten, isn't he there? So, let's happily have another round. Padang held his head and groaned, are you still not going to let me go? The continuous sounds of blows echoed everywhere. As the new day just broke, the old woman, aching all over, complained that this brat always chose blind spots to strike brutally, wondering if every 9-year-old child possessed the soul of a gangster. The boy was kneeling flat on the floor. Eunha's father anxiously asked if the boy was already 10, to which his mother awkwardly replied that they should probably enroll him in the 3rd grade. The father nodded in agreement, but since the little boy had never set foot in school, the old woman interrupted, hey, don't you dare force me to go to school. He glared and scowled. The old woman said in a panic, go to school right now. Eunha recalled his past life when the boy had been admitted to an academy a year before him and was notorious for being a bully. Eunha gently placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and thought, this time, we will stand side by side. Grade 2 would probably suit Parang better, but Parang shot a glance and replied, I already told you I don't want to. He glared in annoyance, so Eunha's mother turned to him and whispered, Parang, what do you think? Parang mumbled that he wanted to be in 2nd grade and Eunha cheered joyfully, then we'll be in the same class, that's so great, isn't it, Parang? The old woman laughed and said, it's only been a day and they already so close, and the mother, caught up in the joy, remarked, children really do make friends easily. Parang was fuming inside, what are you all talking about? Can't you see how much he just threatened me? All 3 of them looked delighted to see Parang's adorable smile, while he cursed inwardly, that doesn't even matter. Eunha gently placed his hand on the other's shoulder, Parang, may we please go back outside to play? Parang trembled, sweating buckets, don't do this. Just as the morning sun rose, Gail was sitting in a very serious meeting. And Baek reported, we are working to bring back 4,000 Korean citizens stranded in Italy, but on the condition that your country must assist in subjugating the world-ending level monster in the North Atlantic. This is the worst-case scenario we have ever faced. Gael took a sip of tea and replied, "It is difficult to ask us to send our country's players so far away. How about we trade premium medicinal herbs to the Northern European players instead?" And Bake looked at the teacup and marveled. The effect of this herb is indeed outstanding, a revolutionary item that doesn't even need to be ingested. However, we could just trade magic alloy for this. Guillaume maintained her solemn expression, but this is exactly what Italy is craving right now. Janko angrily kicked the table away. He sent the wooden tabletop splintering in all directions. He growled, "Why are you people so arrogant? We only asked for help in subjugating the monster in exchange for returning your people. I suppose Korean players are so weak that they have to fuss and cling to a woman's skirt like this." And Bake warned him, "Janko, you've gone too far." He smirked. "Why so tense? She isn't even objecting. This is exactly why I hate Korea. Aside from kimchi, there's absolutely nothing decent here." Gaol expressed her disdain for this ridiculous blonde hair. The surroundings suddenly turned gray, and the world spun, making them panic, but they had to accept it. "In order to safely bring back the Korean expatriates stranded in Italy, we will do our best to support you. Along with the nation's genius spearman Gong Sang-gon, we have also sent 2 masters of the 12 kings, which is more than enough to force you to return the innocent civilians to us." Gol signaled the order. Both Mbake and Janko were gasping for breath, completely exhausted. Mbake slammed his hand on the table. "This action will only bring trouble to her." Gaol calmly said that if they wanted to complain, they could go ahead. She would file a complaint with the International Mana Administration Association about the leaders who hired thugs for negotiations, causing Janko to jump up and yell that they were just no-names trying to climb too high. And Bak shouted that he would wipe them all out, but Janko quickly stopped him, telling him to wait. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly froze, bewildered because he didn't understand what was happening. A sharp glare suddenly flashed. Janko froze, telling himself that if he moved, his life would be over. Goal turned her face with a smile and said that it seemed the opponent wasn't completely brainless after all. "The meeting ends here, please excuse yourselves." She walked away and slammed the door hard, making Janko grumble in anger. At the Blue House office, there were whispers that such actions were too reckless, and she should be a bit more cautious. Sang Jin seriously reminded her that she was no longer an ordinary actress but a goddess, making Gul react immediately. "Are you advising me as a bodyguard or as the manager of Star Lim Gyul?" Dong Hyuk laughed dryly, mockingly calling the opponent a coward who didn't understand women's psychology, only to be immediately called out by Gyul. "You shouldn't have said that at all," forcing Dong Hyuk to bow his head and admit his mistake. Suddenly remembering something, he reported that the old lady had just gifted a Maserati Gran Turismo, causing Gyul to repeat the car's name in surprise. Dong Hyuk explained that the other party had gifted the car the old lady highly favored to show goodwill for cooperation. Gyul casually told him to return it because she didn't need it, causing Dong Hyuk to ask in panic if she was really returning that luxury car. Gyul coldly mentioned the old lady's name. Although she had never met her, she knew all too well that the woman was up to no good. Sending such people as emissaries clearly showed either an ulterior motive or utter contempt for them. Gyul immediately ordered a trusted confidant to closely tail that group of emissaries and report any unusual activity, and he complied at once. Dong Hyuk walked away quickly. Gyul slowly stood up. Sang Jin reported that the negotiation went better than expected, to which she calmly replied that it was thanks to the Alice team's draft, and that they seemed to owe both this team and the car engineer a huge favor. After the negotiations with the Italian side have been settled, returning the favor is only natural. "I agree, I will report back to your superior." However, picking a fight with the Italian ambassador is indeed an extremely risky move. Gyul leaned over slightly, wondering if these words of his came from a gentleman's politeness. Sang Jin slightly avoided her gaze. She smiled. "Oh my goodness, after all we are standing right next to the wall of the room next door. If anyone is in trouble, it is definitely those Italians, not me." On the way back, Julieta was filled with joy. She suddenly remembered the doctor's words, "Congratulations, miss, you are 6 weeks pregnant." Julieta looked up at the sky. She felt unusually excited. Julieta suddenly remembered something important. She immediately dialed the number. "Rue, I am listening." Bruno asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" "Wait for me." Julieta hesitated and thought, "I really want to tell you this news right away, but maybe it's better to wait until we meet in person." "I'm about to go have dinner. Have you eaten yet?" Bruno replied, "I'm also on my way. Did you go to the hospital today? Are you okay?" Julieta replied shyly, "I'm fine. Rue, you must come home early today." He said gently, of course. Julieta felt extremely happy, only wishing she could see his bright smile as soon as possible. A voice called out, "Who is calling me?" Could it be our Julieta Valentine? She looked up. Julieta felt a fleeting moment of fear. She smiled and greeted, "How have you been lately? Compared to the last time we met, you look much more beautiful." "But what a pity." She targeted Julieta. He growled, "The little canary has to go back to its nest." Bruno was focusing on his work when suddenly the phone rang. He turned to look. "What's going on? We just finished talking." Bruno picked up the phone. "What's the matter, Julie?" Julieta tried to stay calm. "Rue, thank you for everything. Please don't look for me anymore." Bruno was extremely panicked. "What's wrong, Julie? Julieta hung up the phone immediately. Gon smiled. "That is a wise move indeed, princess. You should let the boy you love live a peaceful, normal life, shouldn't you?" It was time to head home. Siana brightened up. I feel so relieved now. Hajong suggested, want to stop by my place. My dad's cafe has cool air conditioning. In Hyuk quickly chimed in, I want to go too. Siana smiled broadly, let's go right away. In Hyuk said calmly, then I'll head home to put my things away and come over later. Minji agreed, me too. Minji teased, you might end up hanging around with Une and forgetting the time. He shyly deflected, are you planning to stick to my side just to nag me? Minji glanced to the side, oh look, there's Julieta. Inha suddenly realized. Julieta was forced into a... What are the Myron and Ichiji families doing here? Come to think of it, wasn't the summit between South Korea and Italy taking place right around this time? The operation to defeat the over-limit beast Leviathan to safely escort the Italian prince back home. The goddess government had dispatched 3 outstanding figures among the 12 gods. As a result, the land of Kimchi suffered a shortage of forces, and the male spear god Gong Sang-un had even lost his left arm. Wind and Thunder Shin Mungwon was severely injured due to the aftereffects of mana-induced frenzy. While everyone assumed that Flower Heaven Bang On-ji had sacrificed herself on the mission, in reality, Bang On-ji was still alive, but she was imprisoned all the way in Italy. The villain Janko Myron was the one who had a hand in it, having once set foot in South Korea disguised as a diplomatic ambassador. Numerous countries, including South Korea, had risen up in fierce protest. The case concluded with Green Mama sentencing him to public execution. Yuna secretly guessed this guy must be sticking close to Julieta. He warned Minji, stay right here. No matter what happens, do not follow me. The girl panicked. What? Where are you going? He replied curtly, I already told you, absolutely do not follow me for any reason. I have to uncover their plot and report it immediately to Shinsel, John, or Bruno. He immediately activated a mana talisman. Minji cried out in panic, hey Enna. He then ran headlong after the car. Enha navigated through each treacherous turn. He had closed in on the car. Ambek asked suspiciously, a brat. Janko muttered arrogantly, I wondered who has been tailing us all this time. But it turns out to be just a little kid. Anna was anxious, they've already caught my scent. Janko calmly stepped out of the car, hey kid. You redone for? Are you trying to pick a fight with us again? Anna saw him rushing forward right away. He was hit. Anna quickly jumped backward. Janko challenged, what on earth is wrong with this brat? I guess the kids around here are all highly skilled in magic. Albert intervened, don't mess around, this kid is unusual. He sneered, is that so? Then I have no choice but to fight. Janko leaped into the air. I'll teach him a lesson. Yuna quickly dodged the sweep kick. This bastard is trying to finish me off. He spun around and swung his leg. Ina seized the opportunity to close in on Janko. He kicked straight at his head. Janko dodged it by a hair's breadth. He hastily reached out to grab him. Yinha was annoyed, it's really hard to dodge while floating in the air. In that case, I'll just concentrate all my magic power into my leg. Janko was astonished when the boy kicked straight into his hand. Una did a flip in midair. He condensed a sphere of magic power. Enha dealt a powerful blow to Janko. He landed lightly on the ground. Janko silently assessed his magic control skills are no joke. Even so, in the end Yuri's still just a brat. As soon as Janko finished speaking, he rushed behind Enha. He immediately turned around to defend himself. Janko seized the opportunity to choke him. He lifted him up and said, this is much more interesting than I imagined. Ona struggled violently. Janko gathered his inner strength. There was no way this guy could be that agile. Yuri not the only one who knows how to control energy, you know. Onha was trembling with fear. If this continued, he would probably be finished. Damn it, I have to find a way to escape right now. I am about to suffocate. Julieta appeared and demanded that the boy be released. Didn't you promise not to touch anyone I know? Janko turned his head back and asked if she knew this kid. Julieta screamed to stop him, telling him he absolutely must not do that. Julieta yelled that he was just a normal child and told him to let him go. Janko smirked, saying he wasn't as simple as she imagined, and that painful experience had taught him to eliminate this kind of person early. Ambek called out Janko's name. He stood there frozen in shock. Janko let go and muttered, what a pain, I get it. Ona sat flat on the ground, panting heavily. Julieta rushed over to him. She anxiously thanked Onha for saving her but told him not to risk his life like that, and he turned to ask her what was wrong. Julieta fell silent and didn't answer. She took the ring off her hand. Julieta asked him to give this to Blue and tell him that she was sorry. Onha panicked and called out to her. Julieta smiled, reminding him that up until this very moment, she felt that she had been very happy. He jumped up and called Juliet's name. Sister Julieta. Hey, come back here while I am still talking to you nicely. Janko shoved Onha far away. He was thrown straight into a nearby pile of trash. Janko pointed his finger, telling the kid to get lost and out of his sight. The car sped away. Inha collapsed right next to the pile of garbage. He thought the second life had turned a new page. He had saved his loved ones, those who were supposed to have passed away. He had also protected his friends. Preventing the losses caused by the turban man had made him far too conceited. But who on earth would want this scene to happen? Anna forced himself up, who would want to hold on to the past, while he himself was working so hard to change the future. He looked at the ring, her happiness included her older sister. He clenched his fists, telling himself never to make decisions on his own again. Si-hun put the package down on the ground. He let out a sigh after putting the items down. Si-hun was pensive. He had to stay up night after night just to meet the state's statutory quota. Suddenly, Sujin approached with a glass of water. Please drink this, uncle. Si-hun took it, making her ask in curiosity, what's wrong? He laughed it off. It's nothing, I just feel happy. Sujin smiled and replied, is that so? Suddenly, the phone rang. Si-hun answered the phone. Hello, uncle, it's Unha. I apologize for the sudden call. He smiled gently. It's all right. What do you need my help with? He said softly, I have a few things I'd like to ask of you. Si-hun was surprised. You want to ask for my help? The midday sunlight was gradually fading. Si-jin and Enna were practicing diligently. Behind Si-jin was a mana tree monster. She lightly snapped her fingers to give a signal. The branches began to stretch out. They rushed straight toward Enna. The young girl calmly observed everything. Enna leaped to dodge the monster's attack. Si-jin nodded in approval. What quick reflexes. Now let's see how you handle this move. Yuna was stunned and froze for a few seconds. A tornado suddenly appeared. It swallowed her into the eye of the storm. Si-jin observed and assessed that the girl's skills were still very green. She suddenly realized something. A skateboard spun in the middle of the strong wind. Yuna was balancing on that board. She complained that she shouldn't pull a surprise attack like that. Si-jin casually replied that actual combat is the only way to make quick progress, and it seemed this kid's reflexes were quite good. Well then, why don't we try this game? Jin snapped her fingers to make the tornado vanish. Yuna looked down in astonishment. She rushed straight down to the ground. Yuna screamed for Jelly to save her. Mana was instantly summoned. Yuna landed extremely smoothly. She dashed away as quick as lightning. Si-jin nodded in approval and praised that she did quite well. Yuna shouted the name of the mascot. As soon as the bullet flew over, it was swallowed whole by it. Seojan praised this child's imagination and quick-witted adaptability. She had more than enough ability to use magic power to defend and counterattack. I knew right away she was a bright gem. Anha smiled brightly and said, all right. Seojan mischievously replied that it was not over yet, and she was still quite lacking. Vine suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Yunha. Seozan covered her mouth with a laugh and said she had improved after 3 months, while Ina sighed, surrendered, and asked to be let down. She giggled and replied that it wasn't allowed, as escaping on her own was also part of the lesson plan. Yuna's phone suddenly rang. Seozan wondered because it was rare to see the girl call on her own initiative. Don, tell me this kid has just caused trouble again. That afternoon, the long road suddenly became completely deserted. Bruno flipped open a large suitcase. Inside was filled with lethal weapons. He lifted them up ready to fight. Once Bruno finished changing his clothes, he looked at himself in the mirror. He muttered to himself that he seemed to have lost weight, and admitting he was the beast of the Valentin family right now was indeed a bit of a stretch. He suddenly remembered the moment Julieta called out Rue's name. She pointed at the strangers, who excused themselves by saying they genuinely didn't know she was the princess of the Valentin family, using her blonde hair as a pretext to make such a claim. In this land of Sicily, plenty of people know of the young lady's reputation. The other guy trembled as he pleaded that he was just a visiting tourist, but Bruno interrupted, not wanting to hear any more excuses. No matter how you rationalize it, the fact that you offended the young lady remains crystal clear. Bruno's shadow loomed haughtily right in front of the pervert. The other guy was so terrified that his face turned as pale as a sheet. Bruno delivered a devastating blow that sent the pervert flying. Julieta stepped closer. She spoke words of praise, saying he truly lived up to his name as the beast of the Valentin family. He blushed with embarrassment at being helped out by this girl once again. Inside the magnificent and splendid palace, the old lady has already chosen that Myron crowd to take control of Sicily. Everyone was in a panic, wondering why it was Myron and not their own faction, and asking what they should do now. Our brothers have clashed with those Myrons before. It is truly troublesome. The boss then shouted loudly, telling everyone to be quiet. He announced that the Valentin family had decided to merge into an alliance with Myron. Julieta panic-strickenly protested, asking how that could be called a merger, while the girl next to her fearfully chimed in that at this rate, they would end up on their knees before those bastards. The boss sternly scolded her not to talk nonsense, saying it was only to protect the family's interests, and the Valentin family would never submit to anyone. They were only temporarily cooperating with them for a while. Furthermore, to show good faith, Julieta would have to be betrothed to Vincent Myron, causing her to cry out in shock. What did you say? It is indeed Vincent Myron, the spoiled rich boy of the Myron family. When mentioning that family's young master, it could only be this bastard. The boss concluded by ordering his daughter to marry Vincent and bear his children, driving Julieta mad with anger. The old man calmly said, your gifted bloodline carries a superb ability to amplify magic, so if Julieta gets pregnant with that Vincent Myron guy, the child born is guaranteed to fully inherit this gift of amplification. The bald man asked anxiously, boss, what do you mean? And the boss nodded with delight. Exactly, it's that unborn child. The child will definitely possess qualities that far surpass even Vincent Myron. Eagerly snatched that young seedling back and forged them into a super genius to rebuild the grand empire of the Valentin family in the future. Julieta rose in anger while Bruno stood watching. In the past, he had used her as a laughing stock, and now he treated her like nothing more than a commodity up for sale. It seemed that in the old boss' eyes, apart from the honor of the Valentin family, People were absolutely nothing. The crowd scrambled to beg, "Young mistress, please, for the sake of the Valentin estate, we beg of you, please have mercy on us, your servants." The bald man shouted along, "That guy is as strong as an ox, absolutely free of any illnesses. Please sacrifice yourself for the bright destiny of our Valentin family." The old man said in a cold voice, "If you want to continue being a Valentin, then grit your teeth and endure being that Myron guy's mistress." Julieta was about to scream, but he cut her off. "For all these years, the Valentin family has fed you well, dressed you beautifully, and given you a comfortable life, so now you must know how to repay your debt to the clan." The servants chimed in to pressure her. "Your noble duty, young mistress, is to give birth to a baby. Please produce a strong and robust child." Julieta called out tremblingly, "Brother, help me." The guy wearing glasses hung his head and turned away to avoid her. Julieta stood frozen in bewilderment. She had no choice but to nod and accept her fate. The whole crowd left together in high spirits. Bruno quietly looked at Julieta. Inside Julieta's room, Bruno spoke up, "Please open your heart to me. Tell me your true thoughts." Julieta sadly hung her head. Bruno stepped closer. "Julie." She stammered, I don't like being forced to marry like this. I don't want my future child to become a pawn for them to manipulate. I am so sick of this horrible place." Bruno squeezed her hand tightly and spoke softly. "I swear to protect you, even if I have to against the entire world." Bruno kissed Julieta's hand. "Are you willing to run away with me?" She burst into tears, sobbing. Julieta burst into overwhelming joy. The window suddenly flew open. Light poured in, illuminating the entire room. Bruno told Julia to wait for a moment so he could check the location again. "I am determined to rescue her at all costs." He pushed the door open and stepped outside. Yuna stood waiting and called out softly, "Uncle Bruno." He could not hide his astonishment. He had prepared everything. Yuna firmly asserted that the two of them should head out together. Bruno and Yuna quickly left that place in the quiet night. His heart was anxious because he knew Inha was better than ordinary people, but since the opponent was Chedisi, he didn't want him to be in danger. Bruno told Yunha to withdraw quickly because the situation was tense, then turned away because he knew he was putting himself in danger. "I mean, you should have stopped me while we were still at home, so now I will definitely stand by your side." Bruno sighed and let him do whatever he wanted. Yuna watched him and asked if he was confident that he could find her. Bruno checked the information again and breathed a sigh of relief because she still had her communication device with her. He pointed in the direction of the Alyssa Hotel and tactfully asked him if they should equip themselves with armor carefully, otherwise entering the tiger's den bare-chested would be too dangerous. Yunha pulled at his hem and replied that he really wanted to, but none of them fit his small body, and carrying bulky gear would make it hard to maneuver. Bruno thought to himself that he looked just like he was preparing for battle, and wondered when he had gotten used to this scene of swords and blades. He showed the ring he gave him, telling him not to worry, and Bruno curiously asked if he knew how to use it. Holding the item in his hand, Yuna replied that he knew the basics, but didn't he expect his jewelry to be magical treasures that enhance mana. The 26th year of the goddess calendar marked a resounding achievement when the Southern European Alliance successfully conquered the Abyss. Although all of humanity once thought it was an impossible task, they still cheered for those who conquered the dungeon. The gamers read the travelogue again with extremely excited faces. However, the horrific truths hidden behind that logbook were unexpectedly brutal. Most of the key members from Italy carried the Myron surname, and their mothers were actually just breeding tools to create a lineage with strong genes. I thought Bruno had been unable to save her and that he himself had died before the moment I traveled back in time. Bruno informed him that they had reached their destination. Don't regret it, and Yunha laughed to himself, saying that whoever regretted it would be the fool. That line should be saved for our opponents, and then the two strangers curiously asked who they actually were. Bruno saw that the time was ripe, so he invited him to set off, and Yunha nodded in agreement. Both of them quickly rushed away and disappeared into the darkness. That crowd took action and settled it smoothly right away. "This is the very room where Janko is staying," he grumbled irritably, not understanding why they decided to change the hotel location at a time like this. Tun explained, "I mean, maybe the other side has their own difficulties, but it's really strange that the accommodation is acting up on the exact day of the appointment, even though we locked in the schedule a week ago." Julieta sneered, "Probably because that place doesn't welcome terrible guys like you guys." Janko immediately cursed, "You insolent brat." Tun scratched his head in embarrassment. "To be honest, I never expected Lady Julieta to be in this country." Janko sneered, "Me neither. If the media hadn't reported it, we'd all still be kept in the dark. At first, I even thought it was a joke, but since her own brother confirmed it, it's definitely spot on." Julieta laughed mockingly. "How ridiculous for a bunch of men to go around hunting down a weak girl. You Myron family members are truly thick-skinned beyond comparison." Brandishing his toy, Janko said, "Hey there, princess of the Valentin family. You'd better sit still and shut your mouth, or do you think we wouldn't dare lay a finger on you? We were going easy on you only because we don't want to torment you yet." Julieta frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Janko then placed his hand on her shoulder. He smiled despicably. "If we wanted to, we would have dragged you to bed for a few rounds a long time ago." Julieta flung his hand off. "You crazy lunatics." She did not hesitate to spit right in his face. He roared in fury, "This brat has some nerve. Do you want to die?" A cold voice called out Janko Myron's name from behind. Anbek was standing there. His eyes looked at him with utmost seriousness. Janko forced a smile. Such deep brotherhood moves me to death. Anbek asked where he was going. Janko grumbled and swore, it is too suffocating in here, so I'm going out to get some fresh air. Tom held something out in front of him. Julieta called out softly, Anbek, my stomach is growling. Please stop by the convenience store and buy me a lunchbox, and remember to get some sweet pastries for dessert too. Anbek gently rubbed his forehead and called Tom Myron. He shook his head hesitantly. Can we just call room service? Anbek's face hardened as he snapped, are you deaf, or did you not hear that she wants food from the mini-mart? He trembled and immediately agreed. Tom took a few steps, then turned back and called Anbek. Keep in mind that your last name is Myron, not Valentin. He turned his gaze toward Tom. Anbek, just relax, don't think too much. Tom smiled and said, if that's the case, I'll stop by again later. The room door closed tightly. Only Julieta and Anbek were left in the room. Anbek watched her stand up and asked, where are you going? Didn't I tell you not to step foot out of the room? Julieta said irritably, you've always kept that rude attitude of yours, haven't you? I need to go to the bathroom to take care of some personal business, for God's sake. Julieta sat down heavily on the bed and covered her face with her hands. She recalled the vow, even if the whole world turns its back on you, I will still protect only you. Will you agree to go with me? She groaned softly in agony. Then she buried her head and burst into tears. Right from the direction of the bathroom, Janko stepped out leisurely and said, on the way back, I'll call the waiter to bring some things over. Janko looked utterly surprised. He spun around and asked, what on earth are you doing? And rushed down from midair with a weapon in hand. Janko reached out to block the fatal slash. He staggered back a few steps. Unfortunately, Janko banged his head hard against the wall. He said defiantly, it looks like today is your doomsday, doesn't it? Janko angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastard. And swung his sword and subtly reminded him, pull up your pants properly first. I'll be generous enough to give you some time to adjust your clothes. An hour before breaking into the hotel, Saudon had cast a spell that maximized his physical speed. Right after that was another spell that helped reinforce his muscles and increase his physical strength. Continuous streams of magic were layered on from defense and recovery to magic resistance. And Hao expressed his gratitude to her but then anxiously asked, what about the guests at the hotel? What if they happen to get caught in this fight? Saudon smiled reassuringly and said that the Heavenly Maiden government had evacuated everyone. Hearing this, he felt excited and relieved. Furthermore, with the brilliant mana from Uncle So-kun, his power had surged, and now it was time to join the battle. And Ha confronted Janko. This was the golden moment because his opponent had neither a safe distance nor a weapon in hand. He was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. He furiously rushed forward, screaming, I will send you to your grave. Janko threw a powerful punch, but fortunately Unha dodged it in time. The mist swing struck the cliff wall hard, causing the wall to crack open. Unha spun around firmly and immediately countered as fast as lightning. He swung his razor-sharp sword with murderous eyes, his body covered in countless buff effects. It's time for us to go all out to see who is superior, isn't it? Janko quickly raised his shield to block the attack. Unha was undaunted, charging straight toward his opponent. The blade in his hand collided violently with Janko's shield. After the horrific impact, his defense was completely shattered. Janko was speechless with shock. This kid was no longer as ordinary as before, since he had easily pierced through even 3 layers of protective shields. Yunha pressed his advantage, mockingly asking if that was all he had. He delivered a thunderous kick that sent his opponent flying straight back. Taking a direct hit, Janko slammed hard against the wall and screamed in pain. With no other option left, he pulled out his shield to protect himself in this precarious situation. Janko grumbled angrily, realizing that this cramped space had truly suppressed his full potential. At all costs, he had to find a way to escape from this hell immediately. Unha glared at his opponent, his attacks continuing to rain down relentlessly. A fatal slash was executed, aimed straight at Janko's head. He reacted quickly, dodging to avoid the blade of death. Janko hurriedly pulled a gun out of his coat pocket. Unha did not delay either, immediately raising his shield to block the attack. However, he suddenly realized that something was extremely wrong. Seeing that bastard turn his back and run away, Unha yelled in anger that he was a coward. His hand tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, which was trembling with rage. He immediately accelerated to chase after him, not forgetting to shout at him for his cowardice. The opponent's defense shattered under too much pressure. Janko gritted his teeth, never expecting the situation to turn this bad. Watching him try to escape, Unha sneered that he would always be a coward. He turned his head and, seeing him still hot on his heels, spat out harsh curses. Then he immediately raised his gun and swore to end his life right there. And Ha did not hold back at all. The boasting fool might as well wait for his death anniversary next year. He calculated that time was running out, his mana and support skills were gradually depleting. Seeing Nha finish off a strange potion, he could not help but be astonished. Could that be? Could this be the legendary medicine that the goddess administration once proudly boasted about? This bastard is too cautious. Had I known, I should have eliminated him sooner instead of running for my life to the 18th floor. He scanned the area for something to use as a weapon, and his eyes suddenly fell upon a nearby knife. Having lost track of his opponent, and how immediately focused his attention on the room right next door. He instantly charged forward like an arrow, and swung his sword intending to deliver a finishing blow to Janko. Suddenly he sensed danger approaching, and Ha's blade clashed heavily against the knife in his hand. The powerful force from the impact shattered all the surrounding windows. Janko glared at the monster before him with intense resentment, and coldly replied that he would be the one to send him off. His overwhelming power forced him to retreat with great difficulty, and Ha rushed forward like a whirlwind, swinging his sharp sword straight at the enemy. The tip of his sword plunged into the protective shield enveloping him. Janko smirked mockingly. It seemed he had run out of strength. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly grabbed his opponent's sword-wielding arm. With his arm held tightly, and Ha could not launch any more attacks. Janko used that momentum to pin him to the floor. He snatched the sword from Ha's hand, determined to eliminate him right now. How would you feel if I also possessed a decent weapon to fight you? A terrifying murderous aura began to radiate from his body, and roared in rage, calling for the vengeful soul to rise. Black smoke enveloped Janko, making him panic. This mana-corroding skill was truly too troublesome. Get lost, you annoying pest. Janko glanced quickly. He seemed to have discovered something, and gathered his inner energy, casting a murderous glare straight at him. A strike as fast as a blink of an eye was decisively unleashed. The rapid, relentless attacks put Janko on the defensive, leaving him no time to react. He struggled to block the blows, secretly cursing this brainless kid as a real nuisance. Unable to hold his ground for long, Janko was thrown straight into the rafters by Ha. Furniture lay scattered everywhere, turning the scene into utter ruin and devastation. The room looked no different from a ruined battlefield, and the showdown between them showed no sign of ending. Janko sneered arrogantly. It looks like your strikes are gradually losing their power. Where has that fiery spirit of yours from earlier run off to hide? A tall figure was patiently waiting in front of the doorway. Anbeck maintained a serious expression. Julieta, all of this is for the greater good of the Valentine family. Not a single response echoed back to his words. Anbeck began to grow impatient. I'm going outside. If you need anything, just message Tom or call. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, looking as if he were waiting for someone to appear. Anbeck made a slight face, pushed up his glasses, and calmly spoke, long time no see. Bruno stumbled forward from a distance. He glared and roared furiously, where is Julieta? Anbeck glanced over with an unfriendly look upon being questioned so aggressively. He calmly replied, Bruno, anyone who dares to take Julieta away will pay a heavy price. You know the rule is death, right? But I'm still giving you a way out. Return to the Valentine family, Bruno. Come back and help me with the purge. But before he could finish his sentence, Bruno rushed in to attack him. He shot back in a firm voice, cut the nonsense. Anbeck drew his gun, his demeanor remaining calm. So, you've chosen this way then? Bring it on, he said, coldly pointing the gun barrel straight at Bruno's face. He showed no hesitation either, ready to fight. In their previous clash, Bruno had been at a disadvantage. Janko laughed mockingly. What's the matter? Your attack power has weakened a lot. Where has that fierce fighting spirit from earlier vanished to? Anna curled his lips in a defiant smile. Who knows where it's hiding? Right here, he roared in anger, you cunning brat. He gave a mischievous, confident smile. Why don't you use magic, mister? Or do you have nothing up your sleeve? Janko gritted his teeth as his anger flared up. He drew his sword from its scabbard and rushed aggressively towards him. Yuna struggled hard to defend in confusion, seemingly unable to recover his internal energy in time, and was on the verge of collapsing. In the end, he could no longer hold his ground, falling backward under Janko's treacherous strike. He quickly regained his balance so as not to be thrown too far. The other guy sneered disdainfully. Is that all you can do after downing the stimulant? Have you dropped in rank miserably or what? Or how about coming over here to play with my puppies for a bit of fun? Yunha leaped high into the air to avoid the pack of hounds summoned by his opponent. He told himself this wouldn't work, so he would have to try another tactic. Yuna swung his sword in a spin, creating a drill-like vortex of force, unleashing a single-point piercing strike. He did not hesitate to charge straight at Janko, and by the time the guy snapped out of it, his opponent was already right beside him. Janko blinked in surprise and shouted, you bastard. Yunha moved swiftly and continuously, making the guy dizzy and completely unable to keep up. Reacting extremely fast, Janko reached out and drew the gun tucked into his waistband. Yuna was not to be outdone, immediately whipping out his gun, ready to engage in battle. He pulled the trigger, aiming precisely at his target. On the other side of the battlefield, he also squeezed the trigger to return fire almost simultaneously. Janko managed to raise his energy shield just in time to block the bullet hurtling toward him. On the contrary, Yuna was unfortunately hit, the bullet embedding itself straight into his shoulder. He winced in pain, while the other guy breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. This area is completely under my control. He laughed arrogantly and defiantly. A flurry of arrows of terrible power created by Janko was aimed straight at Inha. His eyes flashed with malice as he uttered a murderous farewell punishment. Yuna paused for a brief moment, then grit his teeth to endure. A rain of arrows poured down heavily, forcing him to quickly leap and dodge in all directions. Janko boasted and laughed, just a measly little mouse, let's see how long you can keep jumping around. The arrows still chased closely on his heels without letting up. Having to dodge continuously gradually depleted Yunha's physical strength. He took a deep breath to regain his momentum. Pivoting to launch a counterattack, Yuna went all out to retaliate and fight back to the very end. His body was covered with wounds from arrows. Although the blood flowed endlessly, Yuna clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Another arrow pierced through his body. Yuna gritted his teeth, trying his best to hold his ground. The rain of arrows had stopped, and he stood motionless from exhaustion. Yuna clenched his fists in the face of this dilemma. Janko still would not let him go. He drew his gun to threaten him. This was truly a dead end for this man. A pack of ferocious dogs suddenly rushed forward and bit hard into Yuna's leg, horrifying him. Above his head, a whirlwind began to spin. He calmed down to calculate. Dodging at this moment was impossible. Unleashing the single-point breakthrough strike helped him escape the dog's encirclement. Yuna turned around and aimed his gun straight at them. The monsters still did not give up, continuing to pounce up to bite his leg. Yuna gathered momentum and jumped, rushing straight toward Janko. He swung his blade, slashing hard at the enemy in front of him. Janko's eyes widened. Fortunately, he reacted in time. He used his strength to fling him straight up into the air. As soon as he touched the ground, Yuna's foot accidentally stepped on magic circles. Those circles surrounded him from all directions. Yuna was stunned when he realized it was a trap. 7 spells activated, leaving him no time to react. Everything around instantly collapsed and shattered. The ground beneath his feet shattered into large chunks. He collapsed to his knees, fresh drops of blood dripping down one after another. Yuna told himself that it would be very difficult to escape from this situation. He needed to heal his wounds immediately. However, Janko was quick to snatch the potion bottle from his hand. He flashed a despicable smile, asking if he planned to drink it alone. He snatched the medicine bottle and mocked him. Yuna gritted his teeth and cursed him silently. Janko Myron continued to make a racket, thinking that the medicine of this land was truly top-notch, restoring both stamina and mana in a flash. Without bothering to pay attention to his opponent, his mind was only filled with the intention of slipping away from this place first. Janko suddenly shouted loudly, launching a lethal surprise attack on Yuna with extremely fast movement. He was startled, but then, seizing the opportunity, he struck back at him without missing a single blow. The weapon in his hand slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Janko ferociously delivered another kick to his chest, laughing savagely. "No way on earth will I let you vanish so easily." Yuna flew far away from the momentum. His small body crashed hard against the cliff, creating a shocking explosion. Janko Myron laughed triumphantly, saying that beasts like him had to be beaten to learn their lesson. "How dare a wet behind-the-ears brat like you butt into this?" Fresh red blood gushed relentlessly from Yuna's flesh. Janko Myron suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He wondered in disbelief, did this brat really die? Couldn't he have kicked the bucket with just that many blows? He stared in horror, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Yuna tossed the empty potion bottle onto the ground and said indifferently, "I should have chugged it sooner." From the hazy smoke, his silhouette gradually stepped out. His face was as cold as an iceberg, his gaze so murderous that it struck terror into anyone's heart. Janko Myron shouted at the top of his lungs in panic, "You bastard, how many bottles did you chug?" He calmly replied, "I downed a whole bunch of fruit-flavored potions. How do you like that, baby?" He thought to himself, for a dying person to recover their stamina and energy was already beyond imagination. Who would have thought he could refresh all his buffs without any cooldown? Not only that, but his mana was buffed even higher than before. "Don't tell me," his mouth mumbled unconsciously, "is this an ability?" Yuna added bluntly, "It's not just an ability, I also have this in my pocket." His face turned pale as a sheet, and he stared in terror, stammering, "It turns out." The object in Yuna's hand was a powerful bracelet capable of extreme amplification. Janko shook his head in disbelief. How can something so absurd happen? Just how monstrously strong is this bastard? "Even so, I still have a way out," he mumbled with a pale, grim expression. "In that regard, I am confident I completely outclass him." Unha gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent as if he wanted to eat his opponent alive. Without wasting any words, he immediately pointed the gun at the other person and pulled the trigger. Janko Myron also fought back, inwardly sneering that this brat had been too hasty and lost his chance. "The one laughing at the end will definitely be me." Unha quickly dodged the tricky blow just now. Taking advantage of the moment Janko Myron was still dazed, he quickly grabbed the blade that the man had dropped earlier. He was dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. Unha was ready to send him on his way. Aiming straight at Janko Myron's gun-wielding arm, he threw the blade, a mocking smile on his lips. A bone-deep, agonizing pain shot through him, making him grimace and clutch his arm. His arm seemed almost severed, but he coldly smirked and said it was far too early to cry out in pain from just that. "Didn't you yourself say that beasts need to be beaten to learn their lesson?" He tightly clutched his gushing, bloody arm with a resentful look. The blade from earlier had flown back to its owner. Janko Myron gritted his teeth and roared that the beast was actually not him. He staggered back, but stubbornly argued that you were the one who was like that. Along the long, deathly quiet corridor, a figure tumbled to the ground from being hit. Bruno Valentin swung a powerful punch. Mad God 3, Wild Beast 3, his heavy punches slammed straight into the floor, sending tiles and stones flying everywhere. Hanbeck Valentin sat dazed in front of that horrifying scene. His eyebrows furrowed slightly with tension. Bruno Valentin didn't give his opponent even a second to catch his breath, continuing to rush in close. Ainbeck Valentin was quick on his feet and sharp-eyed, dodging by a hair's breadth. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he had to turn his back and flee quickly to save his life. Bruno's attack still followed closely on his heels without letting up. Suddenly his body froze in panic. Bruno Valentin had already closed in, looking murderous. The powerful punch grazed Ainbeck Valentin's face, and he smirked, saying that your skills after all these years are still as terrible as ever. Then he gripped Bruno's arm tightly. In a disdainful tone, I was really looking forward to your skills, but this is truly boring. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed through the long corridor. Ainbeck Valentin pointed the gun straight at Bruno Valentin's chest and pulled the trigger. Strangely, the bullet did not penetrate his chest but dropped with a thud onto the ground. Ainbeck Valentin grew impatient. So, what do you plan to do next? Or are you just going to stand there and take it? Thanks to using the samurai shield, Bruno Valentin managed to save his life. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Unable to control himself any longer, he furiously raised his fist, intending to strike Ainbeck Valentin. But before the punch could land on his opponent's face, Ainbeck Valentin coldly spoke of the two reasons why he lost. First, all your tricks are far too obvious. Second, the internal energy in your body has been completely depleted, and the effect of the medicine is also about to fade. While the medicine was still effective, you remained motionless. The only thing you had was the amulet, only to bring yourself to a dead end. Bruno Valentin looked up to the sky, lamenting his depleted mana. His protective shield could not withstand it and shattered into tiny pieces. Ainbeck Valentin raised his gun high, about to pull the trigger to finish him off. Unexpectedly, Julieta Valentin rushed forward and screamed in a cracked voice, "Please stop. Everything is completely contrary to your previous promise that you wouldn't get involved with the people around me." Not only did he refuse to stop, but he also pointed the gun straight at her and sneered, "Did you come here just to remind me of the old promise?" Ainbeck ordered that things were almost finished on this side, so she should just stand still. His freezing gun barrel was pressed right against her forehead. Julieta gripped the gun tightly and challenged him, "Go ahead and shoot if you have the guts." Unexpectedly, her daring to go that far made Ainbeck Valentin extremely furious. She turned and scolded Bruno Valentin, telling him to retreat quickly and asking if he was tired of living. "It's not just you, both Janko and Tom Myron are also here. Do you think doing this foolish thing makes me happy? What I need is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Bruno Valentin interrupted, "I once swore to protect only you, my lady. You only need to say a single word." However, she screamed and told him not to move. Even so, he still trudged forward step by step. Ainbeck Valentin did not hesitate to pull the trigger, causing Julieta Valentin to scream in despair. Bruno Valentin quickly raised his hand to block the incoming bullet. Ainbeck Valentin really couldn't understand what his opponent was doing. Bruno Valentin caught the bullet with his bare hand and then softly called Julieta's name with absolute determination. Even if the whole world turns its back on her. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His voice grew firm, asserting that this heart belongs only to her. "So please give me the answer." Bruno Valentin unleashed a scorching, blazing stream of fire. Ainbeck Valentin stood dazed, observing the situation. Then, lightning fast, he used his shield to dodge to the side, avoiding the lethal blow. He hid carefully behind his shield to escape the wrath of the flames that were waiting to devour him. Bruno Valentin clutched his bleeding arm and softly called out to Julieta. She weakly whispered back in a faint voice. Her trembling hands slowly reached forward. Tears streamed down Julieta's cheeks as she choked back her tears to utter a soft cry for help. As for Yuna and Janko Miran, their clash had temporarily stopped. Hearing his opponent's groans, he sarcastically remarked that losing an arm didn't require such a dramatic reaction. The severed arm lay abandoned in the middle of a puddle of foul-smelling blood. Yunha indifferently asked if he planned to use magic to reattach it. Seeing this, Janko was terrified and screamed to stop his opponent. Of course, he would never let his enemy off the hook. Janko Miran cringed, watching his every move. Yuna stomped hard on the arm on the ground, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Janko Miran could only stand helplessly watching that horrific scene. He shouted loudly in resentment, cursing himself. He immediately summoned his ignition skill to unleash a decisive move. Yuna wondered if this was a wide-area bombardment type of magic. Facing the approaching stream of fire, he calculated that simply dodging far from the explosion would be enough. The fireball chased him relentlessly, like a ravenous beast hunting its prey to the very end. Yunha gritted his teeth in anger because even after using mana-infused steps, he still couldn't lose it. By this time, the raging flames had closed in right beneath his feet. Just as expected, a massive explosion blasted right behind Yuna. The powerful force sent him flying and rolling like a ball for dozens of meters. By the time he stopped sliding, Yuna was so furious that his face darkened completely. Before his mind could even clear, he sensed that something was wrong. Janko Miran immediately followed up with a second move, rushing forward like lightning to eliminate his opponent. Yet his face remained blank without a single millimeter of fear. Yunha was not easily bullied. He immediately unleashed a powerful straight thrust to counter the attack. Gritting his teeth, he told himself to endure just a little bit more. I must speed up even more. Just as Yuna's feet dashed forward, another thunderous explosion followed closely behind. Radiating intense killing intent, he was determined to fight to the death with Janko Miran. The other man trembled, realizing that this kid was planning to slice him clean in half. Right at that moment, Yuna suddenly realized that his internal organs were reacting very strangely. He angrily wondered why it had to act up now, as this child's body had already reached its limit of endurance. Seeing Una's struggle, the other guy rejoiced inwardly. Though he didn't know what was wrong with the kid, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Suddenly, an iron cage appeared out of nowhere. It instantly trapped Yuna inside. It turned out that Janko Myron had unleashed a binding chain technique to seal him in the cage. While trying to break the cage, Yunha cursed to himself, "Damn it, I must destroy this nuisance before my body completely collapses." Without hesitation, he swung his arm and sliced clean through, breaking the iron bars in half instantly. But the force of the swing was so strong that it also shattered the weapon in his hand into 100 pieces. Yunha's eyes became bloodshot with sheer rage. Janko Myron's sudden sneak attack sent him flying far away. Taking the heavy blow, Yunha immediately struggled to his feet, supporting his body with one hand while gathering a deep purple energy with the other, preparing to strike back. He slammed the ground hard, channeling every single drop of his malevolent resentment into a lethal energy blast called Wraith to finish the battle. Janko Myron sneered mockingly, "What can a cheap trick like that even do?" Green veins bulged on his hand as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Facing Yunha's deadly attack, he roared frantically, "I've already lost one arm anyway, what do I have to fear?" Suddenly, the ranged weapon in his hand was struck with a loud clank by a strange object. The fierce collision between the two opposing forces caused the surrounding ground to crack instantly, sending both Yunha and Janko Myron flying backward. His trigger-pulling hand ached to the very marrow of his bones. Yunha's face contorted from the agonizing pain. Janko Myron screamed, demanding to send his opponent to the grave. Quick as a flash, Yuna gracefully dodged the attack. He immediately spun around and stood firmly on one leg. Then he fired a volley of shots at Janko Myron. The bullet lodged straight into the chest, causing fresh blood to gush out. Being wounded, Janko became even more enraged. Disregarding the danger, he rushed forward to fight back fiercely. Janko Myron's fiery chain wrapped tightly around Yunha's leg. He yanked it hard, making him stagger and fall flat on the ground. His arm slammed hard against the solid floor. Janko Myron followed up with a fatal kick to his chest. He glared aggressively and raised his fist high, delivering a devastating blow straight to his face. He screamed crazily, punching and cursing as he demanded to send him to the underworld. Yunha's hands trembled, flailing in the air. Without any strength left, his arm fell limp to the ground. Still not satisfied, Janko repeatedly stomped on Yuna with his boots. He slowly took a few steps back, smirking triumphantly that it was all over now. Then Janko screamed and unleashed a finishing blow, firing continuously. He stood staring as the thick smoke and dust rose. The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Janko Myron was smugly self-satisfied, thinking he had secured the victory. But then he felt a sudden pang of worry, wondering if his opponent had not yet died. He told himself he would strangle him until he completely stopped breathing. Unexpectedly, as Janko reached out his hand, Yuna grabbed it. He bit down hard on his arm like a hungry beast, refusing to let go. The excruciating pain made Janko Myron roar and curse at the brat. The man swung his leg, kicking straight at Yuna while commanding him to let go immediately. With the momentum of the kick, he was sent flying and slammed hard against the base of the wall. Janko Myron mocked, "Trash like you are the worst bastards, but so what, I'm still completely fine." Before he could gloat for long, he suddenly coughed up fresh blood. As the dark red blood dripped onto the floor, Janko was shocked, unable to believe he had suffered such severe damage. Panicked, he told himself that he was losing control of his mana source. His hands began to tremble violently. His legs, lacking any strength, collapsed beneath him. In the midst of agonizing pain, Janko Myron was shocked to realize that he was suffering a mana backlash. He roared in frustration, "What on earth did you do to me?" Inha calmly raised the green potion veil, his voice light, "Grade 6. This is a deadly poison from the phantom spider. It blocks the flow of mana, causing the owner to self-explode and die." Janko was suspicious, wondering if this guy had been hiding poison in his mouth all along. Janko Myron writhed in pain, his mouth still spewing curses. "You bastard, are you trying to drag me down to die with you?" He replied sarcastically, "Idiot, who on earth would only carry poison with them?" He decisively popped open the cap of the vial he was holding in his hand. Emptying the vial, he said, "Of course, I already prepared the antidote." Sprawled on the floor, he kept shouting curses, "You lunatic." Yunha picked up the gun and spoke slowly, "Stop using Korean, your accent sounds really grating to the ears." He pointed the gun's barrel straight at his opponent's head. Even at this point, Janko continued to boast, "Are you sure you won't regret this? I'm a member of the Chedisi family. If you kill me, the whole world will hunt you down. If you don't dare to kill me." Before he could finish his sentence, the boy shouted, "Shut up." Annoyed by his endless talking, he lost patience and shoved the gun's barrel directly into Janko's mouth. Yunha leaned down and looked straight into his eyes. "The survivor is the one who decides the value of your life. I'll decide for myself if the world is my enemy or not. Now you've lost, go quietly to meet the Grim Reaper." Janko Myron stared at him in sheer terror. A cold bullet pierced straight through his throat. The ruined room suddenly fell dead silent. Yuna released his grip and dropped the gun onto the ground. He too was exhausted and collapsed onto the floor. Breathing out a sigh, he muttered to himself that with only one last potion left, he wondered if he should chug it down and look for Bruno or not, since he was about to die anyway. Hiding behind the thick wall, Tom Myron kept his eyes glued to his every move. He clutched the plastic bag in his hand to calm his fear, unable to stop wondering what on earth was happening. It was hard to believe that the famous Chetty Say had lost his life at the hands of a wet behind-the-ears kid. It wasn't that he couldn't finish off someone who was about to die, but taking action now might take more time than expected. While the Korean players were preparing to enter, in Seoul, John was also secretly planning to visit the Alice Hotel. Tom Myron carefully considered and decided that dealing with Julieta Valentine was his top priority. Bruno Valentine rushed forward like a ferocious beast to seize his prey, Anbeck Valentine. His face at this moment showed clear signs of ultimate rage. Anbeck Valentine could not help but be stunned by the murderous intent surrounding him. Bruno Valentine delivered a powerful punch that sent Anbeck flying backward. He crashed hard, making a large hole in the ceiling, and thought to himself, this guy is completely different from before, he must have had his strength amplified. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Bruno Valentine immediately rushed in, preparing for the finishing blow. Anbeck Valentine was completely rooted to the spot, only able to stare blankly at him. Just as Bruno Valentine was about to finish him off, a voice suddenly rang out with authority, "Stop right there." He held the blade close to Julieta Valentine's neck and declared triumphantly, "The game ends here. If you want her intact, you'd better quickly deactivate Manhwa." Bruno Valentine cried out her name in panic, "Julieta." Tom Myron made a small cut on her neck as proof, warning her not to move. "Stand right there and raise your hands high. Don't think I want to lay a hand on her if you keep testing my patience." Not daring to risk her life, he helplessly raised his hands in surrender. Tom Myron turned to Anbeck Valentine and said, "Sir, everything ends here, there is no more time, Lord Jianko is finished too." He loaded his gun and casually replied, "Understood, so Jianko has returned to Mother Earth." Tom Myron urged, "Let's withdraw quickly before the Korean players arrive." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, a bullet lodged straight into his head. Tom could only let out a weak cry in despair. Then he collapsed to the ground and Julieta Valentine cried out in shock, "What is this?" She trembled, speechless, after witnessing that horrific scene. Julieta broke into a cold sweat, only now starting to gradually understand everything. Anbeck Valentine's gun barrel was still smoking heavily after the recent blast. He laughed gleefully, "Finally you're dead. I have waited warily for the chance to send him to the afterlife. Who would have thought that before I could even make a move, he had already passed away long ago. Even that guy Tom Myron has kicked the bucket, and so the Myron family has officially vanished from this kingdom. Bruno, Julieta, I would like to propose another deal to the two of you. Return to the Valentine family, because now that Janko is dead, it is time for us to wipe out the Myrons and restore the Valentine Empire." Julieta Valentine cried out in panic, asking if her brother had gone crazy, as the Myron family was not so weak as to collapse just because of Janko's death. She was highly skeptical, wondering since when her brother had started spouting such nonsense. Had the pressure of being the head of the Valentine family warped his mind, changing the beloved brother she once knew, while the other chuckled sinisterly, planning to manipulate the Myron family into sending their troops to Korea for revenge, and then committing suicide. "Come back to our old home, the Valentines. I am strong enough to protect you now, Julieta. Bruno, if you still deeply remember the favors that the Valentine family once bestowed upon you, then return with Julieta to serve the family." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, asking who gave permission, giving Anbeck Valentine a start. Anna seized the opportunity to rush forward and demand with a hostile look, "Who do you think you are, daring to take my people without permission?" Without wasting words, he immediately launched a sharp preemptive strike aimed straight at his opponent's leg. Anbeck, who was also quick, leaped up to avoid the critical blow, and then followed up with a thunderous kick to his body. Anbeck's face was filled with murderous intent. Yinha responded in kind by ruthlessly stabbing him straight through the thigh. Furious, Anbeck Valentine drew his gun and fired straight at him. He dodged quickly but still could not escape the bullet that embedded itself in his thigh. Yinha retreated toward the wall to take a defensive stance. Clicking his tongue in regret at missing his chance, Anbeck Valentine had to turn to purge Bruno first. Suddenly, his eyes scanned and he noticed something was wrong. Seeing Julieta Valentine casting healing magic on Bruno, he shrieked, demanding to know since when. Lying sprawled on the ground, Yinha smirked provocatively, saying that whether they stayed or not was entirely up to him. "So don't you dare sneak off on your own, sis," he thought to himself, figuring he had bought enough time. Julieta Valentine smiled gently and assured him that she would behave and not run away anymore. With that, she channeled her power to activate her ultimate energy enhancement skill. A terrifying surge of power welled up, leaving Anbeck Valentine frozen in horror. He gritted his teeth in fury and swore bitterly. Julieta Valentine kindly told Bruno Valentine to take care of himself so he could return safely. Receiving a nod from her, Bruno immediately rushed off as fast as lightning. His arms bulged with veins as if ready to crush Anbeck Valentine's neck instantly. The wound on his lower leg was still bleeding profusely. Anbeck was furious because this very brat had dared to hurt his leg. All of Bruno Valentine's attacks were completely neutralized by his shield. Even so, the shockwave still sent Anbeck flying high. Thankfully, Oha quickly dodged it and wondered if he still remembered her. Anbeck Valentine's entire body slammed violently against the wall behind him. The impact was so severe that it made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot. The more they fought, the more ferocious Bruno Valentin's aura became. Anbek Valentin still refused to give up his intention to turn the tables. Gritting his teeth, he raised the gun high with both hands. Screaming frantically, he continuously pulled the trigger, aiming straight at Bruno Valentin without any mercy. But Bruno Valentin was no pushover, directly extending his hand to block that volley of bullets. He seized the moment to rush forward, determined to send Anbek Valentin to his ancestors. A devastating punch landed straight on Anbek Valentin's face, completely deforming it. He roared, "Go to hell." The entire building had a real scare, breaking into a cold sweat. Anbek Valentin took the full force of the blow and was sent flying straight out of the building. Hundreds of broken glass shards scattered everywhere. Amidst the bone-deep pain, he still gritted his teeth and told himself that he could not just bow his head and die like this. He had had to swallow so many contemptuous looks and endure them for all these years. He had once boldly declared to the Valentin family that he would flatten the Myron clan no matter what. He had also sworn a solemn oath before his father's soul to restore the once glorious Valentin family. Everything was only just beginning. Covered in blood, Anbek Valentin was choked with resentment, utterly unable to accept falling here. The horrific impact created an earth-shattering explosion. From the bottom of the deep pit, a trembling hand reached up, trying to claw its way out. Limping away from the scattered rubble, Anbek told himself that as long as he was still breathing, there was still hope to start over. He had to slip away quickly before the demon Bruno could catch him. How could the wind change direction so quickly? Suddenly, a deep and warm voice echoed right above his head. "Hello, Anbek Valentin, Honorable Ambassador of Italy. You seem to be quite at leisure. Allow me to arrest you for the crime of masterminding the horrific terror attack at the Alice Hotel." At this very moment, in the reception area of the Blue House, Gaeun spoke up, saying that the situation has turned and his audacity to trespass on our country's territory is very troublesome. Don't you think so? The mastermind behind the terrorist attack at the Alice Hotel. Anbek Valentin at this moment was locked in a glass cage with his hands and feet completely bound. Anbek appeared calm. "I did not have a hand in that attack. You are blatantly slandering an Italian ambassador and unlawfully detaining someone." Dong-hoon, standing behind, lost his temper. "This fool is so insolent," but Gaeun immediately signaled him to stop and asked, "Is that so? What are you going to do, since we even have the video of you murdering Tom Myron, as well as the recording of Genko Myron, along with the evidence of you kidnapping an Italian woman?" Upon hearing this, he was speechless, unable to say anything other than those two words. She continued to deliver a few more psychological blows. Could it be that an elementary school kid finished off Genko Myron, and that very kid is the one behind this terrorist attack? Gaeun smirked triumphantly. Only a ghost would believe such a nonsense excuse. Anbek angrily glared at her, unable to utter another word. She leisurely revealed, "I have already released all the data on Big Mama's political status and the real power in Italy. You and Big Mama killed Ms. Myron to suppress this family's power, didn't you? But it seems your efforts have all gone down the drain." Guiol continued, "I heard that besides the two of you, there are a few other influential people connected to the Italian side present here. You must be very lonely, right?" Anbek immediately realized that Tom Myron was not the only thorn sent to monitor him. The entire Myron family had quietly cast their net of action long ago. Guiol calmly announced, "Currently, we are rounding up every Italian who has set foot there, so they will be the perfect hostages for me to negotiate with you." He then pursed his lips and asked in a low voice, "So, what do you want in the end?" She slowly stepped closer, as if recounting each lie she had just made up. Then she stared intently into Anbek's eyes with deep meaning. "I want to gather quite a few things." The scene shifts to a peaceful hospital, where the morning sunlight shines through each small window. In Eunha's hospital room, a voice of reproach suddenly rang out. "You really never listened to your mother's advice." As she pinched Eunha's ear, she scolded him. "Last time you just escaped danger, and this time you re-injured and hospitalized for a full 12 weeks. Eunha cried out in pain. Eunha's mother expressed in a softened tone, "I truly don't want you to keep pushing yourself and risking your life like this." He bowed his head, obediently replying in agreement. The depths of the mother's eyes were filled with a look of heart-touch and boundless love. She thoughtfully advised, "I'll come back to visit you in a bit. Make sure to take good care of your health." His mother quickly packed her things and walked out, leaving Eunha alone in the hospital room. He thought to himself, wondering if his dad and older sister were coming to visit him soon. Suddenly remembering the scene of his sister screaming and chasing after him to beat him up as soon as they met, he turned his gaze out the window, feeling so guilty towards his whole family. Looking at the remote control on the cabinet, he began to wonder if he should turn on the TV to watch the news to kill time. As soon as Eunha pressed the power button, the latest news broadcast of the day rang out from the TV. Late last night, many residents panicked upon hearing a loud explosion coming from the Alice Hotel, although the source of the noise remained a mystery that kept everyone terrified for hours. Thanks to the timely intervention of the Italian guests staying there, the situation has been brought under control. The news report said that due to a deflected energy flow, this place suddenly turned into a dungeon. Seeing the deserted hotel, some Italian players sneaked in to investigate the situation. Outsiders hearing this would probably mistakenly think there was a fierce clash between the two countries, wondering what they could gain from it, while Eunha listened and pondered over the story. A hand gently pushed the room door open. Gallietta asked how big brother Manhwa was doing, while Bruno stood behind her holding a sweet cake. Manhwa politely asked her not to call him big brother anymore, but she replied that since he was already the mature one, he should be proud of that impressive title. Recalling the couple's romantic moments, he playfully blamed them for heartlessly leaving him behind at the hotel. Back then, he kept screaming for help, saying, "Sister, uncle, I am injured." But they just stood there, listened, and laughed it off. Suddenly, Giulietta and Bruno exchanged affectionate looks, leaving Manhwa completely bewildered. Giulietta suddenly knelt down to express her gratitude for saving her life, saying that without him her life would have been in darkness, while Bruno also knelt and said he could never repay this debt of gratitude. Seeing this, he got embarrassed and urged the uncle and sister to please stand up. She solemnly swore under the quiet moonlight and thousands of stars, using humble words to make a sacred covenant, while Bruno also reverently swore to devotedly protect their savior and uphold their honor. If anyone curiously asks about the origin, this is the answer. Both placed their hands on their chests with great reverence and proclaimed in unison that the father is the sun and the mother is the moon. On a side, looking at the duo with affectionate eyes, Giulietta jokingly said that with this covenant they should call him Big Brother, or have their future children take Manhwa as their master, to which Bruno nodded in agreement immediately. Hearing this, Manhwa just wanted to mumble to himself because he had no desire to be a player or get involved with the underworld. He raised his hand to question why they made the decision themselves without asking for his opinion. Giulietta still innocently suggested leaving their children to Manhwa. Hearing this, he stared blankly, before regaining his composure and asking which children. She excitedly shared the good news that they were eagerly expecting. Only then did he startle, offer his congratulations, and secretly breathe a sigh of relief that they were finally safe and sound. Giulietta rummaged through her bag and said, "Look at this, it's really cool." She handed over a card, making Manhwa curiously pick it up and ask, "What on earth is this?" Giulietta told him to read the name on it. Manhwa narrowed his eyes to examine the name. It turned out to be the identity cards of the young couple, but with a new last name, leaving Manhwa frozen for 5 seconds in complete surprise. He blurted out in confusion, "What is the meaning of this?" And she cheerfully replied that they were determined to cast off their past to start anew, so they changed their last name to make a bold statement. Giulietta put on a serious face and said that in this situation, taking Manhwa's last name was the most reasonable choice, so from now on they should be called No Giulietta and No Bruno. Manhwa was speechless, staring blankly at the identity cards in his hand. He screamed out loud in helplessness. In an old corridor filled with books lined up along both sides of the walkway, Jun-sik, who was sitting in the room reviewing something, suddenly spoke up. "Oh, you've arrived." Bruno walked in and asked if it was true that he had ordered a blockade on all information about them. He bowed his head to express his profuse gratitude for once again owing a deep debt of gratitude to the elder. He told himself that from their first accommodation upon arriving in South Korea until this incident, they owed that person too many favors. He laughed comfortably and told him to hold his head high, admitting that he himself had a little hand in it. The goddess was extremely curious about the boy's background. Jun-sik recalled that during their conversation, she kept repeatedly questioning him. Who on earth were those people? Their continuous questioning made Bruno feel awkward, so he could only reluctantly say thank you. He slowly explained that even with the rare medicine, they still had to act because the Alice Hotel had fallen into the hands of the group of Dun and Eh. Jun-sik turned to give careful instructions, warning that although the goddess said she would let it go, one should not be foolish enough to believe a woman's words. Bruno obediently nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." He then inquired about his current work, asking if he wanted to join his team as a trusted henchman since he saw he was unemployed. He expressed that it was up to him to decide without any pressure, but in his heart, he had already guessed the intention. That is, Jun-sik implicitly entrusted him to continue protecting the children as he had always done after he was no longer a bodyguard. Stared at by the other's sympathetic gaze, he chuckled and told him to stop looking at him that way or it would pierce through him, and he could only say yes. A warm family photo appeared along with Jun-sik's warm tone. "I gain nothing from the children who enter my life. I only wish to see their innocent smiles." Bruno accepted without a second thought. He smiled and thanked him, then he retreated outside and closed the door. Jun-sik sat blankly by himself and muttered, "It seems I really am old now." His eyes were filled with a sad mood, thinking that he did not expect to still be so easily emotional at his age. Gently running his hand over the old diary in his grasp, "Do you think that's true, my beloved?" The photo frame taken with his wife still sat quietly there, containing so many unforgettable memories. The sea raged violently beneath pitch-black clouds, and waves as high as walls crashed against the warship, causing the hull to roll amidst the roaring thunder that heralded the end of the world. The panicked sailors stepped back, stammering that the monster was rising. From the deep, dark ocean floor, a massive black shadow suddenly emerged with bared fangs and bloodshot eyes. It rushed straight into the side of the boat, causing the entire vessel to shake violently as if it were about to break apart. Just as the ship was broken in half, it vanished without a trace, and at that very moment, a voice shouted that now was the time. The soldiers cast aside their fear of the colossal shadow looming beneath the water. The commander immediately shouted that as soon as it surfaced, They would teach the Leviathan monster a lesson it would never forget. It rushed forward, its razor-sharp jaws lunging straight toward the bow of the boat. The sailors turned pale in the face of the approaching destructive power. Only now did the Leviathan fully reveal itself, with shimmering purplish-black scales like wet metal and a long, supple body like a dragon. A powerful kick splashed the water, sending up clouds of white foam. The boat looked so small before the Leviathan, it let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, causing everything to tremble. The Holy Spear Master Sang Jun loudly ordered everyone to quickly move forward. Leviathan is being tightly imprisoned by the cold block of ice. Sung-un leaped out of the ship's cabin, declaring he would carve out an escape route with his own hands. He landed firmly on the thick sheet of ice. Facing the fierce Leviathan, Sang-un remained as calm as if nothing was wrong. The master rushed forward, asserting he would trade an arm to subdue it. The ice layer below began to break apart in chunks. Leviathan struggled to break free from its shackles, then roared, shaking the entire space. Sung-un plunged down from above with an extremely overwhelming offensive stance. He executed the cold ice plum blossom spear technique, aiming the spear tip straight at the monster's mouth. The flow of power from the northern blizzard gathered at his weapon, and he courageously threw his spear straight at the target. At this moment, Manhwa was intently reading the news on his phone. Although the subjugation of Leviathan was a victory, the price paid was too high. He thought to himself that Sang-un would probably retire soon and withdraw from the 12 within the next few years. On the day of the entrance exam at the junior high academy, his little sister ran over, calling his name excitedly. She threw herself into his arms and demanded to play because she was so bored, and Manhwa could only smile and respond gently. He wondered why their older sister hadn't come out yet. The little girl suggested playing word chain, while Manhwa guessed that the exam schedule had been delayed due to too many candidates. He reassured himself that there should be no problem, and his little sister started the game with the word cold. A few hours earlier, every movement of the candidates was fully recorded on screens. At the junior high academy, the supervisory board was glued to the screens to monitor the events in each area. This exam was actually a screening ground to select potential individuals for professional player training, rather than a mere skill test. The chief supervisor ordered the camera angles to be fully switched from training room number 2 to rooms 39 and 40. One supervisor questioned room number 40, where Ryu Shinhwa held a massive amount of mana. The red-haired man asserted that her talent had already been well known. Having long been considered a top seed, Shinhwa passed through every challenge as easily as taking a stroll. The chief supervisor continued to ask curiously about the person in room number 39. Anna was trailing closely behind Hua with incredible agility. The assistant flipped through the folder and confirmed that number 39 was Na Yuna. She was diligently exerting all her strength to run toward the front. A barrier of fire flared up, but Sunhwa lightly leaped over it and continued her journey. Right after that, a blue circle emanated a threatening power. Ina also swept past the obstacle at lightning speed to advance to the next challenge. The chief supervisor could not hide his admiration for the outstanding abilities of the two girls. He questioned whether that little girl was a grade prospect, but the assistant immediately denied it. Witnessing Sienna's indifference and Yunha's excitement, the chief supervisor guessed that another potential face was about to emerge. He told himself that observing those two girls would be enough. The supervisor asserted that the champion had already been revealed, while the man with glasses looked skeptical. Without using any mana at all, the chief supervisor asked blankly, "What?" Meaning they used pure physical strength to overcome the challenge. The chief supervisor was astonished as the test concluded. First place went to Baryuk Samwa at 6 minutes 36 seconds, followed by Na Yuna at 6 minutes 39 seconds, both achieving an A+ rank. Yunha recalled Shen's instructions that she must not use any mana throughout the exam. If cornered, she would have to, but it was best to avoid it. She remembered wondering during training why they had to struggle like this when players needed mana control skills. Xian explained that players often end up in dire situations, so physical training is necessary to prepare for times when mana is depleted. Yuna now realized that Xian was right, as she herself tended to overuse mana. Her gaze suddenly became full of curiosity and interest. Never expecting someone with the same mindset of not using mana, she watched Xian drinking water and secretly admired her for being even faster than herself. Yunha approached and struck up a conversation, saying, "You ran really well." She excitedly expressed her amazement at seeing that Xianhua also did not use mana, just like her. Kyle only showed a completely indifferent attitude. The girl replied with a slight nod and a poker face. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Yunha standing there in a daze. Yuna wondered if the other girl was just being shy. The teacher began to explain the rules of the final exam. Behind this door lies a giant. The maze structure will constantly change, and you will be dropped into random locations. At several points in the maze, assistants will provide supplies for recovery. Yunha and Shan listened intently as the teacher allowed the use of both mana and weapons, as well as voluntary cooperation. Hiji turned to greet them and ask if they were the top two from earlier, which Yuna quickly recognized. She held out her hand and introduced herself as Choi Hiji. Yuna friendly replied, "It's nice to meet you, I'm Na Yuna." She shook her hand and boasted that she was from Donggak Elementary School and very confident in her mana control, making Yuna think to herself that this girl was indeed overly confident. Hiji took the initiative to invite her to join her group, confusing Yunha, who thought they would be separated upon entering the maze. Heiji smiled brightly and explained that they would just help each other if they happened to run into each other in the maze, nothing more. Hearing this, Yunha quickly hid right away. She also turned to invite Shinor to join, but received a blunt refusal that being alone was enough. Ina waved goodbye and Haijai glanced at her face with a scrutinizing look. The two friends joined in to criticize her. Yuna, are you okay? She's really too much. Daring to ignore others like that, probably no one at school would bother to play with her. Ina replied embarrassedly, I am fine, don't worry, because she didn't do anything out of line. Both of them continued to mock, acting as if she is so noble. She really has all the arrogance in the world and her personality is so weird. It seems that befriending these girls is indeed a difficult task. Anna sighed inwardly with a highly forced expression on her face. Immediately the image of Jianhua came to her mind. The moment she took the initiative to start a conversation rushed back. If only I could get closer to her, even though Jianhua had only nodded coldly back then. In the middle of her thoughts, the teacher's voice rang out, class, pay attention. The final exam was starting now and the opening door made many students wait in nervous anticipation. The students were led into a maze built of towering steel walls, with straight paths repeating so much that there were no landmarks, making it easy for everyone to get lost. Anna stood hesitating for a long while. Standing before a fork in the road, she had no idea which way she should go next. Suddenly she remembered Jian's advice that whenever she felt confused and lost she should first do this. That was to feel the flow of mana as it circulated. Her eyes suddenly flashed as she began to search for the surrounding energy. The flow of mana appeared clearly before her, like a spark of light guiding the way. Yuna then followed the stream of light, thinking to herself that since the energy would surely lead to the exit, she just had to follow it. She had just walked a short distance when a voice suddenly called out to her, hello there. The teacher, sitting next to a small table, waved and said, you are the first person to make it here. He held out a bottle of water and said, you must be exhausted. Have a sip of water to regain your energy. I've already opened the cap for you. She eagerly took it and thanked him. The teacher smiled as he watched Anna drink the water eagerly. Suddenly, the teacher offered, let me share a secret with you. Her eyes widened in surprise. Sir, is that okay? This is an exam after all. The teacher replied immediately, of course it is, because this final challenge is very tough, so the school is making an exception. The teacher pointed out the way and gave her a tip. The correct path is in this direction. She bowed deeply in gratitude and then ran off as fast as she could. A scheming smile appeared on the teacher's face after he waved goodbye. After following the instructions for a while, Ina suddenly noticed something strange. She looked around with a doubtful expression. That's strange. There is no trace of mana here at all. Why would the teacher lie to me? She reassured herself that because a teacher was there, she must surely still be heading in the right direction. Haiji glanced over and called out, oh no, Yuna. She trotted over to greet her and chimed, perfect timing, we are asking the teacher to show us the way. The surrounding students also clamored, begging, teacher, please show us too. The enthusiastic teacher had no choice but to give up and ask the group which way they wanted to go, and the students shouted out east. The kids happily ran off in that direction, while Haiji grabbed Anna's hand and urged her, saying the teacher had told them to go this way. She hesitantly looked back with an indescribable feeling that something was wrong. Clearly the flow of magic power was drifting in the opposite direction. All along the way following the directions, Ina still felt uneasy, so she kept turning her head to look back. She could constantly feel the energy flowing in another direction, but Haiji kept urging her to keep running. Ina thought to herself that something was wrong, or perhaps the teachers were intentionally trying to lead them astray. At the next stop, the teacher praised them highly, saying they had done a great job and that this was the final turn. He said one of these three paths would lead straight outside, while a student begged the teacher to reveal the answer, because time was almost up and they were exhausted. The flustered teacher replied that the rules did not allow him to reveal it. However, he winked and signaled toward the other side, sending the students into a frenzy of excited cheering. The whole group rushed forward eagerly, and Haiji excitedly cheered everyone on, saying they were about to finish first. Right then, Ina shouted for everyone to stop, making everyone startle and spin around to look at her. She firmly pointed in the opposite direction and declared that the exit was definitely not that way. Ina firmly asserted that the flow of magic power was gathering in this direction. Her male classmate dismissed her, saying the teacher had already pointed out the way, and the student next to him chimed in to urge everyone along. Time is almost up, why do you have to make things so complicated? Ina stammered, trying to argue, but the magic power felt so clear. The others dismissed her, saying the exit was right there in plain sight, not far away at all. It's all thanks to the teacher's kind guidance, while another grumbled, we re-exhausted, why do you have to keep holding us back? Haiji called Anna's name in annoyance, making her hesitate as she heard the familiar voice. She curled her lip and mocked her, telling her to stop trying to act smart and being so stubborn. Whispers arose criticizing her for overreacting when they were just trying to finish second, acting like she was smarter than the teacher, while the teacher quietly observed Ina's fearful eyes. She tormented herself, wondering if she was really that cowardly for just speaking what she saw. Anna trembled as she clenched her fists, suddenly wondering how Anha would handle this situation if she were here. Remembering when they were in the car, In had warned her never to trust anyone. She had asked in surprise, not even a single person, and she replied exactly, because in this game, no one is trustworthy. We can only rely on ourselves. Those words were deeply etched into Anna's mind, and she told herself she had to trust herself. She confidently told herself to stay strong and resolute. Her confused mind suddenly cleared, and her fear vanished. Why did she remember that girl's advice at this very moment? She declared in a firm voice that the real exit was in this direction. But Hai Jie waved her hand and said if she wanted to, she could go by herself while they took the other path. Anna calmly replied fine, ignoring Hai Jie's contemptuous gaze as she watched her go. The teacher saw the flow of magical power surging beneath Ina's heels. She quickly took her steps without any hesitation, leaving the students behind. Hai Jie and her companions stared blankly after her figure. Hai Jie pouted scornfully, wondering if she was crazy, while Anna had already dashed forward. Flipping her hair haughtily, Hai Jie told everyone to just ignore her and head for the exit, while wondering what on earth was going on. The answer was laid out right there, yet she chose to walk into a dead end. Ignoring everything, she just kept running headlong. And just like that, I've overtaken the second place rank again. He just strode ahead confidently and smugly. As soon as she reached the finish line, she thought the exam was finished. Surprisingly, her whole body was teleported back to where she started, the starting point, making Hai Jie so furious she felt like spitting blood. On the other side, Anna had escaped the labyrinth, thinking to herself that the exit was indeed close, and luckily she had finally passed. The test took longer than expected, so everyone must be waiting. I need to get a drink first, as Anha and Yuna must be hungry. Just as she touched the button, a hand reached out to greet her. Xianhua hesitantly offered a can of drink, saying she bought one for her to try. The girl blushed as she explained about the party invitation earlier, saying she didn't decline because she disliked her. Yinha was delighted, saying she looked so cute when embarrassed, and took the can of drink, thanking her and saying she would enjoy it. She opened the can and said, wondering what the final result would be. Yina suggested, I'm no Yuna, so if we meet again at the academy, remember to get to know each other. Xianhua hesitated, remaining silent for a moment. Holding the drink can, the girl softly replied, I am Ryu Xianhua. Meanwhile, outside the school campus, Anha picked up his younger sibling and exclaimed with admiration, is this the new school? Mom and Dad are already sitting and waiting on the bench. In classroom number 3, a student was reading aloud while the classmates listened attentively. Io turned and whispered, Boss. Teacher Imduhun is our homeroom teacher again this year. Inha added, what a twist of fate that we are in the same class again. The boy said happily, I knew it, it's so much fun to be in the same class like this. While Inha was not very excited and Xiana behind them kept murmuring, it's so strange, it really is bizarre. Xiana wondered how all the people she mentioned to her grandfather ended up in the same class. Recalling when grandfather Jun Sik asked who she wanted to study with, she had excitedly listed Unha, Haye-young, Min Gi, and Unhayo, while also stating she didn't want to study with Jin Sina or anyone she disliked, and insisted on teacher Im Du-hun as the homeroom teacher. Nudging Unha's arm, she whispered, Yin-ha, you know something, Don Tiu. And he only gave a wry smile, thinking it was indeed an unbelievably hard-to-believe coincidence. Yina recalled when he was in the hospital, Jun Sik had requested, please take good care of Unha, who has just enrolled, and the teacher replied, since the chairman of the Alice group personally entrusted us, we will certainly take excellent care of him. Siana is still whispering secretly in the back, you do better confess honestly right now. Duhan gave her a hard tap on her head, making her scream in pain. He shouted, Jin Siana, you have a lot of nerve to be so distracted on the very first days of the school year, and she held her head, mumbling, I am sorry, sir. Duhan ordered in a stern voice, when class is over, go down to the teacher's room and clean up, and she replied, yes, sir, feeling regretful because this was the first time she had been scolded, and she felt so embarrassed. He added, no way, you go too, weren't you just talking? And he startled, then replied, yes. Duhan ordered, go clean up with Siana quickly. Ine obediently complied while Enhyak stood nearby snickering, oh no, the boss is done for. He pointed directly at him, and you too, Choi Enhyak, and the boy flinched, yes. Why do I have to clean up too? Duhan said coldly, cause you laughed. Ina suddenly became scary, you laughed. How can you laugh at a time like this? And Siana was also brimming with murderous intent, so you find it funny, huff. Both of them spoke up together, let's clean up together and have some fun, while Enhyak secretly thought, I am dead meat this time. Minji turned around and wondered, they re already in the 3rd grade, but they haven't improved at all, have they? And Kang beside her could only force a laugh. At the campus of the Players Academy, the atmosphere was extremely refreshing. Anna stretched her arms with great refreshment. She rushed over and hugged Yanhua tightly. I missed you to death, so you've fallen for me too, right? And Yanhua hugged her back, replying, yeah. Ina said excitedly, we re in the same class, this is so great, and Yanhua replied bashfully, I think so too. She suggested, let's go into the classroom, and then turned around to walk away suddenly. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, could some celebrity be visiting? Everyone was eagerly waiting, wait, who is that? As the sound of footsteps gradually drew closer, and a pair of spotless white shoes appeared. Everyone was astonished, isn't it, that the person who was chosen for the 12 thrones when she was only 22 years old. Her scepter swayed and glowed. Holy Mother Northern Hiren. She walked through the crowd with an aura of authority mixed with elegance. Whispers arose, is that really the Holy Mother? Why is she here? And Hiren curled her lips into a smile, oh my. Outwardly she appeared friendly, but inside she screamed, I'm not the Holy Mother. Being called that at only 20 years old makes me sound so old. As the student's eyes lit up, Holy Mother, look, the 12 thrones. Hiren changed her attitude, well, since I'm already here anyway, and she walked straight toward An-A and Yanhua. Hiren's eyes filled with mana to observe, the last time I met her was during the Kraken incident 4 years ago. She has grown to the point where I can't even quantify the amount of mana she possesses. While Anna felt awkward, what does she want from me? And who is that student standing next to her? Inna turned and whispered, she is an eccentric, and Yanhua replied, no, she isn't An-A. Hiren deduced, it seems this girl is the seed of Elder Namgung, while Yanhua asked, don't you know who she is? She shook her head, unbelievable, her internal mana is so abundant that it even affects her body, truly amazing. What interests me is, with that thought, Hiren spoke up, I suppose I don't need to tell you who I am, do I? She gently placed her hand on Anna's shoulder, hey kid. Hiren made an offer, do you want to become my seed? Her face full of confidence, while Anna looked bewildered, not understanding what this offer meant. Hiren secretly guessed, unless it's a star, the time witch, or someone like Soyoung, no one would be able to teach her how to control that massive amount of mana. So you have to hurry up. Her eyes, sparkling with anticipation, were fixed on Anna, offering an invitation to the other to become a trainee under her command. Inna scratched her nose and hesitated for a moment. She gently apologized and declined, leaving Hiren frozen in place. Anna explained that she didn't know who she was and that she already had a master, making Yanhua, who was standing nearby, feel sorry for her, while Hiren was heartbroken. The two of them quickly slipped away, leaving Hiren withering behind them, with Anna not forgetting to say goodbye. She muttered the word master again, leaving the surrounding crowd speechless and not knowing what to say. Tears welled up in Hiren's eyes in utter despair, wondering if the other person really didn't know who she was. Just then, Hiren's phone rang, signaling a call from Yansu. The school bell rang, leaving the students regretful that they didn't have time to take a photo with their idol, while Hiren picked up the phone to ask what was going on. Her face suddenly darkened as if she had just received shocking news. Hiren asked again in a serious tone if they had to go and wipe out a whole swarm of monsters. This morning's news reported shocking details about a series of disappearances and horrific murders in Wachan City. When the first victim disappeared, people simply thought it was a case of someone running away from home, but not long after, several corpses bearing marks of being torn apart by wild beasts were discovered. The authorities found the bodies deep in the forest and immediately realized this was the work of monsters. As the news spread, the public grew extremely panicked and began to criticize the government. To appease public opinion, the ruling authorities immediately dispatched Jakings along with Grace and Regulus to the Wachan region. At this moment, at the Wachan Reservoir area, the water current was swirling very mysteriously. A part of the mutant's body suddenly revealed itself. It turned out to be a giant salamander with razor-sharp teeth proudly clinging to a tree trunk. The Class 6-pointed tail creature and its pack rushed out roaring from the dim shadows of the forest, launching a fierce attack toward Hun Qian. He immediately gathered his energy and unleashed a decisive sword strike. The terrifying force incinerated the pointed tail salamander in the blink of an eye. It collapsed to the ground, its massive corpse burning fiercely, making a screeching sound. Hun Qian leisurely walked over and placed his boot on the charred corpse. He complained about how these bastards could still survive for so long. A teammate behind him explained that the monsters were naturally very clever. If there was a powerful leader, it would have surely ordered its subordinates to flee because humans are too dangerous. As they were talking, a monster rushed in to ambush from behind, but he didn't even bother to look, coldly swinging his sword to deal with it, and that was Yan Su. Hun Qian wondered why the other understood their psychology so well, for if they were that smart they would have been wiped out long ago. Yan Su, while drawing his sword, warned him not to underestimate the enemy. The two of them approached each other amidst the shouting calls of their surrounding teammates. Yan Su sternly reminded him that being careless for even a second could cost his life, while the support team, including Hiren, was still busy treating everyone. Hun Qian glanced to the side and I recognized him immediately. He asked Hiren if they had come to wipe out the beasts, and she replied that they had cleared almost the entire area but a few had escaped, so they had to form a hunting party. Xian Wu smirked, unable to believe that a gold-class hunters guild would let their target escape, while Wanjun leaped down from a tree branch and said that was their plan. He explained that if the monsters moved chaotically in a pack like that, they would definitely find a way to flee back to their leader's lair. Hiren rushed forward to confirm, asking if he was searching for the boss's hiding place, when a clear voice rang out to announce they had found it. Her feet gently touched the ground from atop the towering tree, radiating an incredibly mysterious energy. Wanjun chivalrously extended his hand to help, carefully guiding the beautiful Xian Wu to step gracefully onto the ground. As soon as Xian Wu asked where the hiding place was, she pointed straight ahead, causing everyone to look. Hun Qian muttered, repeating the hiding place of the needle-tailed monsters. He stretched out his hand and pointed straight ahead, not very far away. Hun Qian exclaimed, "Isn't that a reservoir?" as the sight of a crystal-clear lake appeared right before their eyes. But beneath those quiet, deep waters lay the lair of an extremely ferocious monster, its eyes gleaming as it caught the scent of humans. All the members quickly gathered along the lakeshore. Hiren marveled incessantly at the scene before her. No matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to cast such a miraculous spell. Her eyes remained fixed on Junji, who was using a wide-area spell to plant flowers around the lake, as she silently accepted the truth. Just as the thought of the talent gap crossed her mind, someone suddenly reached out and gave her a painful flick right on the forehead. The powerful flick sent Hiren's head tilting backward. Hun Qian laughed gleefully at her as she clutched her forehead, groaning in pain, and asked what she had been spacing out and thinking about. Tears welled up in Hiren's eyes from frustration as she shouted, "What on earth are you doing?" Only to have Hyen-che expose her true feelings, asking if she was just jealous and didn't know her own place. Hiren, still clutching her forehead, argued that she knew her healing and support duties well, but he kept smirking and saying, "Sure you do," which made her even more frustrated as she raised her voice to protest, "I really do know." Hyen-che then retorted, asking why she was being so defensive, to which Hiren flatly denied it, making Xian Wu and Xian Jie chuckle as they watched the bickering duo act like children, before he called out to tell them to stop flirting and come over to look at this. Even though her face was blushing furiously, she had to pretend to be unfazed as she turned her eyes toward the lake and asked what on earth it was. It was Paipa, where giant flowers with stems thick enough to fit a person had grown abundantly from the bottom of the lake. Xian Wu began assigning duties, saying that the reconnaissance team would survey the terrain and handle the rest of the task. Grace and Regulus S groups would split into squads to infiltrate the base one by one. He turned to ask Xian Jie how long her magic could last, and the girl replied bluntly that if fully charged with mana, it would last for a maximum of 4 hours. Xian Wu instructed that he would assign a few people to stay behind to protect her and guard the lake, and as soon as Hun Qian heard his mission, he immediately dove right in. He leaned his body as he glided down the steep, precarious slope. Finally, Hun Qian reached the edge of the forest. He shouted to notify his teammates above that he was going in first, then rushed straight into a giant pipe. Standing on the edge of the abyss, Hiram gasped in horror, "What a madman," while the couple Xian Su and Sanji just stood there blankly in admiration. It really was the impulsiveness of youth without a doubt. The remaining people followed one after another, sliding down into the sewer pipe, gasping for breath as they called out, "Wait for us." The news broadcast reported that the goddess government has pledged to exert all efforts to wipe out the monsters running rampant at Lake Wachan. According to the announcement from the Mana Management Association, the lineup consisting of the 12 thrones along with Sanji, Park Hiram, and Kang Hun Qian has set out. Hearing the news while eating, Yuna turned to ask his sister if this was that time, to which she asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about?" He brushed it off, saying it was nothing, but deep down, he was worried that this mission would leave immeasurable consequences for the future. Yuna wondered what he should do now, because although the initial monster cleanup mission went smoothly, the end result was a disastrous failure. Grotesque dark shadows gradually loomed over and enveloped the group of hunters inside the pipe. Hun Qian flew into a rage, uttering a few harsh curse words. Deep inside the sewer, a pack of spike-tailed lizards was fiercely tearing at and lifting the victims up. Then, they heartlessly threw them into a large pot that was boiling furiously over a raging fire. They even hung the poor corpses upside down from the ceiling, causing Xian Su to realize in shock that these were likely the missing people. Hiram's face turned pale as she looked at the horrific scene before her, and the other guy's mood was not much better, with Hun Xian's brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, the spike-tailed lizards caught wind of an unusual sound and simultaneously whipped their heads toward the tunnel entrance. A surge of scorching, rolling fire swept in as if to burn everything to ashes. The burning flames made the monsters howl in agony and scatter in panic in all directions. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, a figure appeared and shouted, "Don't think you're going to make it out alive. You disgusting monsters!" Hun Xian's face gradually emerged from behind the blazing fire. Right behind him, his teammate also rushed forward, delivering a fatal sword strike into the gaping mouth of the lizard right in front of him. After wiping out the monsters, Xian Su ordered the attack to stop and asked everyone to check for casualties and search for survivors. At Hun Xian's feet lay scattered corpses and wounded people, with deep red blood soaking the cold floor. The flames surrounding his body suddenly flared up again. The intense bursts of fire forced the rest of the group to quickly raise a protective barrier to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The other guy hastily placed a hand on Hun Xian's shoulder, urging him to calm down. "Calm down. Don't forget there are still people we need to search for." He glared at Xian Su and growled back, "Isn't that your job?" But the other man immediately cut him off, reminding him, "This is not a place where you can just do whatever you want. If you already bear the title of a player representing the entire nation and a powerful guild, then act professionally, you brat," the man's grip on his shoulder tightening even more as he spoke. Hun Xian stood frozen, staring at Xian Su without saying a word. Those around them began to tremble in fear, saying, "Don't tell me those two are actually going to fight. making trouble in a cramped place like this is a suicide mission. Finally, he let out a long sigh and the flames surrounding Hun Xian's body gradually died down. He softened his voice and bowed his head to apologize, but the other guy just lightly tapped Hun Xian's shoulder, comforting him. "Hold your head high, you have no reason to bow to me." Once Xiansu had placated that divine general, he urged everyone to continue the search. After wandering around for a while, a loud shout came from a member of the Regulus Guild. "There is a survivor here." Hun Qian, who had just returned to her side after pacing around with a sullen look, said everything seemed normal, so Heron warmly asked if he was tired, to which he replied that he wasn't tired at all. She kept trailing behind him, asking further, "But you were just scolded relentlessly. If you incompetent, you get yelled at. That's just how it is." He silently sighed, knowing that truth all too well. Those formidable gamers were definitely looking down on him, even if they didn't show it. Not to mention the fact that Guxiansu kept intentionally calling him the Fire Devil, not even bothering to address him by his name Hun Qian or as Captain Blaze. Hun Qian clenched his fists to suppress his anger. It was true that he was still inexperienced, but that had nothing to do with why he was so frustrated. Hiron gently held his hand and advised, "How about we learn more together?" Hun Qian was taken aback in confusion, so she explained, "Compared to those battle-hardened veterans, the two of us are just rookies who have just started out." While being lectured and comforted by her, Hiron's tone was gentle as her hands cast a healing spell on him. Feeling his hands warming up, Hun Qian stammered in surprise, "Bak Hiron you." She smiled brightly and said, "Just call me by my name, we've known each other for so long." He muttered to himself, "Right, that definitely wasn't her. How could Bak Hiron be so cool?" Hearing that, Hiron pouted sullenly, "I was being so kind to comfort you, and you dare say something like that." Hun Qian made a firm resolution in his heart, "One day, I will definitely catch up to all of you." Xiansu came over to ask, "Have you found the final boss?" The other man pointed straight at the door in front of him and replied, "The energy frequency is highest in this area," confirming it as the monster slayer. He then immediately gathered everyone in front of the room. Xiansu ordered loudly, "Attention everyone, we will form a battle line to ambush this boss." The crowd shouted in unison, "Understood." She suddenly remembered something, turned and asked, "Hey, Fire Devil, let me take charge." "Okay." He then set a condition, "Only if you leave some room for me to charge onto the front lines." Xiansu nodded readily, "Sure, then the offensive firepower is yours, Fire Devil, and I'll back you up." She thought to herself, could he have redeemed his character? He continued to assign positions. "As for Bak Hiron, I'll entrust the support role to you." She immediately obeyed, "Understood," and right after, cast spells to grant speed buffs, reinforce defensive armor, and bestow blessings. Xiansu turned to instruct her teammates, "The moment we step inside, everyone must tightly maintain this battle formation. The two navigators must remember to protect the mages and the raid squad." The two replied loudly, "Understood." Finally, the two of them pushed open the heavy door together, and he shouted the command to launch the attack. "Well then, let's set out." With that, everyone dashed forward in unison. The Lizard King woke up with a start, its pupils contracting into thin slits. It spread its giant wings to shield the eggs from the surrounding crowd. With soaring spirits, everyone bypassed the human-sized eggs and rushed straight at the Lizard King. As Hun Qian swung his sword to strike, his other hand gathered energy to unleash a blast of fire straight at its nest of eggs. Seeing the nest of eggs burn to ashes, the Lizard King frantically wrapped its tail around the remaining eggs to protect them, while letting out a hair-raising roar towards the enemy. He leaped high into the air, unleashing a slash of sword energy. This full-force slash came straight down onto the monster's head. The moment it was hit, it immediately swung its razor-sharp claws to grab Hun Qian. The young man seized the opportunity to leap into the air, completely evading the treacherous blow. Just as Hun Qian left the ground, Xiansu dashed straight forward in a flash. He swung his sword, slashing across the Lizard King's body with a bright mana-infused line. The moment his feet touched the ground, Xiansu pulled his sword back, ready to deliver another devastating thrust. The Lizard King roared in a furious rage, tensing its muscular body to protect its clutch of eggs. He leapt and dashed forward like an arrow, channeling all his inner energy into the sharp blade. In an instant, Xiansu clung tightly to the monster's broad back. He raised his razor-sharp sword high into the sky. Then he plunged it into the monster's flesh, delivering a fatal blow that made it shriek in agonizing pain. It turned its head to glare at the intruder clinging to its back, its yellow eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Pulling his sword out of the wound, he quickly leaped down to the ground to maintain a safe distance. On the opposite side, his teammate also raised his hands in a defensive stance, preparing to coordinate their next move. A fire blazed fiercely in Hun Qian's palm. He yelled burst and launched a fireball straight at the target. The Lizard King endured both the engulfing sea of flames and the deep wound on its back. Xiansu grumbled in regret, saying that even though it wasn't his own treasured sword, how could anyone be so ruthless to such a wonderful weapon? To which Hun Qian casually and bluntly replied that the situation demanded the beast's destruction, so they had no choice. "We must absolutely not let our guard down against these cunning monsters." He could only gape in disbelief at such a cold attitude. Hiron called out to warn the two, reminding them that the battle was far from over, so they must stay highly focused. She slammed her staff onto the magic circle beneath her feet and shouted for it to bind the beast. A giant winding rope suddenly materialized, tightly binding the neck, legs, and entire body of the Lizard King. Hiram called out, ordering everyone to unleash all their power and rain down attacks on the enemy right now. A flurry of skills and a rain of arrows poured down simultaneously on the monster's body. Xiansu and his companion stood to the side, closely watching the battle unfold. Suddenly, Hun Qian felt that something unusual was happening right before his eyes. The numerous wounds covering the monster's body suddenly and strangely healed and closed up. The Lizard King roared in a low voice, saying, "You humans are indeed insolent." He exclaimed in surprise, "It can speak human tongue, and has it evolved to the point of possessing intellect?" They all shouted in acknowledgement and readied their weapons to face the next onslaught. No one noticed that the eggs behind them were cracking open, and a spiky-tailed lizard had already poked its tiny head out. It lunged forward and bit viciously with hatred into the shoulder of the warrior standing closest to it. The other baby lizards also swarmed out of their shells to bite and tear, leaving the group struggling to defend themselves, while someone shouted in panic for the archers to focus on wiping out the newly hatched monsters. Hun Qian startled and spun around when he heard the call, gasping in surprise. With just a split second of distraction, the giant lizard boss rose up and charged straight at them. Thankfully, just before the heavy foot came down, both of them managed to jump out of the way in time. He narrowed his eyes to observe the pack of young spike-tailed lizards, quickly formulating a counterattack plan in his head. From the opposite side, a soldier shouted loudly, "Lord Xiansu," and threw an object over. Xiansu reached out and caught the object that had just flown over. It turned out to be his precious sword. Xiansu then tossed the weapon to swap with the other person and roared, "Fire demon, leave these small fry to me." Both of them dispersed in two different directions. Hun Qian did not forget to remind him to be careful on all sides, to which he replied shortly, "Got it." The Lizard King glared down, gnashing its teeth and growling to demand their lives. He frowned, realizing that something was not quite right. The beast opened its maw wide, breathing out a stream of vivid green toxic gas. Hun Qian quickly held his breath, tightly covering his nose and mouth, silently cursing the obscured vision and this toxic fog. Hiram hurriedly supported the injured navigator and gestured, "Watch out on the right." Hearing the sound, Hun Qian's gaze instantly became sharp, cold, and resolute. Just as the Lizard King's terrifying attack rained down on the right side, he quickly dodged to the left. Retreating to a safe distance, Hun Qian stopped and turned back to stare intently at the monster. He reached into his belt to pull out a small vial, intending to drink the antidote, when he suddenly heard a telepathic voice, "Don't worry about the poison. Just trust me and charge ahead." Hearing Hiram's message, Hun Qian smirked and replied shortly, "Okay, let's do this," before rushing forward. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant sea of red flames. Taking advantage of that moment, she mumbled a spell to scatter detoxification wards everywhere. Hun Qian flattered her, as expected of the holy maiden, while Hiram pouted and glared, "I told you not to call me that." The Lizard King was no pushover either. It roared and swung its arm to slap directly at its opponent. Easily anticipating the dangerous strike, he gracefully swayed his body and dodged it by a hair's breadth. He arrogantly taunted, "As if I'd be scared," and then boldly charged forward. The boss' recent swing suddenly changed direction, aiming straight at Jiangju. He shouted loudly with all his might, "Finish it off, fire demon." The young man pressed his legs down hard, stomping firmly onto the hard ground. Then his whole body leaped into the air as he shouted, "Understood, teammate." Immediately after, Hun Qian unleashed a devastating sword strike. A purple flame slashed straight into the monstrous body. It screamed in pain as its body was pierced with a large hole. Hiram immediately waved his hand, ordering the band of warriors to charge. They all opened fire at once, raining a storm of bullets toward the beast. Despite being covered in wounds, it clenched its teeth, telling itself to protect the Emperor at all costs, its eyes gradually growing dim. Finally, the massive body of the Lizard King collapsed onto its familiar nest. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he looked over the messy battlefield and spoke, "Indeed a resilient one." "Is everything done?" Xiansu replied, "Far from it." He decisively raised the blade in his hand. Then he coldly brought it down upon an egg. A blood-curdling shriek echoed from inside, and Xiansu quickly reminded everyone that there were still many other nests around. The crowd quickly destroyed the remaining eggs and replied in unison, "Yes." Hearing those sounds, the Lizard King let out its final breath, squinting its eyes slightly as it looked with regret at its offspring being destroyed, whispering, "My beloved children." From the egg it had shielded close to its body, a slimy substance suddenly oozed out. A creature resembling a spike-tailed lizard slithered out of the pipe, leaving behind the king, whose final wish was for his child to live on resiliently. "O Majesty," before taking its last breath, it only wished that you would soon grow up. A hideous monster slowly crawled up from the bottom of the lake. It walked dejectedly, taking heavy steps into the city. A week had passed since the resounding victory in Gochan. On the grass, Siona and Minji were betting on who would have to wash the dishes if they lost. Thanks to the help of the High Council, many people had escaped danger and were being treated at Gangnam Hospital. Hajang eagerly delivered a powerful hit and Hyuk shouted excitedly, "Awesome." In addition, according to the information gathered by the Scout Guild in Gochan, there was absolutely no sign of any monsters lingering around the Gochan City campsite anymore. In Hyuk was suddenly hit right in the face by Siona's ball. He rolled around on the grass, groaning in pain, which made her run over in a panic. "I'm so sorry." Hajang asked anxiously, Inhuk, are you okay? He grimaced and demanded to change teams, expressing his desire to be on Siona's team. Minji immediately objected, saying that would be too boring, while Hajang chimed in that she also wanted to join Siona's team. In that case, Minji, Hajang, and I will be on one team. Do you want to play alone, Inhuk? She teased, making the boy grumble. How am I supposed to play volleyball alone? From afar, Inha, while peeling potatoes, thought to himself, this is actually pretty fun. You kids should thank Uncle Bruno. Bruno, whose real name is Bruno Valentin, is a former member of the prestigious Valentin family. Thanks to him, we were able to get here, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to make it at all. Breaking out of his idle thoughts, he spoke, Uncle, thank you for letting us go camping. Bruno calmly replied, you are my boss after all. Yunha chuckled and awkwardly apologized, I have some personal business to take care of. Can I come back in a bit? He carried the basin of potatoes over to the table. He nodded in agreement and asked if he needed any help. Yunha quickly changed the subject, could you add a bit of curry here, and also, can I borrow this knife for a moment? Bruno remained silent, lost in thought. A moment later, he silently pointed and said, if it's the knife you were told to bring, it's in the bag. The password is still the same. Enha nodded and replied, yes. He told them he would return within the day, saying if the children ask about me, find a way to hide it from them. Hearing this, Bruno offered to go along for safety if things were too complicated. Yunha refused immediately, no way, you have to stay here to watch over everyone. He firmly asserted, I can manage on my own. In the middle of the lush green grass, a greenhouse suddenly appeared, standing all alone. The door slowly began to move. Inha pushed the door open and stepped inside, thinking to himself that he had finally arrived. He stood there dazed for a moment. Anna looked around and muttered, just like in my past life, this time I won't let you do a thing, Lizard King. Swift as lightning, he drew his dagger and took a stance, his entire body radiating the intense killing intent of a warrior ready to fight to the death. Out of the silent space, the Lizard King rushed straight forward, swinging its sharp claws. With extremely fast reflexes, Inha raised his dagger to block the blow. But strangely, the creature grabbed the sharp blade with its bare hands. The colossal impact created a powerful shockwave that sent both the man and the monster flying backward. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the enemy in front of him. The Lizard King stood there, glaring and letting out deadly roars. Painful memories flooded back of the day the capital city of Sil was attacked, the absence of Saintess Limga Yule, and the monsters rushing in to bring devastation. Yenna recalled that back then, he had only just graduated and did not yet have the immortal title. At that time, a total of 4 bosses had invaded. How could humanity ever defeat them? The image of the helpless crowd replayed in his mind. Most players, including himself, lost all motivation after facing those terrifying bosses. Among them, there was one that led the lizard army, terrifying everyone with its lethal, toxic weapon. That was the Lizard King, who had bypassed the limits of the 3rd floor. How ridiculous that no one knew it was hiding here until it evolved to a new level, he muttered. Returning to the present, Anna gripped the hilt of his dagger as the steel blade flashed with a cold light. He lunged forward, swinging his weapon to launch a direct attack on the Lizard King. Even his most powerful slash only left a few minor scratches on its thick scales. Yuna froze for a moment. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It turned out it was using a camouflage trick, and he recalled that in his past life, this creature had used the same annoying trick to cause trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved quickly and agilely. The Lizard King lunged to close the distance, but Enha spun and delivered a horizontal slash, smiling as he thought, what a cheap trick. He raised his dagger high, preparing to deliver the decisive blow, thinking, don't even dream of escaping from here. Another devastating strike descended, aimed directly at the Lizard King's head. Its entire massive body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Inha walked over, making no attempt to hide his sarcasm. What the hell is with that annoying growling? He muttered dejectedly that bringing this item would be a waste of effort, and he had to prepare in case it tried to turn invisible. Without hesitating for another second, Inha threw the entire jar of chili powder straight into the lizard boss' face, making it shriek in pain. The lizard went mad and leaped up the tree while he smirked and said, I mixed this special gift myself. Eat up, because this is the last feast of your life. As its hands clutched the tree trunk, trembling violently. The lizard boss was furious, glaring with bloodshot eyes, baring its hideous fangs and raising its claws. Its mouth opened wide, spitting out fiercely glowing green beams of light. Inha took a stance and sneered, did you think that cheap trick could scare me? A split second later, he dashed off at supersonic speed, giving the enemy no time to react. Inha gritted his teeth and lunged into the fight, his hands gripping the fence tightly. He swung the iron bar forcefully, delivering a devastating blowdown upon the enemy. The clean strike sliced across the lizard boss's neck, causing blood to gush out like a torrent. A deafening sound rang out, shaking the entire glass greenhouse. Inha folded his arms, coldly watching the enemy collapse. The lizard monster had suffered a painful defeat. The fire blazed intensely, burning its corpse to ashes while he mocked how weak. I thought you were some mighty, majestic beast, but you were only worth this much. Anha's sharp gaze locked on as he uttered farewell. The lizard boss frantically tried to escape, having squeezed out the very last bit of its magic power. Anna stood watching silently, trying to run away using a clone. You were out of options this time. The lizard shrieked in pain, its claws, invisibility spell, and poison were all useless, wondering how he could have anticipated all of its moves so perfectly. It gritted its teeth in fury. Consider yourself lucky today, you bastard. Just wait, I'll return for my revenge. He raised his sword high and coldly whispered, Where do you think you're escaping to, sweetheart? The lizard turned its head to look back with a face of utter terror. In the next instant, a powerful force sent it flying backward. The monster crashed through the glass door and slammed hard against a tree trunk in the distance. Inha strolled over and questioned it. Did you think you could trick me using a bit of transformation magic? The lizard boss scrambled to its feet, angrily thrashing its tail from side to side. It rushed at Unha with ultimate ferocity. He stood watching, then smirked, Quite a trick you've got there. Immediately, Inha tightened his grip on his weapon, causing the blade to glow with a brilliant blue light. As quick as a flash, he lunged forward. This was a duel truly worthy of testing their strength. Inha sprang high into the air, leaping up and diving straight toward the lizard king. His eyes gleamed with determination as he swung his sword in fluid, graceful arcs. Inha's decisive sword strike slashed deep into the body of the lizard king. Taking the full force of the critical hit, the monster thrashed about in a furious rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a deep purple light to envelop the tip of his sword. Inha used the spiritual grudge skill to create countless halos of purple light. Those deep purple spots of light cascaded directly into the lizard king, making it shriek from the bone-chilling pain. He immediately pulled back his hand, taking a defensive stance to prepare for another deadly blow. Shortly after, Inha raised his sword high, pointing it straight at the lizard king, and delivered his attack. In excruciating pain, it collapsed, muttering and asking why he would cruelly slay it. He calmly glanced down with expressionless eyes and coldly replied, How do you like that, darling? Inha had delivered another thrust, twisting the blade deep into the lizard king's belly, and said, Why would I need a reason to dispatch a beast like you? He leisurely released his grip on the hilt of the sword, saying, Your monster race and we humans can never coexist in peace. Even if paradise collapses, that truth remains unchanged. Pinned firmly to a large tree trunk, the lizard king choked out a question, But what crime have I committed? Ignoring the lament, Inha continued to chant the incantation for spiritual grudge. Instantly, the dark purple sparks bombarded the lizard king once again as it writhed, begging, Please stop, I beg you. Yet he indifferently declared, The end for monsters like you always has only one path. Inha's face hardened as he declared, In this life or death battle, if you live, I must die. The purple halos completely surrounded the lizard king. Writhing in pain, it still squeezed out every word. As expected, you and I cannot walk the same path. We are two of a kind, both hunting each other. Today I lose, but this game is not over yet. Suddenly, something shot straight into the lizard king's snout, but it still struggled to whisper, Sooner or later, you will suffer the same tragic end as me. He gripped the gun in his hand tightly and said, You're absolutely right. Sometimes I have imagined a similar scenario myself. Inha suddenly reminisced about the memories of his past life, a life as a hunter where there were only two paths, either eliminate every single monster or perish at their hands. He stood in silence, watching the lizard king slowly turn to ash and murmured, But in this life I swear I will reverse the entire situation. I will never allow myself to fall while enemies like you still roam free. The silhouette of Unha from his previous life seemed to flicker and appear right behind him. Suddenly, several sparkling, colorful stone beads pattered to the ground from the air. He squatted down to examine them. It had died, leaving behind a skill stone and a stone that looked completely ordinary. Skill stones are magic stones that condense all the special moves of the deceased monster. The drop rate for this item is extremely rare, and they are classified into various tiers based on the type of monster. Inha cradled the golden stone in his palm. Once this treasure is absorbed, the player will instantly master the unique skill hidden within it. Even though it is passed back and forth, you can always obtain the skill. It also depends on whether the body is compatible or not. If it's a good match, the stone will glow brightly, and if not, it will remain dark. Inha looked around and thought to himself that he probably had no affinity with this stone. He rolled his eyes toward the remaining stone, wondering if he should try his luck with this one. Unha squeezed the stone tightly. If they were compatible, it would definitely shine brilliantly. Sure enough, a bright golden light flared up and the monster's treasures began to turn into privileges for the gamer. The sparkling glow from the stone made him overjoyed. It worked. The next morning was clear and breezy. Enhik was frolicking in the yard when Unha ran over in a hurry from afar. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and opened the weapon box to explore it. No, Bruno brought over a tray of food and asked, Are you done with your work? Enha replied with a smile, Oh, it's you. Thanks to your boost, I managed to finish this piece of gear smoothly. Thank you so much. He held up a plate of fragrant grilled meat, leaving him frozen in place for 5 seconds. As no Bruno put the meat on the grill, he said, All right, put that aside, it's time for the feast. He shyly added, It's a bit embarrassing, but I am also starving to death. Unha called out loudly, You little rascals, come to the table and dig in. Hearing the call, the kids rushed over clamoring for food. It looks so delicious. Give me a big portion, brother. Me too, me too. He stood hesitantly behind, watching the children. Can I have a serving too? Suddenly, a warning voice sounded, Slow down, this isn't fully cooked yet. Enha burst out laughing at the warning. Hey Unheek, don't mess with that, it's not ready to eat yet. The stubborn little boy argued back, but I already put it in my mouth. The bustling scene was filled with laughter and chatter. Let me have this portion first. Take it easy, I was in line first. The scene shifted to a grand villa in Pyeongchang, the seat of Chairman Sirius' powerful family. Inside the cozy space, 4 people were gathered together chatting. No-Eunha's father gently reassured, are you very nervous? No-Eunha's mother anxiously replied, do you think I look alright today? Her husband praised her right away, you are as gorgeous as ever, making his wife blush with embarrassment. Stop it, don't flatter me. I'm asking seriously, do I look weird or anything? Just then, the slightly open door unexpectedly opened wider. Inha started and craned his neck to see the situation outside. Manager Du walked in with a smile and greeted them, greetings respected manager. Subin, standing next to him, also politely introduced herself, I'm Choi Subin. The journey here must have been exhausting for everyone, right? The parent enthusiastically praised, you are so pretty. Your skin is absolutely flawless. No-Eunha's mother gracefully replied, thank you to your family for honorably inviting us to this cozy party. Subin smiled warmly, oh please feel comfortable. We are around the same age, so let's just chat naturally and have fun. The lady was still a bit stiff, yes then let's just be comfortable. Subin excitedly started a conversation, today our chef is showing off many of his signature dishes. He spent the whole day preparing them with great effort. No-Eunha's mother replied, that sounds so tempting, we are really looking forward to it. He stood in a corner and sighed helplessly. It seemed she had quickly scored points and become close to his mother. Just then another lady stepped forward to say hello. That was Hanseol Jaeon. The friendly girl introduced herself, I'm Hanseol Jaeon, and I just started at this middle school this year. Eunha warmly extended his hand to shake, I'm No-Eunha. Nice to meet you since we are the same age. Seol Jaeon smiled shyly, really. Honestly I don't have many friends to hang out with. Let's become close best friends from now on. The girl quickly asked, I heard rumors that you're studying hard at the Gamer Academy, right? It must be really tough, isn't it? He replied confidently, it's quite a hard nut to crack, but because of my dream to become a master, I just fight with all my might. Seol Jaeon's eyes lit up with admiration, you are so cool. Can I have your phone number so we can call and chat when we are free? Inha excitedly agreed, sure thing, here's my number, and my Facebook too. Inha witnessed that scene with a heart blooming with joy. Indeed, his sister was so amazing, quickly connecting and fitting in everywhere she went. Suddenly, someone brushed past, causing him to startle and turn around. He looked back and smiled to greet them, but received no response, which suddenly made Eunha feel uneasy. Seo-hun stammered and hesitantly returned the greeting. Right after that, the girl gently said that we should just address each other naturally. 2 years ago at the end of Eunha's freshman year at the Savoy Hotel, Myeongdong branch, every year the Sirius Group organizes a year-end party for its subsidiaries as a well-deserved reward after days of hard work. Standing in the crowd, Inha watched Inha from afar with admiration, as she could strike up a conversation with strangers in a charming and confident manner. Standing beside him, Eunha's father felt a pang of sadness as he remembered his wife and Eunha sobbing, because they couldn't come with him. A fleeting look of sadness crossed his face, thinking how wonderful it would be if his wife and Eunha were also here, so Eunha could only comfort his father by saying that his mother was busy taking care of Eunha. Just then, a few people approached to greet him warmly and congratulate the new director, causing Eunha's father to turn around to look in surprise. He replied in a polite tone that he had not officially taken office yet, but thanked them anyway, to which the other person smiled and replied that since the new year was coming, it was fine to call him that, and that he was just taking the opportunity to curry favor early. His father had been promoted from department head to director, an important milestone confirming his influence at the Sirius Group. He secretly wondered whether the company would be fine if such a heavy responsibility was entrusted to someone like him. In any case, Sirius would become illustrious in the future, so there was no need to worry about it. He scanned the room, hoping to find a quiet corner. His gaze stopped in the corner of the room, where a girl had already been standing for some time. The girl stood there silently, looking thoughtfully out the window. Eunha approached her and started a conversation, saying that she was missing out on the fun of the party. The girl turned around in surprise and asked, and Eunha, while chewing on a piece of pastry, said, at our age, we rarely get the chance to enjoy such delicious food. Just enjoy everything because we are young and don't need to calculate too much. What do you think about that? He asked as he offered her a piece of cake. The girl looked at him and replied that they shouldn't eat at the party, to which Eunha asked in surprise why, since the food laid out was meant to be enjoyed, and the girl just nodded slightly in agreement. The girl slowly opened her mouth to accept the piece of cake he offered. After chewing it with a satisfied look on her face, Eunha asked if it was delicious, and the girl replied briefly that it was very good. Just at this moment, Eunha's father called out loudly from behind, making him turn his head back in surprise. He walked over and patted his shoulder anxiously, asking why he had run off, which made him very worried. Accompanying him was a stranger who asked if this was indeed his son. Eunha's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the person, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Han Jo-jeon, the chairman of Sirius Group, continued to ask, saying that it was lucky they had found him, and Eunha's father replied with a sigh of relief, yes, fortunately the boy didn't cause any trouble. Inha quickly greeted him, saying that he was now Unha, a freshman in class 4 of Don High School, and Jojan smiled gently and replied, "So you are Unha, I have heard many good things about you." He introduced further, "This is Hanseolzan, my daughter," and she reached out to shake hands, saying that she was Hanseolzan and was very pleased to meet him. Inha secretly assessed Sealzine as the only daughter of Chairman Jojan and inherently an extremely talented manager. I must try to make a good impression, Unha thought, as Jojan pointed behind him and began to introduce someone. Yunha widened his eyes looking in that direction and thought to himself, what kind of reaction is this? What if? Jojan then introduced her as his second daughter, Hanseo Hyun. She also greeted him cheerfully, "Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Yuna suddenly felt confused in his past life. This family clearly had only one daughter. Before he could regain his composure, Seolian slapped him hard on the shoulder and declared loudly, "I'm 2 years older than you know." Hearing that, Yunha thought to himself, did this girl just completely skip the polite greetings? He took half a step back and replied, "Can I call you older sister from now on?" Before the girl could react, a calm voice rang out, "You can just speak comfortably with me." As soon as he finished, he added another line, "Let's do this. Can I call you Hey?" Hearing that, Seohyun immediately exuded a cold, murderous aura. "Hey, what did you just say?" Ina startled and stammered, "Well, you said to speak comfortably." And Seohyun, with a murderous look on her face, emphasized, "Just call me by my name, Seohyun." Inha could only mumble a yes and widened his eyes in confusion, wondering why this girl was getting so worked up. Dujan, who had been standing next to them, finally stepped in to defuse the situation. "You have a very good relationship with Seohyun, don't you? Someday when you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Remember to come over." Ina quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He thought it was just polite small talk, but who would have expected the uncle to actually make such a big move and invite them? Before long, Inha's family gathered at the luxurious lavish mansion. Sobin, sitting opposite them, asked, "How are the snacks here, kids?" Little Yuna snuggled in Yuna's lap, excitedly replied, "They were absolutely delicious." Dujan turned to Yunha's father and said, "Come to think of it, little Yuna is also entering the player academy this year, right?" The girl quickly boasted, "Yes. I'm a fresh first-year student." Dujan reached out, retrieved a polite-looking box, placed it on the table, and said, "I think I should give you this gift before you start school. As a student of the academy, you'll need a convenient way to stay in touch with everyone, right?" Sitting next to him, Yunha's father saw this and hastily declined, "Mr. Chairman, we are very grateful, but this gift is a bit..." Before he could finish his sentence, Dujan waved his hand, interrupting him, "Manager, I have high expectations for your help in the future. Just accept it and say thank you, that's enough." Inha's father gave an awkward, embarrassed smile. With that, the chairman turned back to Una, "Quick, open it and take a look, child." The girl shyly tried to refuse, "But I already have a phone." He smiled and continued, "This is the latest high-end product line from Sirius." Dujan winked at Inha's father, "Isn't he that right, manager?" Inha, sitting next to him, asked in confusion, "Is that true, Dad?" The poor father could only reply with a wry, "Yes." Yunha's mother nudged her and reminded, "Hurry up and thank him." Hearing that, she quickly bowed her head, "Thank you, uncle." At this moment, Yuna looked at them with suspicious eyes. Everything was just too unusual. Not only were they invited to a lavish dinner, but they were also given gifts like this. What on earth were they planning? While lost in thought, he accepted the cake that Yuna had just handed to him. Suddenly realizing something, Inha turned around to find that Yuna had already slipped over to sit next to Sirian, and the two were chatting excitedly. "Call me next time you hang out. You must come. I'll be there." Inha watched them and sighed. I don't even know when she snuck over there. And besides, who made that plan to hang out with whom, and when did that happen? I'm really looking forward to that day. Sirian suddenly turned to ask, "Is Yunha coming along too?" "It would be great if you joined us too, Yunha." He was still busy chewing his cake with a completely nonchalant face, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, her older sister explained, "Usually she doesn't have a single friend, so she rarely goes out. I really hope someone close goes with her so she can have more fun." Hearing this, Sirian slammed her teacup down and protested, "What do you mean by saying I don't have friends?" Sirian's whole body suddenly went cold when facing that question. "I do have friends. Are you planning to put all those boys who cling to me on my friends list?" Selzion suddenly fell silent, only gently pursing her lips and saying nothing more. Selzon had now become quite excited, hoping that she could attend, so that Selzon would also have a companion, and Yunha beside her also chimed in, "Let's go together, Yuna." Yuna saw through Selzion's intention and thought to herself, "Finally, the truth is revealed. The only reason for a child to appear at the meeting was to build relationships. In other words, she wanted me to join her side, which was normal, and I would refuse this offer." Suddenly applause rang out and Subin appeared with a bright smile saying, "That sounds good." Just as Selzion said, "Yunha really should come," John, sitting next to her, added, "Learning about society early is very good, isn't it?" Yuna could only force a smile. She thought to herself, "Look at that, I've been backed into a corner." As expected, she was the successor to the serious group after Han Sojan. She easily led the conversation while pretending not to pay any attention. "However, I had no reason to refuse the corporation where my father worked. The business world was very complex, and I couldn't just leave her alone." Thinking so, Yunha also agreed, "Yes, I will come when I have time." The chairman and his wife were delighted to hear this. "It's so good that Selzion has a friend, isn't it?" Meanwhile, on a quiet street, a drunken man was staggering along. From a distance, a noisy voice echoed, "Stop, go to that area." Hearing this, the man grumbled irritably, "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a strange wind blew. Something seemed to be rushing straight at the man. Not understanding what was happening, he looked back. A giant fly was already right behind him, a huge fly. Its eyes flashed with a bright red light. It used its giant proboscis to stab straight into his shoulder. Having been attacked suddenly, the man could only let out a groan of pain. The bottle of wine in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. The fly's eyes, like a mirror, reflected the image of the man lying sprawled on the ground, and from a distance, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed. After sucking his blood, the fly flapped its wings, preparing to fly away. The crowd that had just chased after it shouted, "There it is, it's running, chase it quickly." They found the man lying there and said, "Captain, someone is unconscious, what do we do?" The other replied indifferently, "Anyone can see he passed out from being drunk, just leave him." "But we should. All right, let us take him to the hospital." Suddenly, the wound where the fly had bitten the man earlier began to emit a strange light. At the hospital where Julieta had just given birth, a heatwave warning was issued, and we also started our third-year summer vacation. Seeing everyone coming to visit her and the baby, Julieta smiled brightly. "Hello, everyone." The group of friends and Yunha, all carrying gifts, happily replied to her. Worried about her baby waking up, Julieta gently reminded them in a low voice, "Don't speak too loudly, okay?" And the children obediently replied, "Yes." The crowd squeezed around to look at the baby with great delight, while little Manhwa kept squirming up, demanding to see, and whispered, "I want to see more." Minji fawned and praised how adorable the baby was. Hajin eagerly chimed in, and Siona looked at the toddler's tiny hand, agreeing that he looked so cute. As Unha walked in and saw the heartwarming scene, he wondered why the baby was so friendly to strangers, to which Julieta proudly replied that he was her son. Anhayuk took advantage of the moment everyone was chatting to ask immediately, "Sister Julieta, is the baby a boy or a girl?" As if she had been waiting for this, Julieta excitedly boasted that Bambino was a healthy baby boy, while Unha handed over a box of tiramisu and said that now Yoon had a younger brother. Mentioning the visit from this morning, Julieta recounted Yoon's extreme excitement when she got to see her brother's face with her own eyes for the first time. Unha curiously asked about the name, and Julieta's face lit up as she proudly shared that she had chosen a name for the baby since he was still in her womb. "The boy's name is Vevenir, meaning dreams, hopes, and a bright future." Anna hesitantly repeated the name. A distant memory suddenly returned to his mind from before his regression, when he was reading the documentation for the Abyss Dungeon subjugation. It was one of the names that had appeared on the list of subjugation warriors, Vevenir Myron. Rumor had it that he was an ally of the Diamond Fist, famous for his iron punches that played a pivotal role in the Abyss battles. Perhaps they were indeed the same person. Looking to the side, Minji was gently asking to hold the baby, and Julieta smiled in agreement while giving careful instructions. Anna thought solemnly about why Julieta had to suffer so much in the past. It was all for this child. In contrast to Inha's heavy heart, the group was still gathered around chattering. Minji held Vevenir with a bright smile, exclaiming, "He's yawning," while Siuna gasped, "So cute." After a moment of thought, Inha snapped out of it and said with a smile, "Since he is Yuna's brother, he is my brother too." And hearing this, Julieta warmly told him to love his brother. "Once the little one grows up quickly, I will let you sit on his shoulders like a sedan chair just as you wanted." Imagining that scene made Unha laugh and wave his hand in refusal. "By then, I'll be all grown up too." Inhyuk quickly piped up and asked, "So is Vevenir's last name also No?" Julieta hid nothing about her child and happily replied, "His name is No Vevenir." Nha froze when he heard his own surname being used to name the baby, and his startled cry echoed throughout the hospital room. After visiting the baby for a while, the group decided to pack up their things and head home. The air outside was hot and stuffy. Unlike the hospital, as soon as Minji stepped out, she complained about dripping with sweat, while Nhyuk also regretted leaving since it was much cooler inside. Hajin suddenly had the idea to invite the group to the community center pool tomorrow to cool off. Anhyuk nodded in agreement immediately. Minji fanned herself furiously while agreeing, and the rest also enthusiastically responded. Seeing Unha still looking away absent-mindedly, Hajin nudged him and asked if he wanted to come along. For a while now, Inha's eyes had been glued to the crowd of children receiving food in the distance, and he muttered, "Today is Wednesday," making the others ask in confusion, "Huh?" Looking in that direction, they saw a sea of children gathered, waiting for food to be distributed. Homeless was the term used for orphans who had lost their families after the monster attacks. To support children born in the slums or abandoned, the Goddess's administration established relief centers that provided free meals every Wednesday. But even so, their miserable lives could hardly change much. Suddenly, a boy dashed past, making some cardboard boxes wobble and collapse. A boy turned his head back in confusion, not having enough time to react and avoid the danger. Witnessing that scene, Yuna dashed over like lightning. In an instant, he flew through the cardboard boxes, as fast as a flash of lightning. The boy standing nearby was so scared that his whole body trembled, only able to hold tightly to the food in his hands. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in the boy's ear asking, "Are you okay?" The boy, with a bright and radiant face, innocently explained, "My mom told me that whenever there is danger, an angel will come to the rescue. Are you also here to eat?" Yoonha reluctantly went along with it. Is that so? Inyo and everyone else ran over in a hurry from afar, asking anxiously, Boss, are you okay? Yoonha calmly replied, Yeah, I am fine. Despite having witnessed Yoonha's strength many times, Yoonyo still couldn't help but be amazed, as expected of our boss. But where on earth is this place anyway? Minji also had the same question. Why are there so many children here? Amidst the group of homeless children, 2 boys who looked quite mature quickly ran towards them, one of them hissing, You idiot. The boy saved by Yoonha felt some movement behind him, so he looked back happily and called out softly, Brother. The 2 boys ran over and immediately pulled the smaller child aside, causing him to cry out in surprise. The boy with one arm was so anxious that he couldn't control his tone. I told you not to talk to strangers. The other boy, sensing the situation, repeatedly bowed and pleaded, I'm sorry. He is still too young and caused trouble for you. Please forgive him this once. I'm sorry. The one-armed boy followed suit, not forgetting to hold the smaller boy's head down to make him apologize. I'm sorry. Apologize quickly. Although the small boy didn't understand anything, he also mumbled, I'm sorry. Their continuous apologies left Una's group stunned and speechless. The 2 boys with wary expressions quickly dragged the small boy away, while the dragged child still innocently waved goodbye to them. Minji stammered, Those kids just now. Hajang sputtered her thoughts, they looked so scared. Witnessing this, Ina couldn't help but think to himself, are those children scared of our appearance? It's understandable, because what parents would tell their children about homeless people? Children who only know about school or playing would never encounter homeless people, visit slums, or venture into places that people usually avoid. Siana suddenly remembered, so it is today. She thought the church where she grew up also gave out free charity food. Yinio, who had been wondering all this time, turned to ask Boss, who are they? Ina told himself that he didn't want these kids to face the harsh reality, so he outwardly pretended to give a casual answer, You don't need to know. But in his heart he thought they don't need to know yet. The dark side of this world. A world that is so harsh for children. Arriving at the park the next day, Yunio, eating ice cream, exclaimed, This is so refreshing. Hajang, seeing that it was quite late, was a bit worried. We won't be late. Right? Siona comforted her upon seeing this. It's okay, we won't be late. Yunio thought of Yunha and teased loudly, Boss and Minji must be sweating from the heat, which is why they were eating ice cream on the way here. Siona added casually, Yunha is always the last one to arrive. From afar, the sound of something struggling to drag itself along the ground kept echoing. A man with a terrified expression moved slowly, yet he kept muttering continuously, No, it can't be. Clearly he is just a quack doctor suffering from mana disorder. I should probably go to a major hospital for an exam. How could someone with a normal mana count catch such a bizarre disease? After the nightmare of being stung by a giant mosquito, his body suddenly felt exhausted, or maybe it was all just a dream. Looking around his shoulder, nothing was stuck to it, so he told himself it must have been just his imagination. Having just finished those random thoughts, he looked down and froze in shock when he saw that his hand had turned into a bizarre shape before he knew it. The man's terrified scream echoed through the area, immediately catching the attention of Un Hyuk standing in the distance. Seeing the unusual sight, In Hyuk anxiously asked if the man was okay. The man still tried to reassure himself with a forced smile, muttering meaningless words, telling himself that he must just be dizzy from overworking lately. Trembling all over, he reached for his phone, constantly muttering that he had to call his manager right away to ask for sick leave because he didn't feel well. But what caught his eye on the phone screen was the distinct silhouette of a monster. The man screamed in panic and hastily threw his phone onto the ground. In Hyuk ran over in a hurry from afar, solicitously observing and asking if he was okay because his face looked so pale. Hearing this, the man could only stammer a few hesitant, forced words. A look of extreme dread flashed in his eyes from deep within, causing him to instinctively hiss at the other to get lost. Yen Hyuk stood dazed and bewildered at being treated so harshly all of a sudden. Even so, the kind boy continued to ask if he was all right, while the man's mind was in a total panic, only able to scream at him to get out of his sight. Hajong's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. It seemed she had vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Oblivious to her surroundings, Hajong called out loudly, and hearing her voice, In Hyuk quickly spun around with a puzzled expression. The man's face had begun to contort and deform, his mouth still muttering incessantly that this was impossible. The flesh on his body continuously warped, no longer retaining any of its original shape at all. Hajong screamed in panic for him to run, while En Hyuk stood frozen for a few seconds, unable to react in time. By now, the man had completely transformed into a hideous monster, glaring intently at his prey, En Hyuk, and preparing to lunge to tear him apart. Under the sweltering heat, Na-won strolled down the street, sweat trickling down his chubby face as he tiredly complained that it was incredibly hot. Na-won called out to Kim Min-ji, and she immediately grumbled, asking why he was calling her so much. He suggested that they eat some ice cream to cool down in this weather before going home, causing a flash of annoyance to appear on Kim Min-ji's sweat-drenched face. She scolded him, You idiot, we were going to be late. Just because you were busy playing with Ina, you completely forgot to pack for the pool. Everyone must be anxiously waiting for us by now. But he nonchalantly replied that they were probably just hanging around there playing anyway. No-un had continued to plead because the sun was too intense for him to walk, insisting on buying ice cream. but she firmly refused and was about to beat him up when suddenly a voice echoed in his head. Startled, he turned to look around and whispered, asking if she heard Siona's voice, while Kim Min-ji was still pulling his hair and scolding him not to change the subject. Siona's voice echoed again, begging someone to call for a player. By this time, both of them heard it clearly and stopped in their tracks. Kim Min-ji looked around in confusion and asked if some monster was appearing, wondering why she kept hearing Siona's voice, while Naona bent down to tie his shoelaces and told her to quickly call the player management, as he was sure she remembered the number. Kim Min-ji hesitantly said yes, but before she could finish her sentence, he had already stood up and finished tidying himself. Suddenly, Noonha's feet burst with blue light and he sped off at high speed, leaving his friend stunned. Wait, hey, Noonha. Noonha launched himself and soared up into the sky. Kim Min-ji cried out in confusion, you should have told us the monster's real location before slipping away. Every living organism contains a small amount of energy sufficient to keep the heart beating. However, each person's energy capacity is different. If they stubbornly absorb energy beyond their tolerance threshold, they will mutate into a hideous creature, specifically a giant mosquito aggressively attacking humanity. Koyun Hyo widened his eyes in horror. No way, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. Did that old guy just turn into a monster? Jin Seon-I immediately reminded him, this is not the time to panic. Run for your lives or we all die. The panicked crowd scattered and fled in all directions. The deafening screech of the giant mosquito rang out. It seemed to be rushing in at wind-splitting speed, tearing apart the silent air. Jung Hagang was trembling slightly seeing this. Jin Seon asked anxiously, Hagang, are you okay? She replied in a low voice, I'm fine, while Choyun Hyo whipped around, his face pale with fear. Koyun Hyo was anxious and worried. At this rate, he would surely fall into the monster's clutches. He lacked the confidence to both accelerate and use his energy to block it, wondering if he could do it, wishing his leader was here right now. Suddenly, the boy recalled Noonha's words, Choyun Hyo, you are the only one everyone can rely on to protect them. Koyun Hyo gritted his teeth and reassured himself, calm down, don't be afraid. The boy seemed to have regained his courage. Right now, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting his friends. Koyun Hyo took a deep breath and turned to Jin Seon-A. Seon-A, can you carry Hagang on your back while running? The girl was stunned for a moment but then nodded in agreement. Jung Hagang quickly refused, no need, I can still run by myself. Ignoring the refusal, Jin Seon-A hoisted Hagang onto her back, leaving her bewildered. Just do what Hyo says, he must have worked it out carefully. Jin Seon-A looked straight at Choyun Hyo and urged, what's the next step? The boy immediately laid out a strategy. Hagang, erect a barrier to block its path. You can do it, right? While looking back at the mosquito closing in from behind, Jung Hagang replied with a trembling voice, I'll try. The monster was baring its fangs and rushing forward. She hurriedly raised her hands to summon her energy source. The burst of power from Jung Hagang erupted like a defensive wall, stopping the giant mosquito that was hot on their heels. Koyun Hyo breathed a sigh of relief and directed, keep maintaining that shield, and Seon-A before he could finish, Jin Seon-A nodded in agreement, I get it, let me send a distress signal to everyone around. With those words, she closed her eyes and began to transmit the message. A sparkling golden wave of energy radiated outwards, please save us. We are being hotly pursued by a beast. The people around all heard the frantic cries for help and wondered in bewilderment what was happening. Jin Seon-A's signal continued to echo as far as possible, everyone, please call the guardians to save us. The desperate plea echoed up to the blue sky. Jung Hagang shouted, Enhyo, the monster has been blocked by the barrier. Realizing the time was ripe, Choyun Hyuk condensed a round source of energy in the palm of his hand. With all his might, he threw that powerful sphere straight at the giant mosquito and screamed, get lost. Seeing that, she also quickly joined in. Jung Hagang immediately released the barrier so that the boy's energy bullet could strike straight into the target. The trio's coordinated attack finally dealt a heavy blow to the wicked mosquito. Koyun Hyuk shouted to escape, not forgetting to praise the other's excellence, and then the three of them ran away in disarray. Immediately after, the group continued to run for their lives to escape the lurking danger. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, the flying mosquito appeared unharmed, only wobbling and shaking slightly. It seemed that this was not a sign of pain but of supreme rage, as the creature's gaze suddenly became sharper and more terrifying. The mosquito grumbled with annoyance that it did not want to die and then rushed madly towards the trio, making their faces turn pale. Suddenly, Jung Hagang noticed some anomalies, thinking to herself how strange this was. She felt that inside the mosquito's body, energy was mixed with human breath, or perhaps it was a mutated human itself. Koyun Hyuk screamed, urging her to quickly set up a defense. The shout pulled her out of her cluttered thoughts, and by now, the enemy had closed in right behind her. Startled, Jung Hagang let out a horrified scream. The severe emotional shock triggered her latent energy to explode powerfully. The power radiating from Jung Hagang not only blew the mosquito away, but also caused Jin Seon-A to tumble forward. The monster was thrown far away, and since the little girl had not yet recovered her senses, she suffered a rather painful fall. Choyun Hyuk frantically called out Seon-A's name. Jung Hagang came back to her senses and felt extremely shocked. Suppressing her fear, she ran straight to Jin Seon-na to apologize and ask how she was. Despite her pain, the girl smiled to reassure her that she was fine. The boy was helping his teammate up, and Choi Eun-hyuk gently scolded her to snap out of it. Jung Ah-jang was deeply saddened to see Jin Seon-na's legs covered in injuries, but the girl comforted her, saying she was fine and not to cry anymore. With a serious look, Jin Seon-na reminded them that there was a much more important matter at hand. The three of them suddenly remembered and simultaneously turned to look at the mosquito. The monster had now regained its composure and was rushing toward them to launch an attack. Choi Eun-hyuk gathered his energy and grit his teeth to take a gamble since Seon-na's injured legs meant they couldn't run while carrying her. He urged Ha-jang to release her mana alongside him to destroy the enemy as there was no other way back, and she nodded resolutely, understanding. Immediately, both of them simultaneously fired a large amount of energy straight at the giant mosquito. It took the full brunt of the relentless onslaught of mana from both Choi Eun-hyuk and Jung Ha-jang. The two friends continued to stand firmly in front to protect Jin Seon-na while relentlessly unleashing overwhelming attacks. However, the mosquito seemed entirely unfazed, and on the contrary, being highly stimulated, it rushed furiously toward them. Extremely surprised, she had no choice but to raise the defensive shield once again. Jung Ha-jang strained herself to maintain the shield while the boy continuously released energy without stopping. The injured little girl silently endured, and although Ha-jang and Eun-hyuk still appeared calm, the situation could not continue in such a deadlock forever. Jin Seon-na perceptively noticed Ha-jang's face pale. He seemed exhausted from blaming himself so much, and at this rate, those eyes of his would soon go blind. Watching the monsters threatening to devour everyone while nobody could do anything, the girl was on the verge of tears and called out to them with a trembling voice. "Don't worry about me anymore, just run." But Eun-hyuk still reassured her that it was fine, causing her to shout back, "What's fine about it? Escape quickly." The boy explained with great confidence, "Don't you get it yet? In critical moments like this, the protagonist always shows up just in time." A mysterious figure suddenly plummeted down from the sky. Jin Seon-na's emotions welled up as if she had just found her savior right before her eyes. A foot suddenly stomped down, catching the giant mosquito off guard and leaving it in a panic. The powerful kick sent the monster flying far away, not even giving it time to realize what was happening. Ha-jang was overjoyed, knowing he would come, while Eun-hyuk was both excited and complainingly asked why he showed up so late. It was no Eun-ha who spoke in a perfectly calm voice. "I arrived right on time, so why are you guys still grumbling?" Eun-ha appeared like a saving light, rescuing everyone from danger. As soon as Eun-ha joined, he launched a preemptive strike that terrified the mosquito. He delivered a thunderous kick straight to the monster's face. It was thrown far, far away. Ha-jang's face lit up with joy upon seeing him, while Eun-hyuk playfully complained, asking why he had taken so long to appear. Eun-ha turned around and smiled mischievously. He sighed, saying he had arrived at just the right time, so why did everyone have to look so gloomy? Eun-ha put his bag on the ground and told them to hide behind his back, while the mosquito began to rise with trembling limbs. The girl anxiously asked about the monster, and the other boy explained that some uncle had suddenly transformed into this terrifying thing. He looked back at the monster thoughtfully and muttered, "Transformed." Anna suddenly realized everything, thinking to himself that these mosquitoes were not eating people, but were only draining their mana. Drained victims would lose control over their energy flow, and their bodies would automatically overload with mana, risking an explosion. Or they would corrupt into monsters. At that moment, the mosquito frantically rushed forward to attack him. Anna punched it straight in the face with extreme force. He thought to himself that if they let infected people roam around freely like this, the hospital or the players had obviously been too negligent. Perhaps the world had not yet established regulations to deal with such bizarre incidents at this point. The mosquito desperately launched a flurry of attacks, but Eun-ha dodged them with ease, telling himself to just forget about everything else. Since those useless people wouldn't clean up their mess, Eun-ha focused all his strength into his fist. He rushed straight toward it, grumbling about why he always had to be the one to clean up these messes. Eun-ha threw a powerful punch right in the middle of the flying mosquito's face. The blow smashed its head hard against the ground, cracking the cement foundation, and the monster groaned in pain and cried out for help. He wondered in surprise if it still retained a final shred of consciousness. Its body began to emit a plume of pitch-black smoke, and the creature constantly groaned and lamented how painful it was. Eun-ha quickly stepped backward. The mosquito began its transformation process. It uttered a plea, begging for its life to be saved. He signaled to urge his friends to leave quickly, wondering if that was. The monster's hand suddenly became unusually large and strong. Eun-ha wondered doubtfully if it was a demonization process. Its body swelled, looking extremely hideous, and its mouth kept mumbling pleas for help. He recalled the time before he went back in time when a demon gang called the Demon Sheep had spread terror across South Korea, each of them a walking disaster claiming to be a new evolved species. However, the chance for an ordinary person to transform into a demon in this era was almost a flat zero, so Eun-ha turned to ask Ha-jang if she was sure the one who had just transformed was a man. The girl nodded repeatedly, and Eun-hyuk also agreed, saying he also saw it was a male. He thought to himself that it was not her. The member of the Demon Sheep was definitely female, and they wouldn't appear for another 10 years. while the monster continued to groan for help. It flew high into the sky, screaming pitifully for its life to be saved. Yunha gathered a surge of energy and shouted loudly, "Who allowed you to run away?" He threw the energy ball straight at the monster, but it swiftly dodged it. Yunha jumped high and cursed inwardly that just using energy balls wasn't enough to defeat it. He needed to find something around to use as a crude weapon to grab the monster. His eyes caught sight of a utility pole. In another corner, where a high-rise apartment building stood tall, Subin held her young child tightly in her arms while the child sobbed, calling for her mother in fear. The monster suddenly appeared flying right in front of the mother and child, making her scream in terror. But Yunha immediately rushed over and asked if it had already forgotten him, startling it. He swung his weapon and whipped a powerful blow at the monster. It tumbled down but quickly struggled to its feet and backed away. The monster's flight took Yunha by surprise. He advised Subin and then quickly chased after it, recommending that she go to the hospital to check her internal energy to prevent transforming into a monster. Yunha jumped up preparing to deliver another blow, terrifying the monster. Activating the energy shockwave, he forcefully swung his weapon to attack it. The monster quickly dodged the blow. Yunha continued to channel more energy into his weapon. Little Needle, unleash a strike with all your might. Countless sharp thorns from Yunha's attack rushed forward. That creature quickly dodged and made a swift escape. It rushed into another house and he muttered, "Not a bad dodge." A tragic scream rang out, drawing Yunha's attention. "It hurts so much, Mom, save me." He leaped and crashed straight through the glass window of the house. Yunha landed as gently as a leaf. Annoyed, he swore out. Before Yunha's eyes, countless injured victims lay motionless. His blood boiled with anger. It was already too late. Most people who had their energy stolen would die from a power overload. Yunha told himself he must stop it from causing further disaster, seeing that the creature was targeting someone else. Therefore, he had to finish this monster off. Yunha rushed toward the enemy. He swung a powerful blow that knocked it away. The creature flew far and slammed hard against the door. Yunha observed that its appearance had transformed into a monster again. The old man's consciousness must have been devoured due to a failed demonization. It flapped its wings repeatedly. The monster tried to escape once again. Furious, he was about to strike again when the victim called out tremblingly, "Brother." Hearing the words "angel brother," Yunha's eyes widened in surprise. He turned his head and suddenly, large stones fell from the ceiling onto his head. The house shook violently with a deafening noise, while thick dust obscured the view as someone's voice echoed. A loud shout came from the other side and he woke up, holding his head and groaning in pain. Yunha looked up to see a group of people moving on the rooftop, ready to kill that miserable monster the moment it showed its face. He thought to himself that these players must have caught Siona's telepathic signals and came here to clear the area. Yunha looked at the child and decided to leave the monster to them as the young boy Vosaku Junzei called out to him. It was indeed the angel brother, the kid he had saved some time ago. Looking closer, one of little Vosaku's eyes had been deformed. The boy gasped for breath while flashing a radiant smile. The moment before regression in Sugan City, night enveloped the ruined skyscrapers, with zombies strewn all over the rooftops. An echoing voice made Jin Parang feel disappointed upon realizing that the people in front of him were not the 12. He tightly clutched his injured right shoulder, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at his opponent, while behind him, Yujung was focusing on healing Ina, all three of them belonging to the Mist Flower Squad. The mysterious woman rested her chin on her hand and sneered, surrounded by giant red-eyed flies waiting to attack. She looked down from above with arrogance, belittling their skill despite her mouth speaking words of praise. That was Biljibap, the ruler of the 9 great fly demons. Hearing the sarcasm, Parang's blood boiled as he rushed forward, shouting at the opponent to shut up, even as Yujung, who was administering treatment, still called out in worry to stop him. The female demon was not the least bit afraid, calmly mocking that he was indeed a mad dog, after which she swung her hand with wild abandon. Parang rushed forward like a flash of lightning tearing through space. Suddenly he took a hit, clutching his face in agonizing pain. Yujung and Yunha immediately rushed in to provide support, telling him to just stay there and let them handle it. Biljibap closed in on Yujung as quick as a flash, her coarse hand reaching for her small face, making her flinch. A scream rang out, demanding that she immediately take her hand away. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's hand was severed. Biljibap stared wide-eyed at her hand, no longer attached to her body, floating in midair. Yunha timely pulled Yujung back to avoid the danger. The female demon looked at her bleeding arm and then calmly said, "You really have a hot temper, you who are known as the notorious soldier, or should I call you the immortal instead?" He focused on observing her, then gestured with his hand for Yujung to step back behind him. She glanced into the distance, realizing the red-haired girl was clutching her stomach, leaning against the wall behind him. Biljibap's eyes were bloodshot, the fly wings behind her back spread wide, carrying a destructive power no less than that of the 12. Swarms of flies rushed out from everywhere, surrounding her. Instantly, a flaming sphere was launched straight at the red-haired girl. Biljibap broke into a satisfied smile. That girl quickly harnessed her power to dispel the dangerous sphere. That was the Slaughter Witch, but her body was already covered in wounds, and her bloodshot eyes seemed to no longer belong to a human. Biljibap sneered dismissively, "Such a resounding reputation, yet your strength is so weak. However, your magic resistance is quite good. The soldiers at your feet have fallen, torn apart by my children, and you are the only one who has not turned into a monster." She glared with deep hatred and replied, "That is something I can be proud of." Parang could no longer contain himself. He swung his sword and rushed forward, roaring for the bastards to shut up. Blocking the sword with her long whip, the female demon praised him for being fast, suggesting it was probably thanks to being healed. Meanwhile, Ujung was struggling to save the witch, but the situation was too dire. She softly called out to the captain, while Una, not taking her eyes off the battle, asked what was wrong. From behind, the witch's voice spoke up, begging him to finish her off. He looked back at her. Strange body parts began to grow on her body, but despite the pain, she still forced a smile and joked. She asked if he secretly loved her, saying it sounded disgusting, then flashed a bright but bitter smile. Witnessing that scene, Ujung could not stop her tears from flowing, while he could only grit his teeth and endure. He paused for a moment. He stepped toward her and voiced his agreement. Yena swung his sword up, his expression cold and full of murderous intent. "Let's meet in the afterlife, one slash and everything ended." Suddenly, a child's voice piped up, asking if he was an angel, a kid about 5 or 6 years old with half of his face disfigured, his body drenched in blood, yet still trying to force a smile. At this moment, Inha looked much younger. It turned out that this was the boy Yosaku, whose life he had saved before. "Everyone is dead." Hearing this, he froze. "They all treated me so sincerely." Inha then hastened his steps closer to the child. At this moment, there was only despair left in the child's eyes. "Am I gonna die too?" He coldly replied that he was. The boy wondered why the angel didn't he smile, and as soon as the words were spoken, a flood of painful memories rushed back. The monster Kraken was the one who caused this tragedy. The image of Unha as a child, clutching the portrait of his deceased sister and sobbing, "Please stay, don't leave sister, please don't leave me wandering all alone. Mom, Dad," he choked out, saying that he had forgotten how to smile a long time ago. Hearing this, the child advised, "You must remember to smile, okay?" Surprised, he asked why, and the child replied, "That's what the older brothers and sisters told me. If you smile." Then one day the little boy's body began to grow grotesque parts. Hideous things gradually enveloped his entire body. The boy flashed a bright, radiant smile, looking just like the red-haired witch. "Happy things will come find you." Yana silently stood looking at the child without saying a word. "It will hurt a little." The sword in his hand suddenly glowed, and the boy replied, "I'll be okay." Raising his weapon high, he casually asked the child if he had any last words. Instead of his previous grotesque form, "Mommy, I miss you so much." The child's eyes reflected the image of the one who had just set him free. In a corner of the ruined, desolate building, human corpses lay scattered everywhere. Only Inha and the child who had passed away forever remained. He was lost in deep thought. A single droplet gently. He absolutely hated children. That was what was lingering in his mind. A kid playing nearby suddenly fell right in front of him, started crying loudly, and his mother appeared to comfort him. He silently despised the selfish, superficial nature of children. They thought that as long as they cried, their parents would clean up all their troubles. He indifferently watched the baby being cradled. In the blink of an eye, the little kid was giggling and happy again. An innocent smile leaning against parents' shoulders, as if the underworld had never existed, and firmly believing that those blissful days would last forever. "From the moment I witnessed my loved ones fall with my own eyes, I permanently lost that naive belief." Right at Unha's feet was a teddy bear that had become worn and torn over the years. He bent down to brush off the dust clinging to it, then forced a smile to hide his true feelings from everyone. His heart had long been hardened on the battlefield. Since the day of his rebirth, his soul remained undisturbed, and so he walked away alone, clutching the teddy bear. "Even if you all fall, not a single tear will fall from my eyes," he thought as he hastily stuffed the teddy bear into the chest of the ill-fated child. A loud shout suddenly snapped his mind back to reality. The mission to eliminate the mosquito monsters was complete. That woman had just transformed into a grotesque shape, and a young man was using all his strength to suppress and tightly bind the female demon. The other person, clutching a treasured sword, repeatedly pierced the monster's body, making it shriek in agonizing pain. Suddenly recalling the horrific memory of that child dying, Enna gritted his teeth and swore, "In return for this debt, I will wipe all of you out, you hideous monsters." The news broadcast continuously reported on the mosquito monster disaster. Thanks to the quick-witted action of the demi-human girl, the aerial threat had been eliminated. Yinha watched the screen intently as Mayor Baekwu personally presented the girl with the Brave Bud title. Anna stood huddled by the corner of the wall, nervously looking up at her brother from a distance. Lately he hadn't been smiling or talking much, and she truly didn't want to see him so gloomy all the time. Suddenly remembering her older sister's advice that whenever she saw him sad, she must find a way to comfort him right away, the little girl wondered blankly what she should do, humming to herself for a moment. Running quickly toward him, she called out loudly, "Appa." Sister said that Anna has to hug you really tight, and as soon as she finished speaking, she lunged straight into his arms, startling him. As he gently stroked her head, she giggled, and he asked softly, "What is so joyful that makes our little kid so excited?" "I just wanted to give you a hug," she said. Hearing her innocent reply, he smiled gently and stroked her head again. The little girl leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Appa, I have a secret to tell you. Don't be surprised when you hear it." As quick as a flash, she planted a sweet, affectionate kiss on his cheek. She mumbled her confession, "I like you most in the whole world, so much, as big as the sky and the earth," waving her hands as she spoke, looking incredibly adorable. He stood frozen, holding his blushing cheek before suddenly breaking into a warm smile. "I feel the same way," he replied. Anna eagerly pressed, "Is that really true, Appa?" Just then, a clear voice echoed from the loudspeaker at the school gate. "And now we will begin the partner finding challenge." Receiving the signal to start the game, Noah hurriedly opened the piece of paper in his hand and read it with a blank, confused look. "Wait. What?" He scanned his eyes around continuously, muttering awkwardly, "Now who on earth am I supposed to find?" While the surrounding children had already started running around in a frenzy to complete the challenge. Suddenly, Noah bumped into Kim Min-ji sitting next to Jin Seo-na. He shouted, "Oh, it's Jin Seo-na," causing the girl to ask in bewilderment, "What is it?" Without hesitating or giving a long explanation, Noah grabbed Jin Seo-na's wrist and pulled her along for dear life. "Follow me quick." Pulled dragging behind, she cried out in question, "What does your paper say?" While Kim Min-ji, sitting there blankly, could only cheer excitedly, "I have no idea, but you two better hurry up, we have to win the prize this time." Finally, both of them reached the finish line, panting heavily. Seeing them, the teacher asked, "Give me your paper so I can take a look." Noah excitedly held up his result while Jin Seo-na stood behind him gasping for breath, her face as pale as a sheet. As soon as the teacher opened the piece of paper, the two words puppy caught his eye. Surprised, the teacher wondered if Seo-na was indeed a puppy. Hearing this, Jin Seo-na flew into a rage, rushed over, grabbed Noah's collar, and shook him back and forth, demanding to know why he dared call her a puppy when she was clearly a fox, while he could only roll his eyes in another direction because his blue team absolutely had to win. She still refused to give up the argument, suddenly remembering Kim Min-ji's earlier hopeful message that everyone should work together to help her win so she could rise to the position of class president in the upcoming election. She had to swallow her anger, suppress her frustration, and decide to correct those two words to use as proof. Seeing this, the teacher was very pleased and nodded, saying that indeed she was definitely a puppy. At lunchtime, Noah with blinking, sparkling eyes held up the bento box, boasting that Appa had made it for him. Noah happily received the meal, then pointed to the funny smiley face on the box and asked who it was, to which the little girl excitedly squinted her eyes and replied that it was Appa, while Kim Min-ji and Jin Seo-na, sitting at the desk in front of them, glanced back with bitter envy because his face was glowing so brightly. Irritated, Kim Min-ji glared at Noah, reproachfully asking why couldn't he treat them with even half the tenderness he showed to Yoon, and how he dared call Seo-na a puppy. Hearing this, Jin Seo-na pouted with obvious self-pity, while he nonchalantly remarked that there was nothing superior about them anyway. In a rage, the girl pointed her index finger straight at Noah's face and demanded to know why he had forced her to participate in the scavenger hunt, threatening to act lazy otherwise. With a smug expression and a bright, radiant smile, Kim Min-jae proudly raised her hand and confidently declared that if she were left to handle the class president matter, Class 3 would definitely be the top in the whole school. However, that beautiful dream quickly vanished into thin air when Noah had casually exposed the truth that it was only because Mr. Doohan had promised to treat everyone to hamburgers if they won. Hearing this, her face froze and contorted with frustration. Furious, Kim Min-ji threatened that he had better wait and see, and if he dared to run away this afternoon, she would not let him off. Right next to them, a little girl was panting heavily, out of breath from exhaustion. A gentlewoman stepped forward, tenderly wiping away her sweat and asking, "You did great, are you hurt anywhere?" The little girl looked up with a bright smile and said, "I'm fine, Sister Mom." The friend standing next to her heard this and asked in confusion what on earth Sister Mom meant. It turned out that the woman was Min Soo-jin, Hae-yang's stepmother, who smiled and explained that calling her that sounded both nice and unique, unlike anyone else. She came closer and affectionately asked, "Isn't that right?" Witnessing that somewhat awkward interaction, Noah recalled that a few months ago, Hae-yang's father had remarried Min Soo-jin. Min Soo-jin was actually the second daughter of the chairman of the Alice Group, Min Jun-sik. During the wedding, the children were left jaw-dropped in surprise to discover that the powerful chairman turned out to be the old uncle who used to play playfully with them before. Noah grinned and said that, regardless, he was still just their uncle, which gave him a hearty laugh and he thanked the boy. Reflecting on it, the children would quickly adapt to this situation anyway. Furthermore, it seemed Hae-yang was still too embarrassed and not used to calling Min Soo-jin mother. She clenched her hands together, struggling to squeeze out each word. "I will practice calling you mother." Hearing this, Jin Seo-na laughed gleefully and teased Hae-yang, "You slipped up again." Hae-yang froze, realizing she had made a slip of the tongue, and shrieked, while Min Soo-jin still smiled gently and said it was all right. On a warm sunny afternoon in the schoolyard, Noah leisurely wandered around the spacious schoolyard. As he walked, he yawned repeatedly, telling himself that he should probably find a place to take a midday nap. While mumbling about heading to the quiet flower garden to sleep, he suddenly spotted Jin Seo-na busy doing something in a secluded corner nearby. Finding it strange, Noah quickened his pace, came closer, and teased her, "What is the puppy busy fumbling around with in this corner?" Hearing this, the little girl was extremely annoyed, glaring and arguing, I told you I'm not a puppy, because of you? Now everywhere I go, everyone calls me a puppy. Noan nonchalantly replied, what's wrong with being a puppy? It sounds both friendly and cute. Suddenly hearing a rustling sound from behind the wall, he curiously leaned his head closer to see what was happening. As soon as he peeked through the gap in the wall, Noan's expression changed in complete surprise when he heard a shout echo, you'd better take care of yourself. It turned out to be Kim Min-ji yelling, why do you always have to poke your nose into who I hang out with? While the woman calmly advised, Min-ji, calm down and listen to my explanation. Seeing that her daughter's anger had subsided, she continued, you can freely make friends with Noan-ha or Noan-hook, and it would even be better if you get closer to Noan-ha. But unfortunately, I want you to keep your distance from Seona. Hearing that, Kim Min-ji could not suppress her fury. She violently brushed her mother's hand away and demanded loudly, so you mean I have to do this and that? Why do you always have to interfere with my freedom to make friends? Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted loudly that Seona was a demi-human all along. As soon as those words were finished, Noan-ha froze for a split second. The woman gripped her hand tightly and spoke in a voice full of worry, Min-ji, you may not know, but everyone discriminates against demi-humans. What will people say when they see you being close friends with her? Hearing that, Noan-ha immediately turned to look at Jin Seona, who was sitting with her knees drawn up, dejectedly hanging her head. The young girl cast her eyes down to the ground and said softly, I am fine. Her hand unconsciously drew circles in the sand as she whispered, I understand that all too well myself. How could someone like me deserve to be friends with anyone? Seeing this, Noan's face fell as he questioned, then what are we to you? Hearing that, Jin Seona smiled and replied, I know that's why I am both grateful and feel so guilty toward you guys. She stood up abruptly, trying to look cheerful. I was going to look for Min-ji, but this situation is too awkward. Let's go, Nha. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed tightly by someone. With a firm and serious expression, Noan said, it's okay, just trust Kim Min-ji. The frustrated shouting of Kim Min-ji's mother still echoed through the air. People are complaining to me that you are always clinging to that kid, which is why they are avoiding you. Do you like having people gossip behind your back that much? Each word uttered was like a knife cutting into her heart, leaving Kim Min-ji whimpering and unable to speak. Unable to take it any longer, Jin Seona had to pull his hand and plead, Ina, please, let's just go. Suddenly, Kim Min-ji spoke up, breaking the atmosphere even if that's the case. She kept her head down, clutching her shirt hem tightly, and made up her mind to say, but for her last sentence, Kim Min-ji sobbed while making a clear declaration, Seona is my best friend. Each firm affirmation left Jin Seona staring in utter surprise. Hearing this, Kim Min-ji's mother fell into a deep silence for a long time. Then she sighed helplessly and accepted it, have it your way, but Dante regret it and come back crying to me about this decision. After their heart-to-heart, the mother and daughter hugged each other, and Kim Min-ji declared, I won't regret it at all, I am just as stubborn as a certain someone, making her mother smile and tease her. Noan poked his head out, witnessed the scene, and joyfully exclaimed, everything seems to have been settled smoothly now. He turned around to walk away while teasing, let's slip away before we get caught, making her chase after him angrily and grumble, why do you keep calling me a puppy? Suddenly, Jin Seona stopped and called out softly, Nha, listen to this. She grinned radiantly, her eyes crinkling, we absolutely must win first prize today. Jin Seona excitedly proposed, why don't we cheer Min-ji up? And Noan immediately nodded in approval, that's right. Throughout the event, the group of friends from the third grade class enthusiastically participated in the ball-throwing game, leaving everyone in awe. Seeing this, the teacher declared the blue team victorious, leaving Kim Min-ji bewildered as she turned to her teammate, what's wrong with you? Noan brushed his hands off indifferently, what's so strange about that? His attitude made her point suspiciously at his face and question, why are you so fired up all of a sudden today? That's so unusual. Noan quickly turned his face away to avoid her gaze, no way, I'm always this enthusiastic. At another competition area, Jin Seona had just brought glory to the class in the relay race. In the next few events, their group passed them with ease, and the boy smugly said it was as easy as pie. Hang was not to be outdone, winning first prize in the three-legged race. And then, the most anticipated moment arrived when the school administration announced the overall champion of the Autumn Sports Festival. As Kim Min-ji stepped onto the stage to receive the trophy amidst roaring cheers, her eyes welled up with joy. Bringing the award board back to the class, she raised her chin and said that as long as they were united, they would win no matter what. Just as the election of the next class president was mentioned, scheming looks were thrown from all around. Noan loudly asked if everyone was ready, and Jin Seona replied with a bright smile, simply saying yes. So the whole group pitched in together, coordinating smoothly. Jin Seona stood below, unbothered by everything else, confidently counting the rhythm 1, 2. As soon as she shouted 3, Kim Min-ji soared into the air amidst the enthusiastic applause of her friends. The excited cheers and praises from the children made the parents standing outside smile and say that they were truly close-knit. The whole group chanted the count of 1, 2 in unison again. At the count of 3, Kim Min-ji gave a satisfied smile and was once again tossed high into the air.